ठीक है it's okay. तो कितने participants हैं? 20.
Sir, there are in the virtual, here there will be 16 speakers who are presenting, along with some more few guests. Others are all in the YouTube link.
Okay, okay. Yes. Yeah.
We have the broadcasting.
No, perfectly.
Very good morning to all. On behalf of NITI Aayog, I welcome Honorable Advisor Education, Dr. Prem Singh, Principal Secretaries Education of the States and Unions, Director, Department of Education, SPDs, Department of Education, Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor of NIPA. I also welcome Joint Director NCERT, Dr. Sridhar Srivastava. I welcome jury members, Dr. Abha Adams, educationist and writer on education with more than 35 years of experience. I also welcome Kashyapi Avasthi, Assistant Professor NIPA with 14 years of experience. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for your presence in the National Research Symposium for Doctors and Heads of the School, Convo 2021-22. Now I invite Honorable Advisor Education, Dr. Prem Singh Ji, for his inaugural remarks. Sir.
A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of NITI Aayog, I welcome CEO Bharti Foundation, Ms. Saikya, and all the experts who are here to judge the technical session. Our team from NITI Aayog and also from Bharti Foundation. Professor Paul, who is member health and also education, he is supposed to be here. However, at the last moment, some meeting came up, so he's not joining right now. However, he said that he'll be here from 2 o'clock onwards for 1 hour. He takes a very keen interest in education. So he'll be joining us during the technical session. Also, both Vice Chairman and CEO, they will be joining us during the prize distribution and releasing of the booklet that we will do maybe after a couple of weeks. So entire NITI team is extremely happy with the kind of enthusiasm that we have seen from the teachers, the heads of schools, also the experts who are here to judge these entries. I also thank Bharti Foundation for coming up with this very interesting and innovative idea. This is the first rollout of this convo, and we have received more than 400 applications. In spite of the fact that almost a month was wiped out because of Omicron and suddenly everybody getting into the shell. So I'm very sure that in future it will attract much more enthusiasm from the teachers. The kind of themes that have been chosen They are very, very contextual. They are very critical in education sector. And I'm sure that, all these discussions and deliberations during the technical session would be of great use to us here in Niti Aayog. As education vertical, we use lot of these inputs for our, policy crafting, policy tweaking, our interactions with Ministry of Education, our interactions with various state governments. So we will be in that sense beneficiaries of this entire discussion, and our Niti Aayog entire team will be here, taking down, copious notes so that we can reflect, all these learnings in many of our policy, comments that we give it to the government, both at the central and state level. I think with these few words, since it's more of a technical session and technical evaluation, I will not speak much. However, let me congratulate all the teachers and heads of schools who have given their application. Whether your name has come in the short list or not, that is not an issue. I'm sure that you will get future opportunities to craft your entries in much better way. And this is a learning process for all of us. And I am very happy, and also I look forward to taking this initiative forward in much bigger way. On behalf of Vice Chairman, member, and CEO, I thank all of you for taking part, and I welcome all of you to this deliberations and discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Ms. Mamta Saikia, CEO of Bharti Foundation, for her inaugural remarks. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning and Jai Hind, everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for your remarks. It is very, very energizing to hear that Niti Aayog is, along with us, is looking at taking Convoke to a much higher scale. So are we. We're very keen. First of all, I would like to thank all the experts who are with us, Abha Adamji, Dr. Kashyapi. I can see Dr. Renu on the screen. I've seen the entire list of people who are joining us. It's such a privilege. Thank you so much for your time. Special thanks to Niti Aayog team. Harshit is there, Piyush I know of, and there are many youngsters who are supporting us today. So thank you so much for your time. When Dr. Singh was talking, and he was talking about that so many states and so many papers have come in, I think it is only fair that I tell you the journey of Convoke, how we started, why we started, and why I am particularly very proud of where we have reached thanks to Niti Aayog. I mean, this partnership has given a great fillip to this idea behind Convoke. Bharti Foundation has always operated in the villages of our country. And in 2013-14, we started a program called Satya Bharti Learning Centers, which worked with out-of-school children. So we went to the states of Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, where we were deep into villages to bring out-of-school children back into schools. It was a very ambitious and a very, very meaningful program that we undertook. During that program, we went into the villages in what may be called the dark zones, really difficult, faraway villages. And I remember we met certain teachers who were doing such innovative work. To be not present in places like Delhi, Madras, Bangalore, where you're in the limelight, where you have the opportunities to go and attend conferences, where you have opportunities to hear national or international experts, but to be in those villages and to do such innovative and passionate work, it motivated us, it inspired us a lot. And that is when the idea of Convoke took birth, that how do we give space and opportunity to our teachers who are perhaps sitting in the farthest and the deepest corners of a country and see what innovation are they doing. So our initial convokes were actually held in the villages of, in the schools of the villages. And we saw so many teachers come in and present their ideas. then Anthony, who's leading this entire initiative for us, he joined us, and he's really brought Convoke to another level. Now our concept and the theme is to make sure how micro research is, how do teaching community actually starts this culture of micro researches, to look at what are their practices, what is the kind of data they're generated, is there evidence-based work that we can do in our schools? And if that we can start as a culture, this issue of quality of education can actually be turned on its head. So I'm very proud of where Convoke has reached today. Dr. Singh has already talked about number of papers. I heard Anthony and Abha and Kashyapi talking about how difficult it was to, from nearly 200 papers to come down to the 16 papers that are being presented today. It was not an easy journey. I know that the NGO, the organization which was supporting us, had a very tough time. There were many rounds of discussions that happened because there were many papers that were so good that should have been in the shortlist of these 16 papers. So we're very happy with the quality of papers. We're very happy with the range of topics that have come in. A lot of teachers have focused on girl children, which is a very good sign that our teachers are so much alive to the challenges that are happening. There are some very innovative topics. I won't mention them here because I'm not supposed to. But there are many papers that I'm going to read of interest to me. So all the best to everybody. All the best to all the teachers and head of schools who are presenting. We have 2 jury members here who will sit through the day listening to all the 16 presentations. So thank you so much, Dr. Kashyapi. Thank you so much, Abaji. It won't be easy for you. So I think after this, we will take you out for a very strong cup of coffee. You deserve that. So thanks so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, CEO Bharti Foundation. Now I'd like to invite Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Education, Planning and Administration, NEPA, for his kind remarks. Sir, you are on mute, sir.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am supposed to speak on learner achievement. That is what I was told. Yes. Are you requesting me to give me 15 minutes that is allocated to me?
Yes, sir.
Can I go for the next 15 minutes? That is what I wanted to check with you before I start. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm very happy to see Dr. Renu here. We have many a time had meetings together, and she's also good in statistics, so I appreciate that. And her studies that she presents are always with a lot of empirical analysis, and sometimes I disagree and have good discussions at the debate. So I am very happy to see that, and perhaps you are also part of this arrangement, and you are the moderator too. I mean, as per the schedule. Thank you very much, and thanking Niti Aayog for inviting me to this meeting. Friends, what I'll try to do is that I will try to sketch from the policy perspective and from the government of India perspective, the evolution of learner achievement becoming, taking a center stage in Indian education policy making and strategies. That is what I'll try to do. If you look into education history in India, what you try to say is that first we try to see that how to bring the children to the schools. The second was that how to retain them. We have succeeded fairly in these two things. Both enrollment is, GER is nearing universal, and dropout rates have come down to single digits, perhaps less than 5% in many of the districts. So that is a good change that has taken place. But then you ask the question, what has happened after that? The students are coming, they are sitting in the class, they are not dropping out. Does it make any change? Does it make any difference? The answer from many studies, including the first study that we did in 1890 in Madhya Pradesh, is that nothing much is happening. So why should we bring the children and retain them in the schools if they are not learning, That makes an important dimension. So the question is that how to ensure them to learn, and how do we ensure that the gains from learning are equally distributed? So there are two questions. that are important. How do we move? So the present scenario is characterized by schooling without learning. That's a new phase in educational development in India. Previously, we said that there is no schooling facilities. We created schooling facilities. We created classrooms. We created teachers. We trained the teachers, etc. But we are entering into a new phenomenon, not entering. We have already entered into a new phenomenon called schooling without learning. So where do we go from here? That is the basic question when we talk about quality of education at the primary level, when we talk about learning levels of children, etc. And you find that in the major educational reforms in India, we had target group orientations. Firstly, we started targeting scheduled caste, scheduled tribe areas. Then we started targeting the backward states, educationally backward states. But from the 1990s onwards, what we find is that we have moved to educationally backward state districts. We identified that there are educationally advanced districts, even in an educationally backward state. Alternatively, there are educationally backward districts, even in an educationally advanced state. So we said that in the 90s, we should move away from educationally backward states, 9 states, where interventions are made to the district level. And that is the origin of DPP, District Primary Education Program. So now we do not use this word. At that time, we used female literacy as the basis to identify these districts. And it is in these districts we argued that concerted effort is to be made, more public investment is to be directed to these districts so that we make a level playing field or more equalized in terms of the facilities that are provided. No? So that is one dimension that we try to see. The second is that we try to see that whether at no point of time in Indian educational planning, we never try to see that a learning achievement was put as a target. So it was a forgotten chapter, both at the national level, at the state level, and at the institutional level, because there was no concerted efforts to move to a target, because this was not a target. That was during the period that in 1991-92, we started talking about minimum levels of learning. Try to see that, can we define what children are supposed to learn? We say that children are not learning. But can we try to identify what children are supposed to learn in the schools after grade 1, after grade 2, after grade 3, etc. So, Arch the way was very active in this area, and we came out with minimum levels of learning. And in 94-95, for the first time in India's history, we said that learner achievement should be made a target in the planning process itself, so that it should be getting reflected in the allocation process. So we started talking about learner achievement, and in the initial stages, in the 42 districts which were considered for the DPP district, we said that learning achievement should be increased within the next 5 years by 25 percentage points. That was the first time we put a target of learning achievement. What has also happened that we did one of the studies on Madhya Pradesh, based on the different levels of development and trying to see levels of achievement among the children. That formed the basis for many of the policy discussions. That was in 89-90. And also developed a methodology to follow similar studies or to undertake similar studies in other places. Then you find that a large number of studies have come in each district based on the learner achievement, but the conclusions are the same. And in 2004, you find that NCERT studies have come out annually. That was annually brought out a study. There also the conclusions are same. What I mean to say is that many changes are taking place. Investment in crores and crores of rupees are taking place. But what remains constant in Indian education is that students are not learning. What remains variable is that first we said that students are not learning because there are no facilities in the schools. I'm not talking about schooling facilities. I'm talking about facilities in the schools and in the classrooms. That is very different. How do you define teaching learning conditions? So in 1986 policy, we had the Operation Block strategies, not to increase the number of schools, but to increase the facilities that are provided in the classrooms. So we tried to do that. We don't make any change. Then we said that the teachers are not trained. Also, some of the schools are teachers trained. So we had a massive teacher training, PMOST programs, and then we established a DIETS after 1986 policy. And in almost all the schools, all the teachers are trained, but it did not make any change to the learning of the children. Then we said that the students are not having textbooks. So what I mean to say, I don't want to go on like this. What I mean to say is that we try to intervene from different points of view to say that why the schools are not changing, why the schools are not in a position to make the children learn, and that is where. So we came to a conclusion. Since Dr. Renu is here, I feel more comfortable. Statistically speaking, we try to make a distinction based on the large scale empirical data between school and within school variations. Where is the source of this variation in terms of learner achievement? And we came to the conclusion that there are instances where we had to study within school and between school variations. And in the educationally backward states and educationally backward districts, we found that it is the between school variation that should be considered as a policy variable. Therefore, public investment is to be made, and this public investment should be in a position to mitigate the deficiencies that are existing, and that needs public intervention. When we came to more educationally advanced districts or states like Kerala, or even partially Puducherry or Himachal Pradesh, etc., we found that it is not the between school variations which are important. What is important is the within school variations. See, what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to use statistical terminologies and jargons. What we are trying to do is that a hierarchical linear modeling process that has taken place in the Indian education to separate out the factors influencing learning achievements, has come to this conclusion. Within that, we try to see that what are the school factors and what are the household factors. Because this is not a new story. If you look at the learner achievement dimensions of Indian education, we have to see that what are the school factors and what are the household factors. These two factors contribute substantially for school learning. What we find is that in the better educated regions and the better socioeconomic background, children coming from the better socioeconomic background, it is the household factors which are influencing more than the school factors in influencing the level of learning achieved or learner levels achieved by the students. Whereas in the poorer areas, we find that it is not the socioeconomic background that is affecting. It is the school factors which are important. So this is a very important finding that you have come across in 1994-95 onwards, which was further concretized in 1997-98, and we had did many analysis with a large scale empirical data, and we have come to this conclusion. Then the question is that what are the factors that influence us? That are the factors that determine learner achievement and the school factors. And we have come to the conclusion that the student learning time, if I can use a technical term, it's a time elasticity of learning is positive. And it is the variations between a private school and a government school is mostly in terms of the learning time enjoyed by activated to the students. That is the basic difference. So the question is that how do we improve the learning time? So I am just sketching the changes that have taken place in the analysis of the issues related to school quality, especially at the primary and upper primary levels, and what is its evolution, both in statistical terms and also in policy terms. I'm just trying to link these two dimensions, both statistically and in terms of the policy that you're talking about. Then we found that how do we improve this learning time? Then we found that the basic difference that we find between the private schools and government schools is in terms of the amount of learning time to which a child is exposed in the first 5 years of their education at the primary level or the first 8 years of education. And we find that a student who is going to the government school is not comparable with a student who is going to the private school. Or in other words, what I mean to say is that if you disaggregate the whole or unbundle the whole issues of why private schools are performing better than the government schools, I will say that if you look into the element of how much learning gains were made by the children, you find that these differences are reducing between the government and private schools. At the same time, in absolute terms, what you find is substantial difference. So where do we intervene? Should we intervene at the outcome level to equalize the learning, or should we intervene at the input and process level so that we have an unequal input and unequal processes so that it will lead to a more equal output or outcome? So what should be the intervention strategies? I am making this point. I have gone through some of the studies which were sent to me, which will be presented at a later stage, which will be moderated by Dr. Renu. But I just wanted to say that this is an issue that has no clear answer to the question that we are posing, unless we intervene at the institutional level. So my main point, if we want to change the schools, intervene at this institutional level. Why I'm saying that we intervene at the institution level, you find that schools with the same facilities, schools with the same both teacher facilities, teaching learning equipments, and all other facilities, they perform very differently. Our Shala Siddhi programs in Nepal has very clearly shown this. Our studies in the 90s have shown that. ASER studies have shown that. The NAS studies of NCERT in grade 3, 5, 8, and 10, they have shown that. So all the studies come to a converging conclusion. And that conclusion is students are not learning. There is a need to intervene. And there is a need to intervene at the school level. So what are the type of interventions that can be devised at the school level? This is here what I feel is that a national policies will not help us beyond a point. This is the place where we have to intervene at the institutional level. Say, for example, a school head teacher or a school principal or a school headmaster or a headmistress, it makes a lot of difference in terms of how the resources are used. Say, for example, if you go to a tribal area, if you go to a remote rural area, how the classrooms are organized makes a lot of difference in terms of the children learning. See, if you go, say, if you take one example that you go to a private school, a prestigious elite private school, and give 100 words as a dictation. And after that, you ask the students, from where did you hear these words first time? I'm not asking about where did they learn to write. I'm asking that where did you hear these words first time? You'll find that 80 to 90% of the words they got it from children, from their friends or home, papa, mummy, or anybody else. You give the same dictation to a tribal area and ask them, where did you hear the first word of this? Majority of the words they gained or they learned in the school. So what is the role of the school in terms of when you're talking about a school in a more idealized way, where we can speak in English, we can communicate in English, it's an elite system, and our households, there are magazines, there are journals, and the parents are educated, etc. To a situation different one. So I'm less worried about this group of people, like the children of our group of people, because we will find education if it is government is not providing. I'll send my child to a private school. If there is no private schools in India, I'll take a bank loan and send the child to abroad, etc. I will educate my child. There is no compromise on that. So we need not have to worry about them. We have to worry about the 30% or 40% of the people who will not be going to the school taking advantage of the educational process unless we try to give some incentive to them, because structured learning is not part of their socio-economic culture, whereas structured learning is a part and parcel of our daily life in an elite system. One has to understand this if we want to talk about education, the education process and changing education processes. So I will say that with the limited time that I have, that I can talk about different factors, how these changes have taken place, etc. But what is more essential is that we have to intervene at the school level if we want to change the schools. And if we want to change the schools, we have to intervene at the school levels. We have to see that what the school head teachers and headmasters and headmistresses are doing. Of course, there is a large number of schools where there are only 2 teachers. Even the notion of a headmaster or a principal is not applicable. But we have to try to see that how the school's activities are to be organized, or how the school activities are to be reorganized. And what is the basic understanding? How do we expand? How do we extend the learning time? That's why I started by saying that time elasticity of learning. How do we try to equalize it? So what is to be equalized? It is not the learning levels. What is to be equalized is that the time elasticity of learning, That should be equalized. A student who is going to a private school or to a government school, we have to try to see that the student or the child is exposed to the same levels or same amount of time in terms of exposure. Let me end by saying that we had to intervene more at the school, not only at the school level, even at the classroom level. Why? Because those classrooms which are having 30 children and the teacher following a particular pattern of what you call as a centralized pattern of teaching, etc., many children will not be in a position to follow that. In small groups, working in small groups, the same classes. Say, in many states in India, you find a pattern that when automatic promotion was in place, you will find that the child is promoted from grade 3 to 4. But the teacher knows that this child does not know how to identify two numbers and how to add two numbers. So the child will not be in a position to multiply two numbers or divide two numbers. So what the teachers do in many schools is that you are as per the register, you are in grade 4. But in mathematics class, you will go to grade 3. And in language class, you will sit to the grade 4. So they mix the student because they go by the levels of learning as per their understanding of the child. It is not demotivating the children, but that is the way the learning is organized. So that what I like to call as, there is the biggest danger in Indian education in the context of learner achievement is what I always say, that cumulative learning deficit. The growing learning crisis in India is the result of the cumulative learning deficit. Let me end by explaining what is this cumulative learning deficit that I am talking about. The cumulative learning deficit is that if you cannot understand if you cannot understand two-digit numbers, and if you cannot add two numbers, then you cannot be in a position to multiply two numbers. Then you cannot divide these two numbers. Then you cannot go to fraction in this. So in the 4th and 5th grade, we may teach them fraction, but they do not understand that because they have not gone through this. How do we attack, or how do we confront, and how do we meet the challenge of cumulative learning deficit that is occurring in each class successively is the biggest issue. The basic difference between a government school and a private school is mostly in terms of time elasticity of learning. How do we equalize that? The second one is that how do we overcome the challenge of cumulative learning deficit that is taking place to avoid a learning crisis in the country. So my question, I end by saying that I ask the question, how do we address this issue of schooling without learning? And how do we address this issue of interventions at the school level? How do we change the school factors and the classroom factors to ensure that learning takes place? So all this, my answer is that we have to address these issues of elasticity of learning time, and also the question of addressing or overcoming the challenge posed by cumulative learning deficit. And how do we address these issues in the schools and in the classrooms will bring about a revolution. If I can use a word, a silent revolution in terms of the educational changes. So I am not looking too much to the national level changes and not looking too much into the state level changes. I think as teachers and head teachers, we should believe that there is a lot that we can do, and there is nothing in stopping us from acting that, And certainly the inefficiency of the system is the best opportunity to have individual initiatives, because nobody notices that, you are noticed only when you make a mistake. When you are doing something correctly, nobody recognizes it and nobody notices it, and nobody can take any complaint, or nobody can make any complaint against it. This should be the source of confidence for us to go ahead to improve the learner achievement. Thank you very much.
Nipa, for your very deep dive remarks on the status of learning outcome, or I can say learning crisis in the schooling system of the country. Now I like to invite Dr. Anthony Nellisby, Chief School Excellence, Bharati Foundation, with a request to put some light on ground rules for presentation for Convoke 21-22. Dr. Anthony.
So good morning, everyone. To all especially to the speakers. All the rules and regulations are known to you, all of you, but still, I'd like to remind all of you that all of you will be given 7 minutes for your presentation, and followed by there'll be another 3 minutes for the jury and the moderators if they would like to ask any special questions or any clarifications. Stick to your time so that we are able to complete the session on time. And if there are any other issues, we will take it in the group that we have already formed separately in the WhatsApp group. So once again, insisting that please stick to your time as such. All the participants have asked going to speak either in English or Hindi. No one has requested in any other languages, so that we have not kept any other translators. So I'm assuming that all of you will be speaking in the language that you're comfortable, either in Hindi or English. Both our moderators and jury members are well versed in both the languages. So please feel free to speak in a language that you're comfortable, because of the language should not be a barrier for speaking the evidence that you have come up from the field. So wishing you all the best. Thank you, Harshit. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Now I request Dr. Renu Singh, Country Director, Young Lives, for her inaugural remarks. Dr. Singh.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to especially thank Niti Aayog and Bharti Foundation for inviting me. And I'd like to just respond a little bit to Professor Varghese opening session. I think he really gave us a really good kickstart to the Convoke, which I have been part of last year. So I'm really thrilled to see the level that it's moved to and the scale that it is trying to continue moving upwards and become more sustainable by partnering with Niti Aayog. I think it's a wonderful start. But I think Professor Varghese really, by saying that the revolution for addressing the learning crisis at the moment in our country can only happen if you sow seeds in the classroom, and that means it's the teachers and all of you who are here today to present who are actually going to be the change makers. I think we all have full belief that it is the teacher actually who is at the heart of opening this black box to answer the questions of what changes should happen at the school. And when I say teachers, it includes school leadership, because I do believe that there needs to be definitely every teacher taking on that leadership role of trying to bring that change, whether it is related to time on task that Professor Varghese mentioned as elasticity on learning time, which we often in pedagogy call time on task, but also I think very importantly looking at the social emotional dimensions of learning, particularly during the pandemic, because if the learning loss was already there pre-pandemic, and Professor Varghese actually so beautifully brought us through the timeline right from the 80s and 90s moving into DPEP, trying to look at decentralization. Ultimately, even today, we're grappling with some of the same learning crisis, but I think we are better placed because we at least know we have lots of empirical evidence to show what school factors really make a difference, and the role of the teacher is constantly something that I don't think we can ever find a way to overcome, because it is the teacher who's going to make the sea change in the classroom. I am going to not say too much because I think Anthony's already said we have very limited time, 7 minutes for each speaker. Is somebody going to introduce the speakers? I'm afraid since I'm online, I'd just like to understand that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your initial remark. Now, time has come for the presentation of papers. So the first presentation is by Upinder Jeet Kaur from Punjab, and the topic of the study is a study of remote learning on ECCE during COVID times. I request Upinder Jeet Kaur of Punjab to start her presentation.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me?
Something else, which is
Yeah, we can hear you.
some crisis.
But we can hear you.
Should I start? Okay, thanks, sir. Greetings everyone, I am Dr. Upendrajit Kaur. The topic of my research is a study of impact of remote learning on early childhood care and education, ECC, during the COVID times. Here, remote learning refers to the online education and ECC refers to education of 3 to 6-year-old children. ECC is the foundational stage of child's formal learning. It is at this stage that a child leaves their home and they begin to interact with the outside world. These interactions impact their social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development. However, in March 2020, all our children were forced to undertake formal education from their homes through online modes. In Chandigarh, we have 40,135 students, according to the UDICE data, who are forced to stay out of school and Anganwadi centers. And as this stage is critical for higher levels of learning, hence the need for this study. Next, please. Research questions were designed based on the teaching methodologies, availability of e-resources with students, teachers, parental involvement in child education, and modes of interaction adopted by teacher. Next, please. The methodology adopted was the study area included ECC students of the Anganwadi centers, government schools, as well as the private schools of Chandigarh, which included 450 Anganwadi centers, 95 government schools, and around 316 private schools. The respondents were teachers, parents, and students, out of which 468 teachers, 53 parents, and 10 students actively participated. The research technique used was survey method. Both qualitative and quantitative data was collected. The qualitative data was collected through interviews and quantitative data through survey questionnaires via Google Forms. Separate bilingual questionnaires for teachers and parents were designed, having 25 MCQs, checklist, open and closed-ended questions. The questions were parallel in both the questionnaires so as to get teacher as well as parent perspectives on the same aspect. After the content validity was ascertained, the forms were floated on around 18th Feb and closed on 23rd Feb. In case of students and parents who were not able to read or write, the responses were filled by the researcher herself. The response percentage was calculated and the findings are as follows. WhatsApp, Google Meet, phone calls remained the main mode of interaction. WhatsApp being used by 75% teachers of Anganwadi centers, 30% teachers of government schools, whereas 27% teachers of private schools used Google Meet as a mode of interaction. Next, please. 90% teachers of Anganwadi centers, next ma'am, 90% teachers of Anganwadi centers, 57% teachers of government schools and 78% teachers of private schools claim to be sending assignment students every day. However, only parents of state students in private schools more than agreed to this. Next, please. On questions regarding regularity of completing online assignments and sharing with teachers, only 10% students of Anganwadi centers, 5% students of schools, the government schools, and 20% students of private schools completed and sent their work regularly as per the teachers. However, the parents had the different viewpoint. 50% parents of Anganwadi centers, 42% parents of government schools, and 75% parents of private schools claimed that their children completed their work regularly. Next, please. Data showed a lot of variations in regularity regarding responses to face-to-face interaction. From the graph, we can see that it was not regular in most of the cases, though teachers at all levels tried their best to interact with the students. Next, please. The parental involvement was studied using questions related to educational status of parents. In private school, 100%, both the parents were found to be educated, whereas 34% parents of Anganwadi centers and 62% parents of government schools were found to be both educated. Next, please. It is still not surprising to see that in most of the cases, it was the mothers who were helping their children in the online assignments and in their educational process. Next, please. As for the teachers, the most accessible resource of e-learning was the television across all schools. Though 50% parents of Anganwadi centers claimed that they lacked smartphones, and accessibility of smartphones with parents of government schools and private schools was found to be much better. Next, please. Almost 100% teachers have the availability of smartphones, though uninterrupted internet connectivity remained a concern in quite a few cases, and the teachers of the private schools were more comfortable using computers than the teachers of the government schools and the Anganwadi centers. In addition to this, when the teachers were asked that were they comfortable, and they were certain to say that the students have learned something during the COVID-19, there were 35% teachers of Anganwadi centers, 42% teachers of government schools, and 22% teachers of private schools who marked the answer as cannot say, which talks a lot about the survey. Conclusions. From this, we may conclude, next please, from this we may conclude that teachers across schools were trying to keep online education going through various modes. Secondly, there were students who could not be covered through remote learning. Third, face-to-face interaction was happening but was not very effective or regular, with teachers using WhatsApp and Google Meet for teaching learning. Lack of smartphones and internet connectivity was a hurdle in smooth conduct of remote learning. In one of the open-ended questions, when parents were asked, were they comfortable with online modes, they said, yes, they were comfortable as long as their child's safety was not at stake. And if not, then offline mode was the most preferred mode of teaching learning with the parents also. Now, the recommendations. Based on this, I would like to recommend that television, which is the most accessible mode of remote learning, could have been used more extensively. Teacher training now must focus more on integration of technology with face-to-face offline mode, twinning of Anganwadi centers and government schools with private schools to share technical inputs could be put into place. Then this study could be used as a baseline study for understanding the impact of remote learning on other school levels. Then it is important to spread awareness among parents regarding cyber safety and how to manage online devices. And we need to develop softwares that will keep our young minds engaged in learning opportunities, but in a safer manner. In the end, I would say that learning continued, but somehow the magic went missing. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Kaur. Now, house is open for Q&A session for the jury members and then for all.
Any questions?
First for the jury members and then for our ma'am, please. It's quite sensitive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Pinkaji. And one is a personal question. I
Madam.
want to know, since you are a resource person in the subject of biology,
Please, ma'am.
what makes you take up research in early childhood care and education, and your motivation for doing
Please come
it.
on.
And the second is when we talked about the impact of remote learning on ECC. You've studied a lot of
Ma'am, I had an
demographic
opportunity
variables.
to train a
This got
lot of Anganwadi center
Ms. Kaur,
teachers.
Ms. Kaur, must you please
Sorry,
listen the query or question? Yeah.
got two questions. One, as
Okay.
I said, a
Yes,
personal,
please, ma'am.
being
Please.
a biologist, for research in ECCE. What's your motivation? That's one. Second is more methodological, wherein you are studying a lot of demographic variable, household factors, and then looking at the impact of remote learning on the students, especially the 6-year-olds. How do you relate? You've not related the demographic variables, the education of the parents, or the other factors available with the impact on learning. So do you have, or would you want to take it forward in that sense to really improve on your research, on your some explanations? Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the questions. For the first question, I would like to say that I'm a researcher, ma'am, and the main one of the responsibilities as a urban resource center coordinator in Chandigarh is teacher training. And in Chandigarh, we are in the process of twinning the Anganwadi centers with the government schools. So in this procedure, the first step was training of teachers of Anganwadi centers. So during the training, there are 450 Anganwadi centers that are running in Chandigarh, and during that process, I came across so many teachers. As I was interacting with the teachers, I got so like interested in how they work and how they interact with the students, that I decided that I should work on the remote learning of ECC students, looking that the teachers were putting in so much efforts in spite of their lack of regular internet connectivity or their comfort with the technology. They were trying their best. So I thought this would be a very good topic to see that what has been the impact of their efforts on the students. So that was the first question. And the second part is the demographics were important from my perspective, because the children were at home for 2 years, and all the learning that was taking place, the content which was being sent to the homes of the students, the parents were at the focus, where they were helping the students in understanding the content and transacting them, completing the assignments, and doing some hands-on activities and sending it back to the teacher. So somehow the parent qualification, the number of family members, what kind of a house they have, or what are the facilities, e-resources that are available to them at home, was the prime importance when we were studying about the COVID-19 and impact of that remote learning on the development of the child. Hence, the demographic data was very important, because the parents somehow was at the center stage and was doing the role play of a teacher at home. So that is why I felt the demographics were very important at that point, ma'am. Thank you so much.
No.
I hope I'm able to justify the answer, ma'am.
Relate these demographic variables with the impact. So you also, your last objective is about the assessment of the students and the impact that remote learning had. The demographic variables, you could relate that, you could do the covariance, identify that. So relationship, I think that could help your research more better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaur, for your slides and for all the data. And we have learned a great deal about what children, parents, and teachers have been facing during this time. My question is to one piece of data where you said that whilst teachers said that assignments had come back or hadn't come back, parents said that assignments had been given and teachers said assignments hadn't come back. So did you delve into why? What was the reason for this?
Ma'am, actually, this is a survey questionnaire that was put forth to the teachers and the parents. And it was basically to study that on the same aspect, what the parents and the teachers have to say. And as I have written, and you must have seen in the slides also, the form was floated on around 18th of Feb and closed on 23rd, and 26th was the last date when we had to complete the paper and submit. So I have not been able to kind of go and actually interact about the cause for it. But yes, this is one cause of concern, and one thing that is strongly in my mind, that as soon as I get the opportunity, I'm going to find out that where was the lag, why is it that the teacher opinion and the parent opinion in so many things were not matching. So this is my next project, and I'm sure I'm going to do a qualitative analysis of the same and see that what was the main reason behind it. Yes, I will certainly be
Thank
doing
you, because I found that discrepancy popping up again and again and again.
Yeah.
It would be
Yes.
to see why. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So any other question or query from anyone from those? Okay. So now I request Dr. Renu Singh, moderator of this session, to call a next presenter, please. Dr. Renu Singh ji.
Yeah, sure. Before I think calling the next one, I just wanted to say to Dr. Upendrajit that I think it's wonderful that, the resource center, as a resource center faculty, you feel it's important to understand the context for which a training is being developed. I think heartiest congratulations to you for that, because often we do trainings, and you are a biology teacher, I saw in your first slide, which means you actually decided to understand what is the phenomena, why is there been, what has happened during the pandemic while you're developing the teacher training. So kudos to you and thank you for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be presenting at this platform, and thank you so much for such inspiring and beautiful words. Thank you so much, Dr. Ray.
So we have the next speaker. I think I've got with is that Dr. Priya? Is Dr. Priya?
Priya Singhal, yes.
Yes, please, Dr. Priya, please go ahead. You have 7 minutes, Priya, and I know you're going to be talking about the East Delhi, the work that you've done in Delhi. So please go ahead. Can't be heard. I think you're on mute, Priya.
I have unmuted myself. Hello.
Yes. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today, I, Dr. Priya Singhal, assistant primary teacher in EDMC, is presenting my action research titled "Effect of COVID-19 on Education, Routine Lifestyle, and Social Life of the Primary School Children Studying in Selected Municipal Corporation Primary Schools of East Delhi, India." These are my qualification, and I have keen interest in R&D of innovative techniques. So major challenge in the primary education in this time is the disruption of the foundational literacy of the students, leading to crisis in the education sector for the future generations, as the schools are closed since 2 years and 24 days. Next, please. So, my objectives of the study are to access the reading pattern of the primary school reading pattern and routine lifestyle of the primary school children during the period of school closure due to COVID-19, to find out the association between total study time with the socio-demographic characteristics and routine lifestyle of primary school children, and to explore the information regarding restriction in the social life of the students. Next, please. The methodology used was an online Google Meet parent-teacher meeting was conducted, and the data was collected via Google form prepared, that is 25 sets self-structured interview schedule with closed-ended questions. Data was collected from parents of 400 primary school, from the parents of 400 primary children, excluding the kindergarten and first class because they were not familiar with the school environment. It was analyzed via SPSS version 26, descriptive statistics for the frequency, and chi-square test for the association. Next, please. This graph depicts the background profile. On the x-axis, all the variables are marked independently, which shows that 70% of the students belong, approximately 73.2% belongs to 4th to 5th standard. Most of the guardian education is at up to primary level, that is 40.3%, and most of have their annual income less than 1,80,000. Now, the reading material used by the students during the lockdown, most of it. Next is, so this is very important slide which depicts that the guardian education and guardian income has a proportional relationship with the reading frequency. But the last 3 rows depicts that increase in variety of the reading material improves the reading frequency of the students thrice for Hindi and twice for English. So this corresponds to the study conducted by Zuo et al. In 2020 in US, which says that the reading ability sustained during the COVID-19 because of the variety of the reading material. Next, please. Next graph depicts that the total study time, as we are speaking in the morning about the time elasticity in the government schools. So the total study time is also proportionate with the guardian income and guardian education. But the first 3 rows depicts that increase in variety of the reading material. Again, it improves the total study time of the students of the, during the lockdown period. So the variety of the reading material can be utilized as a simple strategy to improve the foundational literacy goals of the Nipun Bharat. Next, please. This is the way, next please. This is the very important slide as it shows that improving the study time of the students with the modification of the routine life of the students, because it is under our control. The guardian education and the this thing income is not under our control, but the educators, parents and teachers can control the routine life. For example, the first 4 bars of the graph depicts that as we increase the number of activities, variety of activities performed by the students, the total study time in frequency of the students having total study time of 1 hour increases from 31.3% to 80.3%. This all association test has been done with the help of chi-square test. Now, so engagement of variety of activities should be there rather than a single activity. Then the next thing is next below the 4 bar graph, the 2 lines shows that improving the physical activity of the students for more than half an hour improves the study time. That also improves the frequency of students having more study time. So this corresponds to the study conducted in this Serbia in 2021 for COVID-19, which states that healthy routine lifestyle maintenance is very important at the early childhood period, so to improve for the better academic achievement. So we can we can sensitize the guardians about the engagement of the activities, physical activities, and also one important finding which we seen that when we improve the reading routine of the children, the writing routine also improves. So we should be very focused about the reading routine. Next slide, please. This depicts the restricted social life variables during the lockdown period, which says that 97.5% of the students are missing their school in the surrounding, and 100%, see the 100% of the primary children are missing their teachers during the lockdown period. Next, please. So the conclusion and recommendations from my study comes out to be that provision of a variety of reading material, that is short stories, puzzles or riddles, to improve the reading frequency and comprehension of the students can be done. Fear-free environment in the school, and as the students are missing their teachers and this thing school, so happiness curriculum activities must be executed in the hybrid mode of education to improve the emotional and mental health of the students. Next is, as we see the variety of activities improve the learning, so integrate. The engagement in variety of activities should be done. Then the guardians should be sensitized about the maintenance of the routine lifestyle of the students to decrease the learning gap among the students at key developmental stages of life. And the teaching learning outcomes must be redefined, and absorption of holistic evaluation of the children should be done. So that's all from my side. Some of the references are given. If the time is left, I can speak more.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the patience listening.
Thank you so much, Priya. I have a very quick question for you. It was extremely interesting, and you've looked at routine lifestyle and not just the learning piece and the social life of primary school children. So my question is, did you do any kind of study on the impact on their mental health, on this, that what this lack of socialization has done?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, yeah. Thanks for the question, ma'am. Actually, firstly, I was planning for the mental health only. But what is there is the mental health, whatever the studies have been done for the mental health, they want a specific, Likert scale is there for the assessment of the mental health. Because for the primary children who are so young that they are 6 to 11 years, so we have to ask the question from the parents. And there is a questionnaire given for the mental health. For example, that is HQ10 is there, high quality life. There is a study in the Germany. for the this thing. Then we have Kids Screen 10. I have gone through that also. Kids Screen 10 was one of the questionnaire. But then I thought that our parents who are from the low socio-economic background, they will not be able to judge the questions. Like usme questions was there ki how much would you feel that your child is anxious now? So I personally feel that they will it is not, it will be the analysis will be, or the you can say the findings will be judgmental. That's why I haven't done the mental health. I haven't got a proper questionnaire for the low socioeconomic status. That's why I haven't done.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, Dr. Priya. In fact, we found it very, very rigorous work you've done. Your methodology and the kind of the way you have interpreted your research findings, and I think it is very it has a lot of implications, I would say, for teaching, for research, for schools, and you being with the schools. I don't have a question, rather, I am giving you one more responsibility. I think you should take up the recommendations of the research that you have said. This could become a part of the teacher training, wherein we are talking about including more physical activity, especially for parents. Also, you have of interaction with parents. I think it's going to be wonderful to really take forward the implications from your research. So congratulations. It was nice listening to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, Dr. Priya, for your presentation and the paper that you shared with us. I just had one question for you. I mean, you've talked about adding on variety of material to improve study time. I think your focus is more on reading, and I think we need to take away the word study, because children should be reading for pleasure and learn, ultimately doing critical reading. So I think that was my only comment, that, we need to make reading really something that is not related only to what is done in school. And because you are, in any case, I think your whole interpretation is that we need to give them a variety. The other only one thing I think you should focus on when you're looking at your results is, how do you provide this? Because I think provisioning, because it's all very well to say we need to give variety of materials, especially during the lockdown, for example. What would have been the best way of actually giving this material? Do we have ebooks that we can share? I think there's a lot of work that is already being done. NCERT has also done a lot of work, and I think so have the SCRTs. But it would be useful to also look at how that would be done. And the point on social emotional learning is really important. And just I know your research question wasn't focused on mental health, so that's fine. But in case you're interested, there's a questionnaire called Strengths and Difficulties Questionnaire, which you can look at, SDQ, which is being used in India for children looking at mental health.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I will look it.
Yeah. Do you want to answer anything else that somebody said? I don't need answers getting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
So I think we'll move to the next speaker. We've had two very good presentations. We have Rupa Borekar, who's our next presenter, and she's going to be speaking about effectiveness of schools on wheels. Rupa, over to you.
Audible?
Yes.
Shall I start?
Please start.
Greetings to all the esteemed dignitaries, co-participants and invitees. And thank you Niti Aayog and Bharati Foundation for this wonderful initiative. I'm Rupa Sudhakar Borekar, principal to Eklavya Model Residential School, which is a tribal school. And I'm here with you all to connect with the connectivity lost of my tribal kids. Change, please. So now why this connectivity lost? First of all, the tribals have very different culture and a distinct way of living that makes them really very different and special with other non-tribal groups. And then with this distinctness, there comes the challenge to access the education. Then during this pandemic, the school education has been almost jeopardized. whatever connectivity we were having by mainstreaming through education, it has been completely lost. Now, as we have seen, many researchers were saying about the digital platform and online learning. For my special kids, these online learning somehow failed. And it failed due to the lack of poor connectivity in remote places. So again, the question arises of connectivity. The whole dilemma was how to reconnect the connectivity lost. Now, sensing this connectivity lost, we at EMRS were looking for an innovative approach to reconnect with our kids. And there we conceptualized an initiative which is called as the Connectivity Drive, School on Wheels. Me, along with my teachers, have thorough discussion on this particular approach and thought many government schools have problem that we don't get net attendance ratios of students in the school. But then how do we make connections to them knowing that what actually is the cause of this net attendance ratio? So to foster these attendance, I wanted to reach them and know the background of my tribal kids. So these initiative has proved a potential strategy addressing challenges in tribal education. Next, please. We designed a vehicle which were looking like school, which was called a school on wheels. The vehicle was full of educational kits, safety kits, and learning materials, and worksheets that we were going to distribute during the activity. It started with morning assembly, corona awareness sessions, activities through learning. We have and we have one sessions with the parents in which we were addressing their issues. Next, please. The main objective of this was to use non-technical to facilitate active learning and community participation, to meet the educational needs of students, and to involve the process of my tribal kids during Corona period. So my targeted area, the study area, were Korpana and Duty. The respondents were the students of Eklavya Model Residential School, their parents, teachers, and the drivers of school on wheels. Next, please. The research method used by me was mixed method design, which compromises of both qualitative and quantitative analysis. Next, please. The quantitative analysis was through in-depth interview of parents, teachers, and drivers of school on wheels. And the quantitative and qualitative analysis of students was through questionnaires and, of course, in-depth interview. Next, please. Now, while doing this research, I was very excited to know about the feedback, what students were thinking. Am I able to reconnect with my students? And yes, 90% students felt belongingness and connectedness. They described that they felt sense of belongingness with this initiative. You know, when we reached to their villages, they started waving their hands. And they thought that now they have become very famous, the teachers have come to our school. The school has reached to us, which was impossible at this point of time, and especially during pandemic. They felt valued, and it also helped to bridge communication gap and connectivity lost between students and teachers. Next, please. Not only students. You can see the pictures where students seen smiling and happy after meeting to their, teachers. In next change, please. Here we can also see about the response of parents. Parents were happy seeing teachers' connectivity, and they felt that the initiative positively influenced the students. Now the students were ready to come back to school. 68% parents also describe a significant improvement in the students' learning during the initiative, which was, apart from formal education, a non-formal education, which we were structured individually for our kids. 37% parents felt the children were very happy and felt themselves connected to schools. And 36% parents motivated to assign more schoolwork to keep children engaged during this pandemic session. Next, please. Not only parents, but definitely the main communication or the connection was between the teachers, parents, and students. My teachers were unanimous in reporting that our class really enjoyed all the sessions which we have done. There was generation transfer of things. You can see the lady laughing on the pictures, and she become very smiley that how the school can approach to the villages, because it is in extremely remote areas, and we have made this reach out. They were very happy, and I think the effect of this social interaction with kids had definitely led to this social interaction led to happier disposition and reduced anxiety of this modern world within the kids. So here teachers have a connectivity and they understood the background of the students, because earlier they were thinking that students are coming from the well-to-do families. But when they reached there, they understood what was actually the background of the students. And now they feel more connected and they establish sense of belongingness and unconditional love. And this unconditional love proved to be very efficient and successful for the kids. Next, please. So I would conclude this slide by this presentation by saying that we have actually ensured this psychosocial support through connectivity and personal care. We have helped in, we have definitely helped in identifying these learning gaps and needs of non-formal education, and community participation through this initiative has definitely increased. And I would also recommend that this connective drive may prove an important tool to connect children to their classroom. And this initiative is not only useful during this pandemic, but also useful during the vacations, because my special kids needs extra care. The journey of this particular initiative was not just on the wheels, but bringing the wheels of tribal learning process on the right track. And I think we are here to foster humanity as well, because these are our not different aspirant, but the special aspirant. So I would end up by saying, helping children build on their strengths and look beyond themselves as they grow. I'm able to make the connections with the speakers and the co-participant. Thank you so much for listening to me. That's all for the day.
It was very, very motivational. And in fact, having worked with EMRS schools in the area of leadership, I can truly understand the challenge as a principal that you would have undergone. In fact, just wanted to know a little more from you to understand the initiative. Could this school on wheel, was it a regular affair going across to all the children? Or was it timed in intervals, and how was this actually arranged? And were the teachers moving, or was it some material or modules that you had on the wheels which was going across to all the students? How was it actually?
The duration started in the month of July, when the corona pandemic was at the peak and we were not able to make a reach to the students. So many students used to call us that they were actually facing challenges at their home. There are social challenges, there are personal challenges, financial, economical challenges. So we thought of initiating this approach. So we started in the month of July and we started it we ended it at the end of December. So it was a 5 to 6 month of journey wherein we visited to our students fortnightly. But the task which we have given them during this school on wheels, so they were being looking after by the local resource groups which we have already formed into their villages. So that was the idea behind this, was to increase the community participations in learning processes. So the resource person was actually in contact with us continuously, and we were helping out to work on the worksheets which were given to the students. So these worksheets were being collected after 15 days and were thoroughly checked, and we were also calling on phones, and when we get opportunity, every fortnightly our teachers used to visit to them, because our main motive was to reach to their doorsteps, because they were not able to make a reach out, but definitely we are going to make a reach out. So that was my main objective. And now also this initiative is continue, ma'am. Though students are here in the school, but we are continuing this project for understanding and promoting cultural values of those students. So now the connectivity is actually for teachers and parents. So here now my teachers has been working as a cultural worker to promote the cultural diversity of tribals, I can say so. So this initiative is still continuing.
Rupa, your motivation and your passion is infectious. And in fact, to just add on to it, one more thing I would want to learn. When you say resource persons are identified from the local community, have you worked with them? Are they parents? Are they community members or some alumni or educated people? Who are they? How could you really kind of break that barrier which usually teachers feel ki community engaged nahi kar rahi hai, and you could really get them with you?
Yes, ma'am. They were educated unemployed, ma'am. Actually, we want to give employment during this COVID pandemic period. So what we have done is कि उस गांव में जो भी educated unemployed youth थे, उनसे हमने वो forms भरवाए थे, जिससे हम ये जान सके कि ये जो worksheets है क्या वो कर पाएंगे, because our target was like जो students है 5th standard to 8th standard students थे, और उसके बाद 9th to 12th standard students थे. तो 9th और 12th के लिए हम लोग specifically उस resource person को नहीं hire कर सकते थे, because the level of education was something different. So 5th to 6th 8th के लिए एटलीस्ट वी हैव दिस रिसोर्स पर्सन जो जनरल चीजें जो हमने कंसेप्चुअलाइज की थी वो उनको सिखा सके। तो हमने वो फॉर्म लिए और उसमें बहुत सारे जो एजुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड थे वो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों के बड़े भाई बड़ी बहन और ये लोग थे जो घर पर बैठे थे। तो आई वाज लुकिंग कि यार दिस इज समथिंग आई कैन डू दिस फॉर दिस ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी टू एनहांस देयर पार्टिसिपेशन।
We were just smiling, laughing, and as Dr. Kashyap said, becoming infected by your enthusiasm. I have just one tiny question. Now that you've discovered the power of connection through Wales, are you going to do it during the vacations, which you said when the children are alone? Are you going to have summer programs and extend this initiative?
Absolutely, ma'am. Mine is the only school in the actually in our district wherein it was open for this 3 years of COVID pandemic period because ये school on drive initiative के बाद ये लगा कि वो connection कहीं ना कहीं lose हो जाएगा अगर हमने ये drive continue नहीं किया। तो let us start with the schooling itself. But वो session लेते वक्त भी बहुत दिक्कत गई क्योंकि बच्चों के लिए wave आ चुकी थी उस समय तक, तो वो that was very difficult. तो हमने ये सोचा कोई बात नहीं, the concept is already there क्योंकि हमने वारली art के लिए work किया है अभी। उसके बाद हमने कुछ art and craft जो हम tribal craft को emphasis कर रहे हैं, माइनर फॉरेस्ट प्रोडक्ट के बारे में हम लोग वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो वो हमने सोचा है कि समर वेकेशंस में हम ट्राइबल कल्चर को और फोस्टर करने के लिए ये सारी चीजें रखेंगे जो उनके रेलेवेंट कल्चर को प्रमोट करेगी। आई थिंक ट्राइबल्स हैव अ रिच डाइवर्सिटी, दे आर नॉट एट ऑल डिफरेंट, दे आर वेरी स्पेशल। कहीं कोई डेफिशिएंसी है बस उसको हमको सरप्लस में देना है। तो आई थिंक दैट वी आर एब्सोल्युटली गोइंग टू फुलफिल ड्यूरिंग दिस वेकेशंस।
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. That was wonderful to hear about your experience. I just was wondering, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपके teachers are they're like cultural ambassadors, but actually we have a lot to learn about the culture of tribals because, like you said, often when you go and you go into schools, especially schools like yours, you do find that there is a disconnect between the context in which these young tribal children are growing up. Often, for example, we do research and we do anthropometric measures of them when they're in the hostels and when they go back in the summer holidays. There's a gap of 6 months also, they have lost about 4 kilos because they don't get enough food to eat often. So, I mean, I think just, understanding the context, I think this must have been a huge learning. I just wanted to understand, what did your teachers learn from this exercise?
Ma'am, my teacher understood the ethnic importance of this tribal diversity, or somehow they felt connectedness with the students. और कहीं घर पे जब हम जाते थे ना तो उनके यू कैन सी बहुत सारे आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट की चीज़ें हैंग करती थी वहाँ पे। तो टीचर्स वेयर ऑफ द आइडिया ये क्या होता है। एंड वन देयर वाज अ टाइम व्हेन देयर वाज सम फेस्टिवल गोइंग ऑन इन वन ऑफ द विलेज, सो माय टीचर्स एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेटेड इन दैट फंक्शन ऑल्सो। वो समझते थे कि ये बच्चा कभी भी स्कूल से छुट्टी लेके क्यों जाता है, तो उनको ये समझ में है कि ये फेस्टिवल कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है वो बच्चे की लाइफ में, इसलिए पेरेंट्स उनको बार बार स्कूल से इस पर्टिकुलर फंक्शन के लिए ले जाया करते थे। तो आई थिंक वो जो टीचर था ना उनका पार्टिसिपेशन उनके कल्चर में होना बच्चों को भी बहुत खुशी देता है। एंड द इम्पैक्ट इज दैट कि जब बच्चा अब स्कूल आया है शुरू होने के बाद, सो माई टीचर यूज टू टेल मी, प्रिंसिपल मैम, बच्चा पूछता है क्लास में, मैडम आप आए थे ना गाड़ी लेके, आपने नाचा था ना वो गोंडी, तो दे यूज टू आस्क द टीचर्स, तो आप कब आ रहे हैं नेक्स्ट फेस्टिवल में, मम्मी हैज इनवाइटेड यू, सो प्लीज डू कम एंड वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू मीट यू फॉर दिस फेस्टिवल। तो आई थिंक ये जो कल्चरल एम्बेसडर वाली चीज है, तो ये हमने अभी होली जो हुई रिसेंटली, यहाँ पे हमने सेम कल्चर फोस्टर किया कि बच्चे घर ना जाए, बच्चे वही फेस्टिवल को स्कूल में लाके हमें सिखाए और हमारे साथ सेलिब्रेट करें। सो दिस एग्जैक्टली वी हैव डन हियर इन द स्कूल।
Wonderful. I hope you'll write it up in your paper as well, this aspect. This is so important.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupa.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I think we have the last speaker for the session, who is Shikha Verma from UP, and she's going to talk about the challenges faced by teachers using constructive tactics to reduce during COVID, and how they use constructive tactics to reduce work pressure. Shikha, over to you.
Namaskar everyone. I'm Shikha from UP. Research is an integral part of education, and we all want our schools with learning. That's why we all are sharing this platform. I think there should be a triangular relationship between the policymakers, the schools, and the researchers. तो जो स्कूल में हो रहा है उस पर रिसर्च होनी चाहिए, एंड इस रिसर्च से जो आए वो पॉलिसी मेकर्स को मतलब दे शुड उसको अंडरस्टैंड करना चाहिए कि कितना करना चाहिए, कितना क्या चल रहा है, और उसके बाद फिर से नए प्रोग्राम्स दे शुड इंट्रोड्यूस द न्यू प्रोग्राम्स इन स्कूल्स, और उसके बाद उस पर फिर फर्दर रिसर्च होनी चाहिए. रिसर्च शुड बी जो हम 3 स्टेजेस लेते हैं, बिफोर, ड्यूरिंग एंड आफ्टर. So this research is related to the during part, and recommendation will be for the afterward. Okay, next slide please. As we all know that the spread of novel coronavirus has led us to major changes in social interaction and organizational functioning. Okay, back to ma'am, one side black. Ma'am, one side black, back. Okay. As we were talking about the background of this, the problem, we were talking about that the sudden closure of the school, of all the sudden closure of the school has brought the urgency to implement the online teaching. The teachers were not prepared for this. The question arises, ab kya hoga? So we were looking for the answer of this question ki ab kaise kya hoga. The sudden change in the social and professional life have brought many challenges in front of the teacher. P. Ranjan, in his study, suggests that in order to fulfill his or her role, the teacher is expected to be aware of the potentials and possibilities of software support in teaching learning process. Now, this is the new normal for us. Next slide, please. Let's move to the objective of the study. We had 2 objectives. Next slide, please. Yes, the first objective was to identify the challenges, and next was to explore the constructive tactics to reduce the work pressure of the teachers. Actually, teachers जितने खुश होंगे, जितने मतलब competent होंगे अपने work में, उतना ही ज़्यादा learning effective होगी. तो we all are here to make the learning effective. In this study, an online survey was conducted, as there was no personal contact was possible with the teachers, and the attempt was to gather the maximum responses, maximum information quickly and widely. The participants were from the different designation, and a questionnaire was used. The question was framed to know the opinions of the teachers on different aspects related to online teaching on basis of their experiences. At the end of the questionnaire, the teachers were supposed to give their feedback, their suggestion, and their ideas to improve the online teaching in the context of India, especially in the context of हम foreign में तो काफी चीजें कह सकते हैं, but when we are talking about equity, जहाँ अभी एक रिसर्च देख रहे थे जो ट्राइबल एरिया पे थी, या हम रूरल एरिया की बात कर रहे थे, and in the first research we were talking about very young children. So जब हम equity की बात करते हैं, we have to make a certain arrangement for that. We have to be more prepared for all that type of requirements. Next slide, please. Yes, here I have shared the statistics. I got 612 responses. Next, please. When we use a Google form, we got the analysis by the Google. So I'm not sharing much detail of that. I'm sharing my contribution in this research, my contribution in interpreting that data, then to draw conclusion and to post the recommendation. So here I found that there were so many types of challenges. The challenge was of psychological adjustment. Most of the teachers found themselves satisfied. They found themselves connected with the students. जो उनको एक था कि अब होगा क्या, they got the answer कि हाँ अब कुछ होगा, but उतना अच्छा नहीं होगा, लेकिन we have a choice. We have a choice to stay connected with the students. Okay. Very little amount, 17% were very uncomfortable with the mode of teaching. If we compare the role of the teachers were happy. If we compare the job of the teachers were happy. But when we talk about the heads of the institution, they were little unsatisfied with the poor attendance of the students. So attendance was not in their hands. So वो अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था. The teachers, if we talk about the work pressure, the teachers were giving 2 to 3 hours for planning, for preparing e-content. they were not having the earlier experiences, तो उनको शुरुआत में थोड़ा सा time भी लग रहा था, and at the same time the senior classes, the senior teachers were already using this mode. Primary and pre-primary teachers were not very familiar with the mode, तो उनको थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा preparation करने की time लग रहा था. They were spending more time. If we talk about the teachers' experience on online, 67% of teachers reported that their experience was satisfying, and 32 were somewhat confident, and 59% were teachers were felt themselves stressful. 17 were satisfied. If we talk about the challenges of the challenges with communication, in communication with the students, so there was a problem that the children, primary teachers used to be connected in hello. I got some interruption. Most common means of communication was chat box and WhatsApp. When we were preparing this competition, we found that we were connected on meetings, we were connected through mails. So ये सारी चीजें हमें अपनी teaching में भी उस time लेकर आए थे, तभी से हम लोग को we are in habit of using all this. If we talk about the challenge of using technology in rural area, there were no internet, there were no IT resource, no internet, and no very few smartphones were available there. So on these challenges, we are going to look for the recommendation for the study. Next slide, please. Let's move toward the recommendations. Yes. At the end, the teachers were giving their suggestion for improvement of the online teaching. So I have listed few ones. Share your idea. The teachers are supposed to share their ideas with family and friend. Learn something new. They are suggested to develop some hobby. Continue in progress in your profession, but to choose grow personally. Do something good that will give us real happiness, catharsis. बहुत से लोग हैं जो डायरी लिखते थे पहले, now they are writing on social media. Must do and may do if we set priorities. So never overcommit. Yes, I will do it. I can do that. No, these are my capability, and I try to do मैं इतना कर सकती हूँ. Next slide, please.
Shikha, time up.
Yes, sir. Just completing. Yes, concluding. Okay, here I have shared few steps for the government and the stakeholders. So many recommendations are there, and this project was conducted last year, and meanwhile we got a concept of Prerna Sati here in our schools. 20 Prerna Sati are allotted. As we have seen that so many technical problems were there. So now we have NGOs, we have resource persons, we have Prerna Sati to sort out all that. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening me, and thank you, Concave. It's an honor for me to share a platform for with the people like you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shikha, and congratulations for taking up the task. Shikha, just one thing, maybe you can work on it, which could help you improve your work. You have your research is basically you had two objectives. One was exploring the challenges, and second was use of constructive tactics as you word them. You've not explained what is constructive tactics, and the way you mention the constructive tactics, they come up more as recommendations. But how have you used them with your teachers? What was the impact of those constructive methodologies, and how it helped them reduce their work pressure? That has not come up as a part of your research. So in that sense, your entire research then focuses only on the challenges. So if you could actually, rather than putting these as recommendations, how have you used them with your teachers, and maybe some of the inputs that your teachers share in terms of how it has helped them reduce their work pressure, maybe the kind of work culture that you create in your school that really helps them reduce work pressure, and the collegiality and the belongingness. So some such study could also be done to really kind of make more meaningful the contribution that you have. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We can match that, as there was a point that the teachers are spending 2 to 3 hours on planning, and there was a recommendation that we should set our priorities. So, अगर इस तरीके से match किया जाए, we can get the pressure of the work reduced.
शिखा, ये सुझाव है, आप आगे के लिए ले सकते हो.
Yes, ma'am. For the further research.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Renu, over to you. There are no other questions from here.
Okay. So thank you very much, Shikha. And I think जैसे अभी आप already आपने सुना, I think आप अगर ये जो if you've already got these so-called constructive tactics through your Google form from teachers and what has helped them, and you place it like that, it would answer your second question. So I think it's very good, and this is really needed. So thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renu ma'am. I have seen you presenting. You're an excellent presenter. Ma'am, it was a learning experience, and I accept your suggestion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Concord.
So I think this brings us to the end of this session. We've had some really good papers, and I know through the day the jury is going to have a really tough time, actually sifting through all these wonderful presentations. And congratulations to all 4 speakers. And of course, I think we have lots to learn from these presentations in terms of how do we address learning loss during early years, the ECC period. Also, how do we ensure there is continued connectivity with particular, disadvantaged groups, and also to make sure that the school and home connection remains. And of course, going forward, how do we make sure that we look at all the work pressure that teachers have gone through and are going through even now, because now you have children returning and there is even more pressure on teachers. So I think there's lots and lots of us to study and to learn from all these papers. And thank you once again to Niti Aayog and Bharti Foundation for organizing a forum such as this, because it really does bring voices from the field and really does encourage us to look at how do we actually look at programs and policies as we have NEP roll out in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Renu Singh, for wonderful moderation of the first session. And thank you to all the speakers who have presented their papers. It's always a pleasure, Dr. Renu, to listen to you and also to see how you are moderating the sessions and how you have taken the key learnings of the sessions. Now we are moving on to the second session of the day. The session has been titled as Teaching, Learning, Logic and Scientific Skills. As the speakers and the participants would see that all the paper presenters are from the field, from the school. We do have well-known educationists as moderators who are grounded in the grassroots work. Today, in the second session, we have a speaker, keynote session speaker for the session, Donna Villaris, Head of Mission and Values, International School of the Sacred Heart, Japan. The idea of bringing in well-known educationists as speakers and moderators is to ensure this the learning both ways. So this is the time where the presenters, speakers are coming with their learnings for all the others. Similarly, how we can take best practices and learnings from around the world as such. So welcome, Dr. Donna, and thank you for accepting the invitation. And over to you for the next 7 to 8 minutes, about 10 minutes rather, for your keynote session.
Well, good morning, everyone. At least I think it's good morning to you. It's a good afternoon for me.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you so much for having me here today. This is a real honour and a pleasure to speak to a group. I have not spoken to an audience since pre-corona or COVID-19. So to say I'm a little bit nervous is an understatement. So please bear with me while I get through the next 10 minutes. As Anthony mentioned, my name is Donna Villaris and I come from Adelaide in South Australia. And over the last few years, I have been working at prestigious international schools throughout Asia. I was in Singapore for several years, then Bangkok, and now I'm currently in central Tokyo working at the International School of the Sacred Heart. So today I'm going to talk about my life as a secondary school teacher, but also as an academic, because I consider myself to be both. I do have a PhD in education, and also I try to publish as many works as I can. I have an extensive CV of over 100 international locations, and I think it's important for me in particular to keep a foot in both doors. So the title of my brief presentation today is called Personalising Pedagogy. And when I was thinking about what to speak and say with you today, it reminded me of a book chapter that I wrote in 2016. And I've actually shared that with the organisers. Don't know if this is going to work. Can everyone see that? Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
Hello?
No, ma'am.
Ask her to maybe.
All right, just one moment.
Donna, do you want me to share the presentation?
Yes, I think that might be best.
Oh, sorry. There is a password. I think someone can share from there.
So I'll keep speaking, that's fine. So what I did in 2016 is I wrote a book chapter called Personalising the Pathway, and it dealt with learning analytics. So I was working in a school where I was literally buried in data. I didn't collect it, but I had access to it, and I had so much of it. Now, I have a qualitative research background, and I'm not a quantitative researcher in any sense of the word, but I had so much data, and it seemed like an absolute waste not to understand what was going on with my classes, with the various courses in my school, within the entire school. It seemed like such a waste. So what I did is to try and kill two birds with one stone and to write a book chapter about my own navigation through this huge pile of data, and also work out how best I could propel the school that I was working in to reach its full potential. I've got my presentation there. Let me try once again.
It's coming out with a password. So just trying to. She would send it to someone to share from there. No, she has sent across, but there's a password. Oh.
That's okay. I can still just speak. That's fine.
Yeah, let's study.
Okay, so the chapter that I'm referring to, as I may have mentioned, I've passed it to the organisers. So please, if you wish to read that book chapter, it is freely available to you. So learning analytics, what is it? It offers the possibility of tracking and researching data associations in real time, and enables educators to make real life and authentic sense of trends and patterns, and therein use it to enhance the learner's experience before they come to the end of their studies. Yes, we certainly don't want them to come to the end of the studies and then have no real purpose for the data that we've collected. Yes, we can use it for longitudinal studies, but in terms of helping students in the here and now, we want to be able to use it in real time and real life. So that's just an adaptation of many different definitions of LA, or learning analytics. And in my book chapter, I've actually got a table, a rather large table of all the different terms that can be used interchangeably with learning analytics. And my favorite of all of them, and there's probably about 50 there, would have to be intelligent tutoring. I think it's intelligent tutoring because we have this one student in a class of 24 and one size does not fit all. So we need to know how to cater to that one student using intelligent tutoring. So that's probably my favorite term at the moment.
Donna, are you able to see the slide?
Let me just check. Oh, yes. Okay, so if you go to the third slide. Yes, so this is the table here, analytics, data-driven analytics, data processing, e-science, but the one I like was the intelligent tutoring. And I must stress that I'm not a quantitative researcher. I'm a qualitative researcher who was trying to make sense of this enormity of data that I had access to. Go to the next. Yes, 2009. And I think this is really important. There's 8 traits of meaningful data collection. And I know this may seem awfully simplistic to some of you perhaps, but as I keep saying, I am a qualitative researcher. So it's very important to, have something that is easy to follow. So number 1, clean, accurate, free of error and complete data sets, or as best as possible. It needs to be clear. Number 2, this one always makes me laugh because it's of no value if one person can read it. It needs to be readable across different education and cryptic code that you have created for yourself as a secretive type of pedagogical experience. It needs to be consistent. So that means don't compare apples and oranges, apples with apples. And if you are going to make any tweaks or changes, then you need to make notes to indicate that. It needs to be dimensionally structured. For example, it needs to be in meaningful groups. Perhaps that's gender related. Males and females, different age groups, very different. Primary school, middle school, secondary school, different subject areas, different teachers. I've seen this used to actually weed out ineffective teachers. I'm not saying that's a good practice, but it has been used by some schools to weed out teachers who aren't receiving great results across their classes. Departments and regions and year levels and grade levels, etc. High volume. When they say high volume, I don't think it needs to be ridiculously high, but there certainly needs to be enough data there that you can make estimates rather than guesstimates, because it can be just too vague and implicit to make any true conclusions or suggestions for best practice. Historical. So how did the information change over time? We just spoke about, or someone spoke about, and of course it's the hottest topic at the moment, COVID-19 makes a huge difference on data collection. And historically, we need to know that. Know the pedigree. Who collected the data? Where did it come from? Oftentimes, teachers and particularly some administrators collect data that's just a hodgepodge of I don't know what. I had a principal once who used to stand in front of the stage, in front of the school staff in assembly and present data that I could not understand a single thing. He had abstract this and that. I think he just liked to be visually creative, perhaps, and didn't make much sense to anyone. And I racked my brain to try and work out what on earth he was up to, and I still couldn't. He created his own Likert scales and all sorts. And it also needs to be multivariate. So the more variables that you have at hand, you can make more sense of the data. For example, students learn best in the morning before 11 a.m. They do not perform well last period of the day. Let's face it. Or just before lunch when they are very hungry. Or I had a class once where the lesson was directly after swimming. Swimming and lunch, actually. So they came to my class cold and hungry. There's not much you can achieve at that time of the day. And I've just given the citation at the bottom there, but I think that's a very simplistic, effective list of 8 traits for meaningful data collection. And just the last couple of slides, because I know I need to wind this up, is more related, I guess, to my qualitative side. And that is that I have a phone on me 24/7, and I don't really use it in the traditional sense of making phone calls. I actually use it to photograph everything I do. So whenever I am using rubrics in particular, I take photos of those works. These ones are just collections of sheets, but I do them individually as well, because students have approached me and said, you said this, and I haven't, or they challenge the grades that you've given and the reasoning behind it, or they say that they've revised their assessment task and they haven't. I've had students resubmit the exact same piece of work, claiming it to be something different. So my phone is very precious to me, and I currently have 15,000 photographs on my phone to collect them and store them at least until the end of the academic year, so that you can have access to that constantly and be able to flip through your photos and retrieve anything. This year, just in closing, I have 12 classes and I teach 7 different subjects. So it's very difficult for me to recall one rubric. So I need to have my phone handy so that I can retrieve that information and give them the best possible feedback and sense of direction, so that we can achieve the goal of getting them from point A to point B and doing the best we can do. So I just want to congratulate all the presenters. I'm in awe of the ones that I saw this morning. Outstanding work. Like I said, this is the first time I've spoken in quite some time, so please forgive my rustiness, but certainly this is a true honour, and teaching is difficult. I mean, it really is. It's not an easy profession. It takes years and years and years and years of practice, and we still don't get it right, but we just need to do the best that we possibly can. So thank you for having me, and I wish you a beautiful day.
Thank you, Dr. Donna, for that talk about personalized pedagogy. And I'm sure all the participants and the speakers would have picked up something from the way you have documented the daily activities and how, based on the evidence, the improvement can take place in a systematic manner. So we have 4 presenters in the session, learning logic and scientific skills, which we have titled the second session. So we have the first presenter, enhancing the upper primary students in science through digital technology with empowerment in English, by Jayasundar V. Puducherry. So while the presentation is being projected, I will request all the 4 presenters of the session to keep their video on. Once again, requesting all of you to stick to the time. After 6 minutes, there will be a reminder saying that there's 1 minute left. So try to conclude in that session so that there will be enough time. As you would have seen, there's a lot of interest that is being created with the papers that are presented. So the way jury was asked, the moderators are asking questions. So we'll have to give sufficient time for that interaction as well. So over to you, Jaisundar.
This is not my slide, sir. Please change my slide, please.
Sorry,
This
this is
not my-
Redu's slide. All right.
Or can I share my slide from here, sir?
No, we have it. Just yes. Jaisundar, can you see the slide?
No, sir.
All right, we're just sharing it again.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yes, sir. This is my slide.
Okay,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Happy morning to everyone. And I'm Vijay Sundar, trained graduate teacher, Government Middle School, Manapet. And my topic is enhancing the upper primary students in science through digital technology with empowerment in English. Next, ma'am. Next, please. Yeah. The introduction is my students are from rural background and with minimal parental support, and my school is in English medium and hot to cope up with the subjects. Not showing interest in subjects because of that, the students are not able to understand the English. As a science teacher, it's hard to me to teach the science. Next, ma'am. So the plan is like because of the closures of the schools from March 2020 to December 2021, there was a gap in education, and because of the gap, they cannot able to do with that. So I'm planning to analyze this with digital technology in science, also to maximize the learning outcomes and minimize the loss in the maximize and in the learning outcomes because the parents are not literate. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. To accomplish this with the technology, the role of study in mine is by means of using technology. And because of that, I can also use the scientific methods for the students to learn for the following skills like reading, writing, observation, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, the objectives of the study are to empower the students in English with digital technology and to enhance the upper primary students in science through digital technology. Next slide, please. So my place of study in methodology is my government middle school is Manapuri, situated near the Bay of Bengal, and the occupation of the parents are like fishermen, farmers, and daily wages. So they're totally not literate. And of having minimal education, the school is of middle school with 200 students, and first standard to 8th standard is CBSE, and upper primary is by means of Tamil Nadu State Board. Next slide, please. So I plan to give this action research on 8th standard students of the topic, including analysis of COVID-19 and identifying remedial measures through traditional knowledge through which they can able to improve their language skills. The best way of the students to enhance themselves is by means of digital technology because it is COVID situation, and also by means of scientific methods because they have hands-on activities on them. So they have linked with me and they can able to do the activities like aim, objectives, introduction, review of literature, etc. Next slide, please. The scientific projects can help the students to work in groups, have to gain life skills, scientific attitudes, etc. Even photography, article writing, everything can be done by means of this. Next slide, please. So target group is 8th standard students with total number of 10 students I have taken that. And the technique used is I'll be using virtual platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp links, Google Forms. By that, they can able to do and also keep in touch with me. And also I'll be going for the offline with the school also, and there'll be hands-on activities in that. But also involving the students in various digital technology methodologies so that they can also improve in digital platforms also related to science and related with environment. Next slide, please. The rubrics I followed is empowering the students for the digital technology in empowering the things like scientific temper, usage of technology, formulations, etc. by means of 3-point scales. The third part, exceeding standard is by means of the 3 points, that is greater than 8 marks for the 10, and meets the standards is by 2 marks, 2 points, which is in between 5 and 7, and does not meet the standard means 1 point, which is less than 5 marks. Next slide, please. The same way, the rubrics followed for learning outcomes in science for 8th standard students before and after introduction in English language is by means of conducting simple investigations, relate processes, explains processes, and applies learning scientific concepts, etc. The same way it has been followed. Next slide, please. Rubrics follow for listening and speaking is team participation, presentation, body language, correctness, precision, etc. The same marks will be allotted with the grade points. Next slide, please. So analysis is done before giving technology in English learning fluency. Only the 5 students has been showed, and after that, next slide, please. After introducing the digital technology, you can able to see that there is a vast change by 9 students turn up by means of this grading systems. And next slide, please. For the next analysis, the students with speaking in English and before digital technology is very low. Again, it is only 5 students turned up. And after speaking in English, next slide, please. You can able to see the change in the graph that more than 8 students have been turned out. One is somewhat moderate and one is need to cope up with the technology. Next slide, please. Lastly, enhancement of the students before digital technology in percentage wise, you can able to see the vast difference, like only 5 students has been turned out before digital technology has been introduced. Next slide, please. After comparing with this graph, you can able to see 10 students, even though they have been not much proficiency in English, but they can turn in digitally by means of learning science. That is a good mode for speaking, learning science. That is a great turn up for me. Next slide, please. So from the results and findings, we can able to understand that increase in score of students in the explicit learning outcomes have been come after introducing the digital technology, even in English language and also in proficiency and listening and speaking also. From the second point, we can able to understand that third and fourth graphs, listening and speaking things has also been increased. And lastly, what I need, that is learning science by means of digital platform. This also increased because even they have been included in the project works by means of hands-on activities in the field works has been done, and they have been publishing that in the digital way. It's a very enthusiastic way they have been learned by means of that, and also they have been publishing the digital platform. It is very useful for them to learn digital technology platforms and the now recent things like YouTube publications and even more Google Meets also they have been coming forward. Even they have been recording their own videos and they have been publishing it. It's a very good way by learning science. Next slide, please. So my conclusion is, next slide, please. My conclusion is 8 students got full enhancement in maximizing the learning outcomes of science and also increase in listening and speaking skills in English. 1 student got moderate enhancement and the learning outcomes in science is also moderate in change in listening because it can't able to listen and speak in English. So it is somewhat, so totally 2 students have got need to get enhanced. Because of that, they will be again given centum results. Next slide, please. So 10 students, 2 students slight progress. So need to improvise the digital technology process and try to achieve 100%. Next slide, please. Can move fastly, ma'am. Reference can move fastly. Skip next slide. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah, this is acknowledgement for my HM and by even the doctors. And these are the links which has been published by my students in the drives and also in next slide, ma'am. YouTube links, please go fast. So it's somewhat over. Next slide, ma'am.
Just finish the slide, run through the slide.
Yeah. These are the things which has been published by the students. YouTube links, publications. Yeah. And even masks are covered and it's the feedback given by the students. And this is the way they have been photographed, videographed, and they have been congratulated by the HM. They have been given hands-on activities. So that's a pictures. Thank you so much for the given opportunity. And thank you so much for this thing for the Tiyok and Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayasundar. Over to the jury.
Thank you, Jayasundar. Jayasundar, basically your intent was to improve the learning of students in science, and
Yes.
and your experience is that it's because of the poor skills that they're not able to do good in science. When you say
Yes.
use digital technology, basically what you have written in terms of what is digital technology, you're talking about Google Forms, Google Meet, or WhatsApp. These are mechanisms to reach out to students for remote learning rather than, and as a technology, it's the teacher or the inputs that you give them, right? There are no other inputs. So what I understand from the presentation is that it's how you have remotely engaged the students in the learning of language, which has helped them improve their science skills, right? So
Yes.
rather than saying it digital technology, it is basically you as a teacher who is engaging with them in and reaching out during the pandemic, right?
Yes,
So I
yes,
you need to operationalize what and how you understand digital technology, because what I understand from your presentation is these are remote learning. Like Google as a platform only helps you to reach them, but it's what you do through this platform that helps them improve their language skills. So that is something which is not mentioned in the paper, as in what you have done with your students that improved their language skills, and therefore what improved their science skills. Because when you say improvement in science, you're talking about scientific temper, you're talking about different scientific attitude, things like that. Now, how has that got improved with the improvement in English? That somehow is a gap or a discrepancy that you need to really focus on. Maybe I'm sure you would have done that, but that doesn't come to us as an audience. Yes?
yes, ma'am. Actually, they have been given the video format there in that annexure, ma'am. So before taking that English speaking interaction gaps, the video is like they'll be only talking in Tamil language, vernacular language. But after finishing that, they have been trying themselves in their home, and they have been videographing their own English speaking skills, and that is also displayed in my annexures, ma'am. So I'll be adding that points as like you suggested. I'll be making that points in future. Thank you so much for
I'm
the suggestion.
sure at the end, the pictures, images that we see, I'm sure the students would be enthused to video record themselves and send it back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
you. I'm sure,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
it doesn't come to us.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, that points has to be in the way I need to be presented should be like that, ma'am. But actually, I done that. Thank you so much for your suggestions, ma'am.
Thank you, Jason. It's clear that the students are enjoying the teaching process, and you have brought in different kinds of pedagogy using
Yes,
music, art, and to illuminate science. But that's what we did not experience. I know it came as an extras, but we didn't experience it this morning, and it just needs to be redirected. And I congratulate you for being a wonderful teacher. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacinda. I think while technological tools that you have used, as Kashyap also stressed, it is your engagement that has improved rather than the technology in itself. So thank you for bringing that aspect. Let's move to Dr. Bandaru Manmohan from Telangana, who will speak about innovative method of teaching physical science with low-cost apparatus from locally available material. So over to you, Dr. Bandaru. Yes, I hope you are able to see the slide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, over to you.
So this is a paper in front of me. So this is a small activity I done in front of you. Actually, I was entered into services in 1999. We, the 6 members, gathered together and we collected low-cost material like used syringe bottles, injection bottles, pipes, cardboards, electric wires, all the things, and we kept in a box, and I mean called the trunks. And we 6 members collected 6 trunks, and along with the 6 trunks, we kept in a van, and we roam around in our Warangal district, which is called from Telangana. So we conducted lab activities, science activities in each school of our Warangal district. So it was done by 3 years in my service. And we conducted a small experiments like I shown you, that is in order to explain a white paper which explains Bernoulli experiment, and using a balloon we can explain balloon rack experiment, Newton's third law, and by using eggs and water we can explain buoyant experiment like that. So after this, a total Telangana government has taken over this program as a mobile science van. It is entire Telangana. This program was after Telangana Mobile Science Lab. In Telugu, it is called a Sanchara Prayogashala. Namaskaram. My name is Dr. Manmohan Bandaru. I am presenting this paper because I am the experienced of how to prepare teaching learning material. So in teaching learning material process, I always use TLM, low cost material. So why low cost equipment, teaching aids or models can serve the needs of the science teacher, the students and the curriculum more effectively and easier to maintain. Main task to the teacher is to procurement of no-cost teaching aids by using locally available materials. Low-cost TLM, an advantage of offering a learning burdening approach in teaching learning process also. When science teachers and students plan, produce, and create their own educational materials, they invariably manifest pride and pleasure in utilizing them to the maximum. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So to study the general awareness of the teachers about the laboratory experimentation, my objectives, I present papers by these objectives. To study the general awareness of the teacher about the laboratory and experimentation, to evaluate the involvement of teachers and science teachers in producing a resource of a teaching material in the classroom environment and conducting experiments, and whether the schools to study the school management or school headmaster or other community members or cooperates is producing laboratory material or not, and to study about the school laboratory and usage, its use in classroom, science teaching experimentation. I'm connecting the science lab and science classroom together, and I call it as a class lab is my word, using a word class lab. Next slide, please. So the methodology I presented using for this paper. In this study, the primary aim of mine is to study the impact of low-cost apparatus from locally available material for teaching science among science teachers in the 2 mandals of Warangal urban district and 2 mandals of Jangam district of Telangana state. And I collected 80 samples, and I gathered information from 80 teachers. We call it as a samples, 80 teachers which are coming from rural and urban background area, and male, female teachers, and private government teachers, and also I take it as a medium of instruction. And the for purpose of data collection, I prepared a self-made questionnaire, which is prepared and a simple random sampling technique. I use a simple random technique, which was used to analyze the data from the available sample. For that, I used, next slide, please. So when in construction tool, according to my knowledge, I am not using any standards tool was available for this study. So in order to frame relevant items and explanation I had done with various sources of information I collected from books and journals, magazines, and newspapers, the internet. And coming to the preparation of questionnaire, I prepared some questions which are having these questionnaires can be administered individually. I done it individually in all schools I mentioned above in the 4 mandals in the 2 districts. The science teacher and the subject asked to respond to any one of the alternate of each statement or for each question, which tick mark for yes or no against the option. So there is no other option, only there are yes or no options for them. And I gave no time limit for the subject, I mean for the science teacher, but the paper may be finished within around 20 minutes. And I got the answers from the questionnaire. Next slide, please. So this is the sample what I done as analyze and findings, 40 from urban and 40 from rural, and I divided them into 20 government teachers and 20 private teachers, and in rural also 20 government and 20 private, and 10 students from 10 teachers from English medium, 10 teachers from Telugu medium. Like that, I gender wise also I prepared and I present this paper in front of you by using these analysis. Next, please. So I finding that the analysis, there is no notable difference between male and female teachers and having a general awareness about the low-cost apparatus from locally available material for teaching science. Same when I consider the respect of region, I mean urban and rural, and also medium of instruction, and also gender, everything else. But I found that there is a significant difference between government and private teachers and having general awareness about low-cost apparatus from locally available material for teaching science. Next slide, please. So my conclusions are that by utilizing locally available low-cost material as a tool of our science teaching, the teacher as well as the students can get the experience of science and respect to the material. Particularly to the teacher, can satisfaction in his teaching learning process if he perhaps prepare his own bag. I call it as a trunk. Now it has present a science kit. I call it the trunk. If you open the trunk, we can see only the material like unused material, but it is very useful for the teacher and students as well. Also, students can get confidence on their skills and conceptual understanding and mold their fruitful future. They get vocational skills as well. To strengthen government schools, we should create awareness on low-cost equipment and train them for preparing low-cost TLM. Whereas I mentioned earlier, the private schools are well handful equipment, but where the government schools are lagging some equipment, but the teachers are very well trained. And if we train them in a particular manner, we'll get a good results for this. And for the scope, and the next slide, please. Next slide, please. So there is a lot of scope. Much of research work can be done in this field as the research, as the teachers and the students can explore the science with experimentation with the resource available in the classroom and the school environment. So then only the classroom laboratory experimentation can be done with low expenditure, with less budget to the government schools as well as private schools. So the references are there. And before I conclude that, as a teacher, for you as a science teachers, please don't rush to run to teach science in a classroom, in science laboratory. Use your classroom as a science lab. And my word is, it is not a classroom, it is a class lab. Thank you one and all for giving this great part of opportunity. Namaskaram Andarki. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandaru. In fact, it was very interesting to read how in your paper you mentioned the 9 ways of using scale to actually teach different 9 concepts in science. So I think it's very interesting. When you talk about using innovative methods for teaching of science, but when I look at your objectives, Dr. Bandaru, they are largely they're not talking about how science could be taught in an interactive manner through the use of local material and exploring how teachers are actually using that, or how the scientific temper or how the understanding of the scientific concepts could be made more simpler through the use of locally available material or the material within the classroom. In fact, if your objectives could be reworded in that sense, through your objectives, you're looking at the general awareness, you're looking at the availability of school laboratories, or you're looking at whether the school management cooperates or not. Actually, that doesn't tell us about how science teachers are actually using the locally available material, or how science is made interesting in the classrooms. So I think what you could do is, in fact, engage the teachers that you are working with or the students, really help them look at things around them and how they could really pick up different concepts in science to through those things which are made available around them, which could make science engaging both for students as well as teachers. And in fact, the kind of phobia that a lot of children have on science or mathematics, or even parents for that matter, could be done away with, where science becomes a very, very engaging subject, and children enjoy it. So that's my only suggestion to you. I have no question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bandaru. I have no questions either, but I have an observation. I think the innovative methods you've talked about are very well praiseworthy, and many teachers, as Dr. Kashfi mentioned, would benefit from that. I would love to know whether you have been able to study the impact, because the sample size is small. The sample that you have picked is reasonably small, but have you been able to study the impact of using simple objects, materials? Do they have the same effectiveness in a class lab as opposed to a high-flying laboratory of science in a private school?
Come again, madam. Can you ask in Hindi, madam? Because I'm very aware of regional language. Can I ask in Hindi also?
Okay.
तो समझ में आ जाता है क्वेश्चन.
बच्चों के ऊपर वो रोजमर्रा के सामान इस्तेमाल करें साइंस एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए, क्या उसका इम्पैक्ट मेजर हो सकता है?
Definitely, madam. Because actually now, if you see, actually I am in this field. I am using only local material from this 20 years. I am using only simple techniques, so which leads to hard concepts. For example, I use this paper. And if I using a blow up paper, and I just the paper will come up. So this is a simple experiment, but it explains about the concept of Bernoulli principle. Of course, in private schools, the parents are not interested in showing the simple activities, but by simple activity, we can lead to hard concepts. That is my main motto. And actually, and one more thing, I appeal to you that this is my first paper presenting in the national level, whatever the state level. I very much stick to prepare science material in my classroom and my school. This is first time I am presenting my paper, and I am not much aware of that how the objectives are regarding this particular item. So I very much thankful to Convoke me, encourage me to present this paper. And I'm not that much of communication skills regarding English and as well as Hindi, because I'm a Telugu medium student. And Telugu, I can present my skills, and my everything is very good. I think I answered question, I think, in a proper manner. So by using a simple material, the students can reach to the hard concepts. So that is main motto. Coming to the paper presentation, my objectives are actually, because I worked this is for 3 years and I roam all over Telangana state. I take only simple 2 samples, because in our Telangana state, most of the teachers are using simple techniques in order to explain their hard concepts in science. So of course, I have to take a more concept, more samples for in order to study how the impact of this low teaching material in the teaching science. I'll try to improve our science. I try to take more samples from state.
Dr. Bandharu, it's wonderful. In fact, your passion for science is really, really appreciable. We also want that you present more and more papers, and therefore we are giving you more suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandharu, for bringing that aspect of class lab. How you can teach science in a low cost with material, and also making the hard concept very soft in front of your students. I'm sure, just like your passion for science and teaching, definitely it is also showing in the paper as well. So thank you very much for bringing those papers. Let's move to the topic of integration of mathematics with science at primary level by Chandralekha Griswami from Puducherry. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. Happy afternoon to all. I'm Chandralekha Guruswamy, working as a primary school teacher in Government Primary School, Sorapat, Pondicherry. And my topic for this convoke is integration of mathematics with science teaching at primary level. And as we all know, science and mathematics are always integrated into our everyday life. In primary classes, some students feel difficulty in mathematics when higher concepts like fraction, data handling, and solid shapes are taught. So integrating mathematics with science activities give a proper understanding of mathematical concepts as well as science concepts. Also, at the primary level, children are curious to do activities rather than normal classroom learning. Collaboration of mathematics with science teaching activities creates a lively classroom as well as to get concrete knowledge of concepts. And these are some of the reasons why I have chosen this project, to create interest in mathematics through science activities, to find whether integration of mathematics with science helps to acquire knowledge. Primary class children are more curious to do about activities than rote learning, to decrease the work burden of teachers. Next slide. And these are the objectives of the project, and to integrate science and mathematics in primary classes, to acquire knowledge in science and mathematics rather than just learning, to decrease the work burden of teachers and students. The study was conducted in Government Primary School, Kalipithal Kuppam, Puducherry, of 60 students of class 3 and class 4 children, and the duration of the study is 30 days. And in this study, the 60 children were divided into 2 groups, a control group and an experimental group. The control group of children were taught in a normal classroom teaching methods, and the experimental group of children were engaged in science and mathematics integrated activities. Next. And these are some of the activities followed for the control group of children. Observing the growth of plants, hands-on activity for solar system, observing sunrise and sunset, ingredients in packed foods, play-based activity on rotation and revolution of Earth. Next. And these are the mathematical concepts integrated with science activities, measurements, distance, time, percentage, fraction, and data handling. Next. And this is how integration happened. Growth of measurement was integrated with the growth of plants, and distance was integrated with the solar system, and time concept was integrated with observation of sunrise and sunset. And amount and percentage concept was integrated with ingredients packed in foods. And fraction and data handling was introduced with rotation and revolution of Earth. And the first activity is recording the growth of plants. In this activity, the activity was useful to introduce measuring units like centimeters and millimeters. The growth of seed observation and data collection of when the seed starts to germinate, length of the plant in centimeter, when do the leaves starts to come out, how many leaves are appearing daily, when does this plant start to flower, when does it start to change into vegetables, etc. were integrated with max. This method was also helpful to measure the curved lines using thread-like materials available in the classroom or school premises. While doing this activity, the children tried to measure the plant with scale, but since it was too tender and the plant broke. So they used thread to measure the plant using a thread, and after that they measured with the scale by the thread. And my suggestion is when we give some problems to the children, and they come up with their own ideas, and it develops their critical thinking and problem solving skills. And next, please. Yes, in this video you could find that yes. Next activity is observing sunrise and sunset. In this activity, students observed and recorded the time of sunrise and sunset. And this method was introduced to teach concepts of time like AM and PM. Next, please. This is the video. Yes. Next one is the play-based activity. When a concept is learned through games, it stayed permanently on children's mind. In this game, the names of the months are pasted on the floor. Students were divided into groups. Each group has 13 members. 12 students from each group stood in each month's position accordingly. One student stood in the sun's position, and the earth position students revolved around the sun, pausing each month pasted on the floor. Also, the students was repeating the names of the month and the number of days for a particular month while passing the same. This made them to understand the revolution of sun in a year, how day and night happen, how seasons change on Earth. Also, this concept helped me to integrate with the data handling and fractions. Next, please. Next. Next one is hands-on activity. Comparing the Indian number system and international number system introduced with the distance between sun and the other planets. It gave a proper understanding of the solar system pattern and the number system pattern. Measurements unique like kilometers and a million kilometers were able to integrate with the distance between the celestial bodies. Next, please. And this is how I integrated with data handling and fraction. In this slide, you could find the work of the children. Next, please.
You have 1 minute.
And this is how, yes. Okay, the children were assessed through a test, post-test, and at the end of the project, they were assessed through the objective type of test. Experimental group and the control group were evaluated on the topics like calendar, time, fraction, and data handling, rotation of the earth, weather, season, etc. And the children were tested through objective type questions and project work. The results were analyzed through t-test. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. The means of the experimental group and control group are significantly different at p is less than 0.05, and the absolute value of the control t exceeds the critical value. So it means the means are significantly different. Next, please. And the analysis and findings are: the results showed that integrating mathematics with science helps in easier and better understanding of the concept by the students. The results obtained prove that experimental group of children were able to understand the concepts better than gain more knowledge in applying their learning in daily life than that of the control group children, and thus integration of mathematics in teaching science concepts helps to acquire knowledge of both science and maths. And I would like to conclude that integrating mathematics with science helps for better understanding of the concepts for different types of learners like auditory, visual, and tactile. In this pedagogy, the teacher was just a facilitator. Learners were assessed throughout the learning process by their peers and self-evaluation for better team performance. When the students work individually or in groups in an activity, they solve the problems that occurred while doing activities. It improved their critical thinking and problem solving skills. Inquiry-based education learning encourage sustainable and lifelong learning for kids. And next, please. Thus, the integration of mathematics in teaching science concept helped the holistic development of students. I would like to thank Niti Aayog and Bharati Foundation for giving the wonderful opportunity to express my idea, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandrlekha. Over to the jury.
Thanks. Chandrlekha, congratulations. And it was, I mean, I for a moment thought that I should be one of your primary class students to be learning from you. So it was really, really very, very engaging the way you have kind of the new education policy also talks about interdisciplinarity, and you've talked about teaching mathematics and science together. Two suggestions, once again, no questions. How could you also think of integrating other subjects also along with teaching of science and math?
My next project is integrating.
Especially, could there be value education? That's one which could be integrated through teaching of science and maths, because when we talk of values, we're largely talking about language or social sciences. So that's one. Two, while you have measured, I mean, through t-test, you're using experimental design, you're showing pre-test, post-test difference. But apart from it, like when you say that critical thinking or problem solving skills have also been developed, measuring those or really looking at the change, or even skills like scientific skills where the children are actually mapping the growth of the plants. So their observation skill is also being, so their observation skills, yes. So critical thinking skills and all those skills.
An active learner in the classroom after the project. Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Listener.
And one more thing which I feel as a teacher, when we are doing some such interventionistic kind of work, should we still go for experimental design because you're keeping one group as control just to show that mera pre-test, post-test better hai? Rather, we should teach all children, right? So teach them through such pedagogies. I mean, use qualitative design. Take the feedback and inputs of the children. How did they find it? In fact, even simple video record of how the children are engaged will tell you that they are learning. So let's not go for experimental design to show ki control say experimental group better hai. Yes,
Yes, ma'am. But
personally I feel as a teacher.
Yes, this is the time I'm just learning about research, and I just want to do research in my classroom, so I use this topic. That's all, ma'am.
No, you're doing wonderful, ma'am. You're doing wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No questions.
So thank you, Chandrlekha, for that wonderful points. And I think you have brought up that point of child-centeredness, and that we need to cater to different types of learners. So thank you very much for bringing that child-centered pedagogy as well. So let us go to the next speaker, Improving the Interest of Students in Science and Mathematics by Vikas Tiwari from Chandigarh. Over to you, Vikas.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Hello everyone, my topic is improving the interest of students in science and mathematics. Next slide please. अगर हम साइंस और मैथमेटिक्स जैसे सब्जेक्ट में बच्चों के इंटरेस्ट को इम्प्रूव करना चाहते हैं तो जरूरत है कि लर्निंग को इंजॉयबल बनाया जाए, साइंस को क्लासरूम में एक्सपेरिमेंटल मेथड से पढ़ाया जाए, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग पे फोकस किया जाए, क्योंकि लर्निंग बाय डूइंग जब की जाती है तो वो परमानेंट होती है। मेरा जो टारगेट ग्रुप था वो 6 to 8 तक के बच्चे थे। ये फर्स्ट जनरेशन लर्नर थे और इनमें से ज्यादातर जो बच्चे थे वो माइग्रेंट पॉपुलेशन को बिलोंग करते थे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। मेरी स्टडी का ऑब्जेक्टिव ये था कि क्यों साइंस और मैथ जैसे सब्जेक्ट में बच्चों की परफॉर्मेंस बाकी सब्जेक्ट के कंपैरिजन में कम होती है, क्यों बच्चे साइंस और मैथमेटिक्स को एज ए बर्डन महसूस करते हैं, मैं ऐसा क्या कर सकता हूं जिससे साइंस और मैथ जैसे सब्जेक्ट में मैं बच्चों के लिए क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप कर सकूं, मैं ऐसे कौन से मेथड्स का इस्तेमाल करूं जिसमें बच्चों की मैक्सिमम सेंसेस इन्वॉल्व हों। इन्हीं सब ऑब्जेक्टिव को मैंने चूज किया। नेक्स्ट। तो क्या मेथडोलॉजी मैंने अडॉप्ट की, यहाँ पे मेरा सैंपल है। यहाँ पे मैंने 6 to 8 के बच्चों को चुना अपने टारगेट ग्रुप के रूप में, जिसमें आप नोट कर सकते हो गर्ल्स की गिनती जो है वो बॉयज से ज्यादा थी। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। तो मैंने साइंस को पढ़ाने के लिए एक्सपेरिमेंटल मेथड के ऊपर फोकस किया। जब मैं क्लास में जाता था तो थ्योरी पे फोकस करने की बजाय मैं सबसे पहले एक्सपेरिमेंट परफॉर्म करता था, जिसकी कुछ पिक्स मैंने यहाँ पे शो की हैं। जैसे एक पिक है हीटिंग द वाटर इन ए पेपर बॉल। जी हाँ, सही सुना आपने, हमने कागज की कटोरी में पानी को गर्म किया। बच्चों ने खुद कागज की एक कटोरी को बनाया और उसके अंदर हमने पानी को डालकर क्लासरूम में उसको गर्म किया। तो सारे बच्चों में क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप हुई कि ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि पानी उबलने लग गया लेकिन वो कागज की कटोरी नहीं जली। तो सब में इच्छा जागी इसका वाई जानने की। इसी तरह हमने क्लास में रेस ऑफ लिक्विड्स लगाई। जी हाँ, रेस ऑफ लिक्विड्स थी, ये बच्चों की रेस नहीं थी। इसमें मैंने क्या किया, 2 बॉटल्स ली और उनमें मैंने कोल्ड ड्रिंक की स्ट्रॉ लगाई। एक की लेंथ लंबी थी, एक की लेंथ छोटी थी, और उनको उल्टा करके रेस को स्टार्ट किया। जरा महसूस कीजिए क्लास के एनवायरनमेंट को। कुछ बच्चे चीयर कर रहे थे बड़ी पाइप वाली बोतल जीतेगी, कुछ बच्चे चीयर कर रहे थे छोटी पाइप वाली बोतल जीतेगी। किसी एक बोतल ने तो डेफिनेटली जीतना ही था, लेकिन फिर उसके उनके मन में इच्छा जागी उसका वाई जानने की। इस तरह से मैंने उनको प्रेशर का कंसेप्ट समझाया, क्योंकि जितनी ज्यादा डेप्थ होती है उतना ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है, इसीलिए बड़ी पाइप वाली जो बोतल थी वो जीती। वाटर फाउंटेन हमने क्लास में बनाया, सुपर कार हमने क्लास में बनाई जो हवा से चलती थी। जी हाँ, जब बच्चों के सामने एक सुपर कार थी हवा से चलने वाली तो उनके मन में इच्छा जागी उसका वाई जानने की कि ये हवा से कैसे चलती है। इस तरह मैंने उनको न्यूटन के 3rd लॉ का कंसेप्ट समझाया। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। कुछ टॉपिक ऐसे भी थे जहां पे एक्सपेरिमेंट करना पॉसिबल नहीं था, वहां पे मैंने रोल प्ले एक्टिविटी का सहारा लिया। जी हाँ, सही सुन रहे हैं आप, रोल प्ले एक्टिविटी को साइंस में भी किया जा सकता है। एसिड बेस को समझाने के लिए, टीथ जिनके नाम भी इतने डिफिकल्ट थे, जिनके फंक्शन भी इतने डिफिकल्ट थे, उनको समझाने के लिए, फोटोसिंथेसिस जो 6th क्लास के बच्चे को वैसे समझाना बुक में से पढ़कर बड़ा डिफिकल्ट होना था, मैंने रोल प्ले एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से समझाया। अब बच्चों ने इन टॉपिक्स को पढ़ा नहीं, उन्होंने इन टॉपिक्स को जी लिया, तो जो लर्निंग थी उनके अंदर वो परमानेंट हो गई। इंटेग्रेटिंग द साइंस विद आर्ट। आर्ट एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट जो किसे पसंद नहीं होगा। जब बच्चों ने अपने ड्राइंग के पीरियड में एक खूबसूरत सी सीनरी बना रखी थी तो मैं क्लास में गया और उनको उस सीनरी के माध्यम से वाटर साइकिल का कंसेप्ट समझाया, तो उनको इसको समझने में बड़ा ही मजा आया। नेक्स्ट मैम। इंटेग्रेटिंग द साइंस एंड मैथ विद स्पोर्ट्स। स्पोर्ट्स वो तो हर बच्चे को पसंद होता है। जब बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स के पीरियड में खेल रहे थे, जब उनकी सांस फूली हुई थी, तब मैंने वहां पे जाकर उनको ब्रीथिंग का कंसेप्ट समझाया, जिससे जो लर्निंग है वो परमानेंट बनी रही। जब वो मार्किंग कोन के साथ अपनी रेस की प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे, मैंने उन्हीं मार्किंग कोन से स्क्वायर और रेक्टेंगल बनाकर उनको स्क्वायर और रेक्टेंगल की प्रॉपर्टीज समझाई, जिससे उनको पढ़ने में बहुत ही मजा आया। लर्निंग आउटसाइड द क्लासरूम। पार्ट्स ऑफ फ्लावर को क्लास में अगर मैं पढ़ाता तो शायद थोड़ा बोरिंग होता, लेकिन जब मैंने क्लास के बाहर ले जाकर असली में फ्लावर उनके हाथ में पकड़ाकर उनको पार्ट्स ऑफ फ्लावर समझाया, तो वो लर्निंग तो थी जो इतनी मजेदार थी और परमानेंट थी। ब्रायोफिल्म नाम ही इतना डिफिकल्ट था बच्चों के याद करने के लिए, लेकिन मैंने ग्राउंड में ले जाकर ब्रायोफिल्म का प्लांट दिखाया। ये ऐसा प्लांट है जो पत्ते से जनन करता है। उनको पत्ती में निकली हुई बर्ड्स जब रियल में देखने को मिली तो ये बातें वो कभी नहीं भूलेंगे। इन सब मेथड से मैं बच्चों के मन में साइंस के लिए प्यार, साइंस के लिए इंटरेस्ट, मैथ के लिए क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप करने में कामयाब हुआ। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। और इन सब का नतीजा भी मेरे को देखने को मिला। लुक एट द इंप्रूवमेंट इन द रिजल्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स बिफोर एंड आफ्टर दीज एक्सपेरिमेंट्स। पहले जहां बच्चों का रिजल्ट ऑन एन एवरेज 55% के आसपास आ रहा था, जो बाद में बढ़कर 80% के आसपास हो गया। बच्चों की स्कूल में अटेंडेंस इंप्रूव हुई। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हो, पहले जो अटेंडेंस थी ऑन एन एवरेज 60% के आसपास थी, जो बाद में बढ़कर 75% के आसपास पहुंच गई। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। रेमिडियल क्लास में बच्चों की गिनती लगातार कम होती चले गई। साइंस और मैथ एग्जीबिशंस में, को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज में बच्चों की पार्टिसिपेशन लगातार बढ़ती चले गई, क्योंकि उनके मन में साइंस और मैथ के लिए इंटरेस्ट डेवलप हो गया था। नेक्स्ट मैम।
1 minute more.
ओके, नेक्स्ट। इसका असर स्टेट लेवल के कॉम्पिटिशन्स में भी नजर आया। स्टेट लेवल में होने वाली साइंस एग्जीबिशन में लगातार 3 साल हमारे स्कूल ने ओवरऑल ट्रॉफी को जीता। इंस्पायर अवार्ड में हमारे स्कूल ने फर्स्ट पोजीशन हासिल की। हर जगह पे बच्चों ने बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस शो किया बिकॉज ऑफ यूजिंग दीज मेथड्स। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। इन दी एंड मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि साइंस और मैथ जैसे सब्जेक्ट को पढ़ाने के लिए हमें कुछ ऐसे मेथड्स का यूज करना चाहिए जिसमें बच्चों की ऑल द 5 सेंसेस यूज हो, जिससे जो लर्निंग होती है वो परमानेंट होती है और वो बोर भी महसूस नहीं करते, उनके अंदर इंटरेस्ट डेवलप होता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। थैंक यू सो मच नीति आयोग एंड भारती फाउंडेशन, मेरे को ये प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करने के लिए जिसमें मैं अपने आइडियाज को सबके साथ शेयर कर पाया। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Vikas. Over to Julie.
विकास, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। ये बताओ, पहले कोविड में आपने कितने वीडियो बनाए हैं ऑनलाइन?
मैं बहुत सारे गूगल मीट के,
मुझे लग रहा है
हाँ जी मैम।
आप किसी न्यूज एंकर को चैलेंज करने वाले हो अभी। तो आप बहुत पैशनेट शिक्षक हो, साइंस आप बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाते हो, आपकी इमेजेस देखकर पता चला। एक चीज और साथ में करने की जरूरत है विकास, वो ये है कि यहाँ पर हम केवल आप कितने अच्छे पेडागॉग हो ये नहीं देख रहे हैं, साथ में आप रिसर्चर भी कैसे हो, क्योंकि आपको एक प्रपोजल बनाकर रिसर्च स्टडी के तौर पर उस पर काम करना था और फिर अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करना था। तो थोड़ा मुझे लगता है इसमें आपको थोड़ा और काम करने की जरूरत है, जहाँ आपके रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस, आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, आपने किस प्रकार से बच्चों के साथ काम किया, आपने अपनी ऑब्जर्वेशंस कैसे बनाई, आपने उसको कैसे एनालाइज किया, ये चीजें आपके प्रपोजल में हमको थोड़ी कम देखने को मिली हैं। नॉनदलेस जो आप बच्चों के साथ काम कर रहे हो सब है, एंड आई एम श्योर योर चिल्ड्रन एंजॉय लर्निंग विद यू एंड लर्निंग फ्रॉम यू। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच।
यस मैम, एक्चुअली मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम प्रेजेंट किया है यहाँ पे, तो इट वाज ए लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस। फिर भी जो आपकी सजेशंस है, नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं उस पर काम करूंगा।
आपने औरों को सुना होगा ना, अब और उस तरह से करना है ना।
ठीक है
जैसे, जैसे कश्यपी मैम ने कहा है, विकास आप तो टेलीविजन ज्वाइन करने वाले हो या ब्लॉगर बनने वाले हो या वीजे बनने वाले हो, डेफिनेटली। बट जो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि आपने किस तरह से प्ले, आर्ट और स्पोर्ट को इंटीग्रेट किया है इन द टीचिंग ऑफ साइंस। मैं साइंस की स्टूडेंट नहीं रही हूँ और मुझे मालूम है कि मुझे थियोरी तो मेरे सिर के ऊपर जाती थी, बिकॉज इट वाजंट एक्चुअल। आपकी पैशन, आपकी डेडिकेशन सबको देखने को मिल रही है, उसके लिए कंग्रेचुलेशंस। और आपके स्टूडेंट्स बहुत 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 लकी हैं। पर जैसे मैम ने कहा कि ये रिसर्च क्वेश्चन जो आपको फ्रेम करना था और
आपको खाली रिस्ट्रक्चर करना है, जो कुछ भी आप कर रहे हैं उसको रिस्ट्रक्चर कीजिए और अपना काम जारी रखें जैसे ही आप, राइट। Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas, and thank you to all the 4 presenters. I think because you brought in, apart from showing your passion, I think you brought the points of if you are able to create interest among the students, there's a long way to go for the students as well. And you have also shown how it is leading to winning awards at the various levels. So, and the theme of this session has been largely centered around STEM as such. Mathematics and science is one of the few subjects which some of the students at least are afraid of. I think all of you as teachers and heads of schools are trying to bring that aspect and trying to demystify science and mathematics and also create that interest among students. Just like we have a lot of historians, a lot of art students, commerce students coming in, we also require science and mathematics students as well. So I think of this research, apart from giving findings, and I think you have all got a lot of suggestions how to improve your paper, I'm sure the teachers like you will create a lot of interest among our students to take up science, mathematics, and STEM in general, so that in the 21st century, without these subjects and without the technology, we are not in a position to move forward. So thank you very much once again, and congratulations to all 4 of you for making this presentation. And that will bring us to the end of second session, and we will have a screen break. I'm sure all of you are also tired, and we also need to give our esteemed jury also a break so that the next 2 sessions in the afternoon, we will continue with the theme of teaching learning strategy and girl, child, and leadership. Wonderful papers coming up. So all of you are requested to stay tuned for 2 o'clock. We will start again this conference, this presentation at 2 o'clock. All the presenters of class session 3 requested to join about 5 to 10 minutes before 2 o'clock so that we are sure that all of you are there, and we will continue from there. There's a high probability member, Dr. Paul, will be there at 2 o'clock. So we will be starting, if he is able to join at 2 o'clock, we will start listening to it, then we will continue the session. So thank you very much once again. I'm sure it's a learning experience for all of us. Thank you for the wonderful papers that all of you have presented. So let's take a break now. We will 2 o'clock.
Do we have? I can see. Sorry.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 o'clock. We'll just start off. Before we start the afternoon session, one word of request to all the speakers. Please come closer to the mic where you are speaking so that your voice is clearly at our end. In the morning session, some of you are sitting far away from the laptop or mobile, whichever the digital device you are using. Please try to speak a little more louder. Just to repeat again, we will be closing the presentation of each of you at 7 minutes. We'll be giving 1 minute before a kind of notification to you saying that 1 more minute left. The moment you hear that, try to wind up, close, come to the conclusion recommendation so that we are able to finish on time. Ashish sir, shall we start? And when they come, we will.
No, you please start. Yeah, you please start.
No, Vinita covers. Just invite her. So while we are starting this third session of the day, I'm very happy to invite Dr. Vinita Kaul, Professor Emeritus Education, Ambedkar University. And she was the Director of School Education Studies and Founder Director of Center for Early Childhood Education and Development. Professor Kaul, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and coming over here to speak to our participants. I'm sure, as you are already aware, this particular convoke is for all the teachers and heads of schools from the government school system and Satyabharati school system of Bharati Foundation, wherein majority of them are first-time speakers or first-time research writers. And this is a forum for using research as a tool for school improvement. So thank you once again for accepting our invitation and speaking. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
I need to be louder?
Perfectly fine, ma'am. You are perfectly fine. You are loud and clear.
It's very clear, ma'am.
Okay.
It's very clear, very clear.
would you like me to speak in Hindi or in English?
It can be made
bilingual.
Bilingual is better?
Because we also have participants from south of India, Telangana, Tamil Nadu as well. So you can make it bilingual.
In English, perhaps better. Okay. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to interact with so many very eminent teachers and principals and heads of schools, and also to come to a forum where they are actually interested in research and trying to use research as a tool for improving classroom practice and outcomes. So I think this is really, and I congratulate many of you who have actually whose research has been selected and perhaps awarded for the work that you have done. So it's a very, very good opportunity for me to be able to share some thoughts with you, my own experiences with you. I have just 10 odd minutes, 10-15 I was told. What I would do is I'll just start with sharing a few of my own experiences and then get on to just 3-4 slides, which would focus more on the research aspect. So coming to my experience, when this is really more my own thought process that I'm sharing with you, that when we talk about action research as teachers, as school personnel, or as even researchers for that matter, I think that we need to demystify it. I'll give you a little anecdote. Many years back, many years back, I used to be working with the NCERT, and I had come across a lot of, interacted with a lot of school principals, teachers, heads. So many years later, a few years back, as a matter of fact, one of those heads of the school, she called me up and she said, I want to come and meet with you. As I want to take your advice. So she was staying somewhere quite far out. So I asked her, okay, what is it that you want to take advice on? And she said that I want to take advice on which is a better method for teaching children reading in the primary grades. Should one follow the whole language method or should one follow the a balanced method? So I said, okay, so what do you think? Because she's teaching, she's actually in the classroom. So she said, well, I've been experimenting on it in the classroom, and I think that the balanced method is better. I said, why do you think that is better? She says, because I'm getting better outcomes, better response from the children. But I still want to know from you as an expert. I said, you are an expert in the classroom yourself. Why do you need to travel this long distance? You've already tried it out in the classroom. You know what your children are doing better. You know your children, you know your classroom, you know your processes. So you have you studied about the balanced method, you've adopted it, you find that that is working better. Go back to the literature also, you'll get confidence that yes, others also feel that the balanced method is better. So you don't need to come to, because you are the expert in the class. And what I understood from that was that the teachers themselves have so much potential to be researchers, to be able to analytically look at their own work, that this confidence, the challenge is more the confidence to be able to find answers for themselves. And I think that programs like this would really help in that. So I would like to share with you a couple of action researches that I have been involved with, just to set the context. Years back, as I said, I was with the NCERT, and there was a lab school of the NCERT for early childhood education in IIT campus. And I voluntarily went there to work as a headmistress because I wanted to get some first-hand experience. So for about 2 years, I was the headmistress of that school. And I was still new, fairly young at that time, fairly junior. And I was still new to this whole pedagogy and content of early childhood and primary education. And what the school teachers there were about 6 sections of preschool in that school. And there were 6 teachers, and all of them had been trained in a very progressive pedagogy. And they used to say that, we should not start with numbers, we should start with pre-numbers. So pre-number work, if you're teaching mathematics to young children. And then they would say pre-numbers, but they would start doing numbers as well. And this question came to my mind as I was there and also taking a few classes, that when you are saying pre-number, why do you call it pre-number if it has to be done alongside number? So I asked the teachers that why is it pre-number and why is that number? So they said, no, it doesn't make a difference which way. You just expose children to everything, but this is pre-number, that is number. I wasn't very satisfied with that answer. And so I started doing this research, action research within the school. And I had three sections of kindergarten classes. And I just asked a few teachers, because I was the head of the school, so I had that advantage. I asked them to, let's do a different curriculum as compared to the others. Let's do the primary pre-number first, and then follow up with the number. Let's have the other group do the number and the pre-number together, and let us see if there is any difference. And that research became very significant. It was a very small research which I did. We followed, those children used to go to the Kendriya Vidyalaya next door. We followed up those children for 5 years, a small number that was. And we found a very significant difference between those children who were given pre-number first as compared to those who were given it all together. But that was on a very small scale as an action research in a school situation. But just to give you a sense of perspective, today we have done, I think in my introduction talked about Center for Early Childhood Education and Development in Ambedkar University. We have done a longitudinal research which has incorporated that element into it on 14,000 children. And that has actually informed the National Policy on Education 2020 in terms of the foundational stage. So somewhere, the seed that is sown through the action research within a classroom can even evolve into something very big. One more example I would share with you, which is from the primary grades, where we were supposed to do a study many years back, still in NCERT, where we were looking at textbooks and how readable are the textbooks for children in Haryana state. And class 3, we were doing this research. And we were wondering that, only 1/3 of the children were able to, in a class 3 context, be able to really read the class 3 textbook. And what could be the reason for that, and where is the problems? And we were wondering whether the language was an issue at all. And some of you have looked into English. I saw your papers. So a simple methodology that was suggested to us, and we picked it up, was that you take 10 most frequently occurring words in the Hindi textbook, and you ask children, give the dictation of those words to the children, and then after half an hour, ask them to read what they have written themselves and see how it is. So we identified 10 most frequent words in the textbook, Hindi textbook, and usme do tarah ke words the. There were words like one very frequently occurring word was kramashah, which is a very complex word, and the spelling is also not so easy. Whereas another word was mehman, and like that there were a few others, but these two I still remember after so many years. And what we did was, there were only about 10 children who were able to do some kind, out of 30 who were able to do some kind of reading, writing. The others were not able to do anything at all. So we took those 10 children and we asked them to dictate these words to them. And after half an hour of gap, we asked them to read what they had written. So what was so interesting was that most of the children had just picked up the phonics, the phonetic sounds. So they said, अगर किसी बच्चे ने लिखा था ma ma na करके मेहमान को, तो वो बच्चे मेहमान पढ़ रहे थे. तो शब्द सही नहीं था, लेकिन वो पढ़ उसको ठीक रहे थे क्योंकि वो वर्ड उसकी vocabulary में था और उसको वो समझता था. The child was able to understand the word because it was from his vocabulary. He was familiar with it. So he was reading it. So vocabulary, oral understanding, oral familiarity with the language, we realized was a very big facilitator for reading. Whereas the word kramashah, which was not in the child's vocabulary, nobody uses kramashah in their normal conversations. Children wrote kersha or kerbasha or whatever, and they read it the way it was written. Like if it was Kasha, they wrote Kash. They read it as Kash. If it was Kamasha, they read it as Kamash. But nobody read it correctly as Kramasha. So what we learned from this was that, oral language is so important for literacy. And we tend to forget that. So in many of your papers, you have English, challenges of English speaking and reading, whereas I think that it is so important to consider that, and you have looked into this also, that how the students are not able to speak, and then we expect them to read and to understand. So somewhere the new trend is also to think in terms of not just literacy, but language and literacy, because they need to come together. So just sharing these experiences, just how simple action research situations can lead to very good understanding of the pedagogical and teaching learning process. I'll just share my screen if I have the permission. Can I do that?
Sure, ma'am.
Just give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We can see, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do through this 10-minute or 15-minute talk is to demystify for you action research in teaching learning practices. Because I think people think research to बहुत बड़ी चीज है, हम तो नहीं कर सकते. I don't think that should be the attitude, because every teacher is a researcher or should be a researcher. So what is action research actually in classroom? When and how? I'll just go through just 4 slides, not more than that. And I would try to bring your attention to this, that, when we talk about teaching, we talk about teaching learning as a cycle. Because when we teach, we start with a problem, or the problem from a particular subject or from the curriculum as a whole. And then we plan something, we plan and teach. Then we come back and we reflect on it after having taught the class. How good did it go? Was it effective? Were all children engaged? Were all children understanding? Where was it working? Where was it not working? Any teacher would do that. I mean, that is something that is so key to any teaching. Of course, there are teachers who come, just talk and go and don't really reflect on what they have done. But here we're talking about good teachers who are reflective teachers. So teaching, the whole cycle of teaching learning is an action research cycle. It's very similar. What do you do in action research? You identify or encounter a problem. Like in my case, the problem was whether we should do pre-number first or we should do number first. How do children react to that? Not number first, or we should do pre-number and number together. So the first thing to do is to identify a problem. Now that also, the problem emerges in a classroom. It is not necessarily that I have to do action research and therefore I have to find a problem. I think problems, if you are a good reflective teacher, there is umpteen opportunities for you to, I mean, the problems will come up every day in the class of what is working and what I'm in my pedagogical strategy, what is not working. One of the participants has done an interesting research on activity-based teaching, ABL, whether the activity-based teaching is better or is it the formal teaching methods that are better. So that kind of a approach, I mean, the problem is likely to come up all the time, especially when we are trying to be more innovative in the classroom. So when the problem is encountered, there has to be some kind of a consultation with literature or a mentor. What I found missing in the 6, at least 4 of them I read, I didn't have time to read 2 of them, was this element of consultation, which perhaps was there, but it was not documented. So I may be wrong about it. But I found this element missing, that when you have a problem, consult a mentor or consult literature to see what is the literature saying about it, what is there in the books. Because your problem may not be a unique problem. There must be so many people who've had that problem. What have they done about it? And has there been some kind of a theory that has come out on the basis of this? So for example, in the headmistress who was talking to me, who had called me up, she had already done some review of literature for her problem because her children were not learning to read very well. And she had understood that there are two different approaches. There is a whole language approach that is being talked about, and there is a balanced approach. So she went further and she tried to experiment with both. So similarly, when the problem is there, there must be a lot of already done research on it. For example, in one of your papers, there was this issue of activity-based teaching, participatory methods of teaching. So there is, one doesn't need to do research to say that if there is more participation, there will be better learning. That is already a given. But we go beyond that to say what are the ways in which we can actually make children participate. What are the best ways of doing it, which will work better, which will work not so well. So go beyond what is already a known research, so known understanding. So, so that requires consulting with some mentor, or best is to do literature search. On the basis of this, you develop an action plan and implement it. Whatever action plan, whatever strategies, whatever activities that are planned, so those can be thought about and then implemented. And then you observe and collect data. Either you collect data if it's a kind of organized research, or even in a classroom, when you've done something, a strategy has been adopted and implemented, you observe how are the children responding to it. Are they learning better as compared to what I was doing earlier? Are they doing better now? And then if you find that it takes you to the point where you feel that, yes, this is something that is working, as in the case of that headmistress who felt that the balanced method was better, then to continue with that, repeat it and observe results. So by repetitive occasions or practice of that particular strategy, one gets to have more reliable and valid results. So that, and then so the cycle continues. So somewhere, I think, if you see, according to me, and I don't know if this is written anywhere, but this is my own experience talking, action research is not something, it's not something that is something that we have to look at with a lot of seriousness, yes, but with a lot of awe. It is something that is very much what we would say is a teaching learning cycle that should be. It should be action research, should be integral to a teaching learning cycle, or what we call reflective teaching. So why do we need to do action research? As it's very obvious, that I've already said, that it is basically provides us a process of improving the educational teaching practice through action, evaluation, and reflection. These are the three main components or principles of action research. We take some action, we reflect on it, evaluate it, and learn from it. So that is a whole process that we've already talked about. So it is a simple process which will lead to a better classroom practice, better classroom outcomes. Whatever our concerns, what is not working, we should look at that diagnostically. It informs a change in practice, because obviously what we were doing was not working. So how it gives us information or gives us some knowledge about how we should do it differently. And therefore becomes evidence-based, because we already have some evidence from literature or from other sources that this works. Let me see if this works in my class also. It is participative and collaborative, which is very, other than the fundamental research that we often do outside in the universities, where we are actually observing an already given system, where the field is already there and we are just observing that and studying that. Here we are actually intervening in the system, in the field, and trying to see how it is going to make for better outcomes. So it is very participative in nature, because the teachers and the students are participating in it, and there's a collaboration between them. It is very context-based. This is very, very important, because in the fundamental research that we do, or any larger scale research, we don't really know the context. So there can be so many diversities, so many specificities of the context that could be influencing our results. But here, the teacher has the advantage of knowing the class, knowing each student in the class possibly. And therefore, one can understand even that if a certain result is coming, why is it coming? If children are not able to speak the language and oral language nahi hai, but literacy thodi bahut ho rahi hai, so they can understand that where is the problem. There is no English in their environment, possibly, because we know the students, whereas in other cases we may not. We may just blame the teachers that the teachers are not teaching. So somewhere that is the advantage, that the context is very well known, and whatever strategies are being adopted are also according to the context. So we are very tailored to the needs of the children. Knowledge is created through action and application. It lends itself to an ongoing process of reflection, revision, and reporting. Now, normally what happens is in a classroom that action research, as I said, happens all the time in the form of even the teaching, learning, or reflective teaching. But we don't go beyond that to actually publish or report. Whereas a lot of knowledge is actually being generated in the classrooms through this research. And it's such a lost opportunity if they're not somewhere documented and published or taken forward, because I think the best source of information or data that comes in is from the field. And therefore, opportunities like this forum that Niti Aayog has provided, or Bharti Airtel has provided for all of you to present your action research is really something very welcome. What are the different types of action research? You can have individual research, like one teacher doing in the classroom. You can have collaborative research, that is many teachers. For example, the number work that I was doing was a number of teachers. One was following one method, the other was following the other method. So we had a larger sample. You can do a school-wide research so that there is a full understanding of how a school, what is the school ethos and how that needs to be worked upon. And one can even do a district-wise research. So it depends upon the facilities that one has, the resources that one has, the time that one has. And it can focus on all kinds of problems related to teaching and evaluation, curriculum development, student behavior, teacher behavior. All these provide us a lot of opportunities to do action research. And the last slide that I have is what are the strengths of action research and what are the challenges? The strength is that practical way for teachers. It provides a very practical way for teachers to explore and evaluate their practice and improve upon it. So it is very much under the control of the teacher. As somebody says, the teacher is most autonomous in the class that the teacher is teaching. So there, the teacher has the opportunity to explore and evaluate practices, and in the process contribute to the larger body of knowledge. That is the documentation and sharing, which is very important. And it therefore makes the teachers and practitioners knowledge makers rather than really knowledge users. I think this is the point that I wanted to make right up front when I told that headmistress that you are the expert, why do you come to me? So we have this habit of depending upon experts who are outside of our school system, and we don't necessarily have the confidence that we ourselves can generate knowledge and become experts. So I would request all of you to really take this very seriously, that since you've all been participating in this, if this can be, this can give you the confidence that you don't necessarily have to go back to other experts to find answers to your questions, but find the answers for yourself, but be informed by what is already there in the literature, or at least talk to some mentors so that you're not recreating a wheel. You are doing something which is more beyond what is already known. What are the challenges? The challenges are that due to shortage of time and resources, because teachers have to do a lot of teaching, sometimes it is very difficult to maintain the rigor of research when you are developing a plan for or strategies and data gathering for it. So that becomes a bit of an issue because it needs time, it needs concentration and dedication. It can be difficult to minimize the subjectivity that is there in interpretation, because if we are doing something, we have some investment in it and we want it to work. And therefore, to be able to look at it in a very detached way and say that has it worked or has it not worked, and what has worked and not worked, it requires that very significant level of detachment. which sometimes we are emotionally so invested in our work that we are not able to do. So that stepping aside and looking at it as a third person, as a third eye, becomes a little bit of a challenge, which is very important. And often controls in terms of time and other factors are ignored because there is the whole scientific tenor of maintaining having two situations in which one you are intervening, the other you are not. But then the two situations need to be comparable. If you are doing it in one class, not doing it in the other class, and then you compare the two results, there has to be similarity in terms of other factors which may be impinging upon the results. So those controls need to be very, very carefully looked at in order to be able to really come to valid conclusions. So sometimes that becomes also a challenge to be able to ensure that the controls are comparable. So these are some of the advantages and disadvantages of action research, but a teacher as an action researcher, I think, is not only going to be a wonderful teacher, but is also going to be a great expert who's going to bring in the grounded understanding of teaching learning into the domain of knowledge of education. So I think that look upon each one of you to be able to play that role very effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your views on action research. Now I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Member Education, Niti Aayog, Government of India, Dr. V.K. Paul, and the Convoke 2021 National Research Symposium for Teachers and Head of Schools. After that, I request Dr. Anthony to brief in 2 minutes, Paul sir, regarding the activities which we have done today and what is our next plan for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your time. So we have 4 technical sessions that have been divided the whole day. 2 sessions were completed. The first session were on new normal, challenge and opportunities. All the sessions have been arranged where the speakers from the grassroots, teachers and head of the schools come and speak. And we have moderators and session speakers from the known educationists in the country. In the first session, we had Professor Varghese from NIPA giving the speaking points, moderated by Dr. Renu Singh of Young Lives Country Director. In the second session, we were talking about teaching learning, which is on the logic and scientific skills, where Donna Villaris, head of schools from Japan, was a speaker. And it was wonderful to see out of the 8 speakers in the morning, majority of them were first-time presenters and first-time speakers. So it's a forum that is generating a lot of interest among the teachers. With regard to some key statistics of the papers, we had more than 500 registrations from 30 states and union territories in India. And we got about 191 papers from 26 states and union territories. And from there, we brought down those 16 papers which are being presented, 8 of which are already presented, and another 8 more to go in these 2 sessions. That's in a summary.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. So, sir, we have an audience, some state director of education, SPDs of Department of Education, principal secretaries of education, lecturers in NCERT and SCERT also. Now, I request you to share your views on Convoke 2020.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaste. I should have been here in the morning. My apologies, but I am very pleased to be here at this hour, and I will not disturb the flow of proceedings of the the meeting. But I wanted to come here and add my admiration and welcome to this important initiative. I didn't want to be left out, to be seen as if it is not something which is close to my heart personally. My team had briefed me about this in detail, and I'm therefore here to essentially add my voice and my full support to the initiative. I'm grateful to Bharati Foundation. I'm grateful to all the eminent speakers in particular. And I'm also very, very beholden to the effort that has been put into this by the researchers. And to have only 16 presentations out of a total of
191, sir.
That's very unfair. 195, I've been a researcher, and if I'm left out of those beyond 16, and no, it's not fair. So we have to create pathways for a larger participation. There are ways of doing it. Just an upfront point, there are poster sessions, there are spoken sessions, there are plenaries of a certain kind. So I would like to see this evolving into something more comprehensive, something more fair and equitable. And the pipeline of research has people who are starting early and they are quote unquote weak and some are strong. You don't put them on the same platform. Give level playing field so that the journey of expertise in this area increases. So my first suggestion, impromptu, is that we will go for a new format. And even now, those who have submitted their papers, you can do an evaluation and you can grade them in a way so that there is the rigor and the quality and the output, is valued. That must be seen because when we do research with poor methodology, poor sampling size, poor analysis, and God forbid impure data, just to use a soft term for something which has bad connotation, we don't want to reward that, but a sincere systematic effort. I just want to say one thing, that all research is about finding the truth. Our journey for research is finding the truth. It is not, we start with a point that you have in mind, which is a great cause, great possibility. But when you take the journey of research, you are unbiased. Otherwise, why do you have to do research? If you already think you know, you would not do research. So research is a journey for truth. And when you go through this journey, you find that your favorite hypothesis is actually rejected. No problem. A good researcher accepts that. And you have done your task as a karma yogi to push the frontier of truth. And therefore, even negative results as well must be celebrated. It is, you should, in my life, more than half of my studies ended up as what you may like to call as negative results, still published in the best of the journals, because there was a rigor behind, there was a journey behind. Drugs that we thought work in a certain situation, when we do systematically, they don't work. Hydroxychloroquine, we promoted this in the wake of COVID-19 because we had nothing else. I took it for 6 months. I gave it to my family, to my parents. Then we learned that it doesn't work. No shame. Stop using it. So the journey for research, and I want this to be heard by every researcher downstream, is about truth, and truth should be celebrated, not necessarily the positive results and that hype that you create around positive results. So that's an impromptu comment, but my take is essentially to say that research in education is a very important dimension of research, social science research. And in my field, which is medicine, we actually have 3 dimensions. As was hearing very esteemed speaker, Professor Vanita Kaulji, very fascinated by her insights that she provided. And I can relate to this, as an educationist. I coordinated the Medical Education Center for AIIMS for maybe 6 to 7 years and so on. I'm familiar with the medical education research side of it. And there I want to say that for us, and you may have a cue here, the medical education goals and, are 3 categories: knowledge, skills, and attitude. I don't know why in school education it is only knowledge. I get a sense it's all about knowledge. Would you please think that there are other dimensions? So medical education learning is about knowledge, which is understood, but skills also means how I examine the baby, how I give an intravenous injection, and of course in more sophisticated ways, how do you operate on a heart? These are skills. And attitude is what you expect from a doctor in terms of how I compassionately speak to you, how I empathize with you, how I relate the prognosis to you, how I express and break unfortunate outcome of a particular patient, even the fatal, how do you do it? And if there's a certain behavior that you expect a physician to do it. I'm sure the same should apply to the management guys and the bankers and everybody. You don't expect them to behave in a certain way. I don't know why engineers should not also have empathy, why government officials don't have to have empathy. But for us, it is codified, by the way. It is codified. Knowledge, skills, education. When we are overseeing a curriculum, and I did that as a Board of Governors chairperson in the Medical Council of India, there is always there. I didn't do much actually, but I'm just saying that we make sure that all these three domains of education are part of the curriculum. There are learning opportunities and above all, assessment. So one area of research, please think, dear teachers, is assessment. What is the best way to assess the knowledge of a student? Essay type, MCQ, a combination, where essay type, where, I just leave it to you. For us, it is a daily learning because, there is a knowledge which you can test by, multiple choice questions, which is fragmented knowledge, the typical knowledge that class 12 children have when they come to medical college. And we think they are rotten because it is all knowledge bits. Medical education is all about connections, holistic approach, and so on. So such a, pain for us to train this topper of class 12 to become more connected. And the challenge, I want to leave this thought for you because it's a pain. We call it superficial learning. This knowledge and MCQ related, rattling out things and diagnosing. It's all, we call it, in medical education, we call it superficial education. We are taught. I'm taught in Dundee University on medical education, and I was surprised. So there's a superficial learning is bits and pieces. Deep learning is about connections, a fuller meaning, making decision. And the last bit I want to say here, next time you can invite me on medical education, and I'll tell you more, is that medical education is about problem solving. Recall the lowest platform. And that's what much of the school education perhaps is. Don't take me seriously, but then comprehension. I can comprehend what I'm saying. Then application, that you give me data and say, okay, this CSF is meningitis, TB meningitis, and not pyogenic meningitis, just quickly to give an example. The next level in hierarchy is analysis, break it apart. The difficult thing is to put it apart, and that's synthesis. That's a next level of hierarchy. And then is the problem solving. So for medical education, it's about problem solving, which comes from knowledge, which comes from skills, which comes from attitude. So that's a different paradigm, but I'm just wondering whether there is a cue here for you all, because I believe, at least in general, the learning, this education is about learning, but also about character. And perhaps that is a third domain that we are putting it differently, because in all universities where I go, the punchlines you'll find somewhere or the other in the corridor, it's about character. In different words are used, but it's about learning and it's about character. I'm not using the word knowledge here, because for me it will be again a great doctor, but of a rotten character is not acceptable. So values and excellence go together. I'm very pleased to be here as a partner, as a teacher, lifelong teacher. Just to impress you, I must say that my textbook for 10 years is the best, the top textbook read by the pediatrics undergraduates all over the country. So just to increase my level of leadership with you, but thank you so much. That's in a lighter vein, but I truly believe, yes, for us to refine our pedagogy, for us to refine our methods of assessment, for us to make the right change in the minds of the people, minds of the students, and to take them toward the dimension of knowledge which solves problems, deeper problems. This rote learning leads to a certain kind of learning, and when you go to other systems of learning, your and my students will tell that there is a other different way of finding discovery in science, for example, and so on. So it's only when we will do a systematic deep dive into these areas in a systematic way. And research has a process, and Vinita ji was very nicely laying out the process. There is objective, there is a methodology, there is an assessment, there is a blinding, objectivity, then you analyze. The research can only happen through systematic process, and we need to to make sure that we follow that process. And there comes another activity point. Are we training our teachers and others in the right methodology of educational research? Right. So that should be another one. You cannot expect the improvement in quality. Can our quality of research output compete with the very best in the world and even better than that? In that situation, we have to train teachers in the right methodology, which could be even to write a great research question is a skill that needs time and needs discussion, needs thinking. By the way, that is a favorite topic I teach in medical education research, how to write an objective and a research question, how to frame a research question. So that's also for another day. But today, thank you so much for this feast of interaction that you are going through it. And I truly appreciate my team's effort and grateful to Bharti and each one of you for your time. And we must take this initiative forward. Research opens new possibilities, pushes the frontier of our journey for truth. Thank you very much. Good day. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving us your valuable time. Please continue as per your schedule.
So that was really insightful, and our job is it's really cut off.
Yeah,
cut out for the future. Definitely, we need to give more opportunities to our zonal meetings. So let's start the presentations for the third session. We have 4 speakers. Let's start with Venugopal from Andhra Pradesh, who will be talking with the title paper is Blue Ocean Strategy for School Education. And there are quite interesting papers coming up in the session. For those of you who are feeling a little restless, it's off there. It's off. Okay. So we have very interesting topics coming up. To you, Venu, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir.
Slide.
So, Dr. Venu, just announcement from the side of Honorable Member Education Niti Aayog. He was of the view and he is of the view that any paper which is related to, paper from any teacher which is related to 0 to 3 category, 0 year to 3 year, preschool, even pre then preschool, 0 to 3 category, may mail his or her paper directly to Dr. Antony or Piyush or team at Niti Aayog or team at Bharti Foundation. We will be happy to talk the teacher or teachers who have worked, who have researched on the area 0 to 3, more on his or her topic. We are also thinking to invite him or her in person in that topic. And for that matter, Dr. Antony will share my email ID. I am Harshit Mishra, Deputy Advisor Education in Niti Aayog. So please share my email ID to all teachers, all Principal Secretaries Education, Director Education, SPD Education, that the teachers who are looking this particular area, 0 year to 3 year, means preschool teacher, may please contact me, may share their research paper related to Convoke 2021 or any of his or her work related to 0 to 3 bracket. Should please mail me regarding their entire work. Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Antony will share my email ID to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
All right. Can we have the presentation? We are about half an hour late. Venu, can you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Can I start, sir? Can I start, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Go ahead. Speak more louder. Little more louder.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I am A. Venugopal, a government high school headmaster from Andhra Pradesh. My research paper is Blue Ocean Strategy for School Education. Actually, I am interested in reading books, and my present area of interest is seeking innovative methods in teaching. And coming to introduction part, education is the torchbearer for many rapid changes in all aspects of life. So, change the slide, please. Change the slide, please. Education is the torchbearer for many rapid changes in all aspects of life. So it needs to be built on the foundation of realities by utilizing the new trends and technologies. In our education field, we have many problems. So I have taken blue ocean strategy to turn all the troubles into bubbles. Actually, blue ocean strategy is used for corporate innovations, which is now reverberating in corporate world. Now, I want to use it to make a change in our education system to solve the problems. My objectives of the study are to bring the students out of academic backwardness, to use the blue ocean strategy for making a good change in school, and to hit upon the gaps and drawbacks in school education and find ways to fill them to achieve all-round development of the students. For this, slide please. For this, I have used applied research method with 286 students from class 6th to 10th of our school. Slide please. And next, first of all, to make a transformation, we have identified so many problems here in our school. There are auditory perception problems and visual perception problems, and so many problems are there. But we have taken 3 problems here. One is, many of our students are identified to be not able to read English as well as their mother tongue Telugu. This is one problem. And the second problem we have taken is, the Bible, Quran or Bhagavad Gita for any student is his textbook. But many of the students are neglecting their textbooks. It is another problem. And third problem we have taken is, they're very poor in general knowledge. So these problems have been taken into consideration, and to find or hit upon solutions to these problems, I have chosen the good weapon, that is blue ocean concept. Now, what is blue ocean concept? If you want to take any organization from failure to success or from problems to innovative solutions with a great transformation, you can choose blue ocean strategy for help. You see, in this figure, you can see red and blue oceans. Our education field is a big ocean, but rotten patterns and old systems turned it into red ocean with a low output. Now we have to jump into a new blue ocean of innovations for high output. This is the simple concept of this blue ocean strategy, from old rotten to new innovations to bring ourselves. Now, what is the action framework of it? In this action framework, we can see 4 concepts here. Feature identification is the first one. We have to identify the features of the present education system in our school, and with the help of them, we have to prepare ERRC grid, eliminate, reduce, rise, and create grid. With the help of it, strategy canvas is to be prepared, and finally, ideating and execution part. Now, slide please. Now, let us see how we put all these things, all these features into this ERRC grid. We have identified features 2 plus 3 plus 1 in the first round. The first one is eliminate round. We have eliminated punishments, and we have decided to eliminate punishments. And the second thing is games in school hours. Regular pattern of games in school hours are stopped, and we asked our drill teacher to conduct their games before or after the school hours. In the place of these games, we have introduced some innovative games which are related to their education. And we have minimized teachers' effort here, because teachers are very busy with their completion of their syllabus and the curriculum, and teacher effort, subject complexity, and overwork are reduced. In their place, student effort is maximized. In the create section, we have identified 5 areas: competitive to enhance competitive spirit and learning skills programs, reading improvement programs, and textbook reading formula. For all these, we have created wonderful programs for this, and we have redesigned our timetable, and we have used the last period for this also. And now you can see the strategy canvas. In this, you can see 3 things: a red line and a blue line, and in the bottom, you can see all the 11 features which you have identified in the ERRC grid. The red line indicates the regular pattern curve and the blue line indicates the blue version strategy curve. You can see, first of all, a teacher effort. There are two lines, high and low. Teacher effort is very high in the old pattern and we reduced it to, in the new pattern, low. We minimized it. Student effort is low previously, but we have given much importance to student effort. Similarly, we have identified the marks, the dots everywhere according to their position. And we have connected these lines to bring out this strategy canvas. And with the help of this strategy canvas, the next thing and most interesting and most important concept is ideating and executing. That is in the next slide. We can see here. In the ideating concept, execution part is there. We launched a wonderful program, Akshara Yajnam, for reading improvement program, and another program, Operation Drona, for learning skills and textbook reading concept. You can see here, I have written 2 books here for reading improvement program, one exercise book with 24 simple exercises, which can make any student who is unable to read can learn these, practice them, and afterwards he will be able to read. And previous slide, please. And next one is, previous slide, please. Yes, thank you. And the next one is 50 techniques to be top rankers. This is for learning skills. And also for textbook reading also, better than SQ3R concept, I have designed one wonderful formula here. And also for creative concept also to inculcate competitive spirit among students, I have taken the inspiration from Edward de Bono's serious creativity concept, and I have designed a wonderful favor creating coin technique, which was very much useful. And also I have written so many songs, and we have designed so many games for the students to learn these learning skills. And with all these, we have, and if you want to know more about my execution part, you can go through my research paper. And now the fruits of blue version strategy. We have conducted a pre-test and a post-test. In the pre-test, you can see they're very poor in reading and textbook reading and reading ability and GK. But with the magic of this blue version strategy and with the execution part with innovative programs, you can see the hike in this. This is the magic and the miracle of blue version strategy. So the key findings. What are the key findings here? The key findings are, if the students are to be rightly tuned and they are given the chance to lead a program other than the teachers, there are great chances of success and the tremendous results we can see. And also small amounts of learning material is given to them, then the Japanese, in a continuous manner, then the Japanese Kaizen effect works. And innovation programs upon ground realities give us wonderful results. And my conclusions are, blue version concept has a great potential to contribute for a sustainable student success through innovation. Our test results show the quantitative value impact of the same. And my recommendations, blue version strategy is a wonderful thing, and it is to be considered in national educational policies. And also a dedicated research in this aspect to invent more innovative solutions is a must. And workshops and training programs for school administrators is to be thought of. And among all the school administrators, we have to create the fever of blue version strategy, which leads them, all of us, to enjoy the flavor of it. Thank you very much for your sparing your time. Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you, Venu. Over to jury.
We're running short of time.
Just one small question, Venu sir. I want to congratulate you for the effort that you've made. One small question, when you say in terms of reduce or eliminate, you mentioned about the games period being eliminated totally. I want to know what was the response of the students, because you've had only all subject periods, and then after the class, after the school hours also, you have a period. While it is engaging, but how the students responded to it.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the games periods are before and after the school hours. We have asked our drills, sir. That is one thing. And also, there is one reason for it. Because I want to utilize the last period. So for that, we have rechanged the timetable. That is one thing. And also we introduced very interesting subject-oriented games and songs and all the activities. That's why students participated in a wonderful way. They enjoyed the programs. That's why they didn't feel the any restlessness or any disappointment with it, because they played the games. But these are the new games and creative games which are related to the studies.
And here the entire effort then would go into you developing the peers, basically the B graders, who you call it, because they are then supporting the students in learning. So in that sense, your teachers are making efforts in developing students, and then those students develop other students.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Shall we proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to the next presentation by Mohanlal Kalal, Rajasthan, on developing English speaking skills of the students of tribal dominated Dungarpur district of Rajasthan. Over to you, Mohanlal Kalal.
Okay. Yes, I am ready.
Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Slide is not readable, sir. First slide. Yes, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name of my research paper is Developing English Speaking Skills of the Students of Tribal Dominated Dungarpur District of Rajasthan. Dungarpur. I was born on 2nd December 1969 in a village of tribal dominated Dungarpur district of Rajasthan. I took my education in government schools and colleges. I have 26 years of teaching experience. I have proved myself as the best teacher of English in Rajasthan by winning first prize at state level teaching competitions 2 times and by receiving state level teachers award 2021. At present, I am a commissioned NCC officer also. Next slide, please. Background of my study. The study was located in 3 different schools of tribal dominated Dungarpur district of Rajasthan. English is taught as a compulsory subject in these schools. The students of all the 3 schools study through Hindi medium. There were 6 classes of 45 minutes per week for teaching English. In terms of the timetable and examination pattern, very less time was given in English speaking. There was no opportunity and encouragement to the students to speak in the class. Senior secondary is crucial stage for students because after completion of the course, they get into various courses. Students after passing out senior secondary class face problems in speaking English and expressing their views and opinion, even though they are good at their subjects. Difficulty in expression of simple ideas, which becomes the main reason for failure in their career. This is my background of the study. Rational objectives. The researcher was not happy with the students' spoken English, and he was concerned about them as they faced many problems after their senior secondary education because of the less proficiency in English. Therefore, a need was felt to study all the factors such as the needs of the students in terms of their ability to use English for various purposes, the textbooks and teaching methods which would help the students to improve their speaking English. Objective of the study, the present research was also an attempt to find out the ways and means of helping the students to speak in English fluently and confidently. It also tried to find out factors which facilitate their study and which act as a barrier when it comes to speaking English. Next slide, please. Methodology. This research was on action research and was carried out in the naturalistic setting. It was an attempt to study the needs of the students in terms of their ability. Actually, the slide is very small, sir. It should be in full size. It's not readable just now. It's very tough for me. Can you help me?
Sir, we are able to see in this.
Okay, sir. Then I will take some help from my
Yeah,
own papers.
PPT, yes. We can see it clearly.
And try not to read it.
Yeah.
I am unable to read it.
Try to summarize your slide rather than reading out, sir.
Okay. Methodology actually adopted as part of the present study. A pre-test was conducted by me, and in pre-test, for all the school, different schools, various schools, and after pre-test, after the intervention period of 60 days, post-test was conducted to test the speaking English. Next slide, please. When compared with the oral performance of the learners in the pre-test and in the post-test, they had not only shown marked improvement in their spoken fluency, but also their confidence level had increased. The quality of their speaking in English improved with the respect to sentence structures, vocabulary, grammatical correctness, and substantivity of speech. This affirms actually in the present study, the learners initially focused on conveying meaning after getting a 60 days training. When they became a little confident and fluent, they shifted their focus on sentence structures, vocabulary, and grammar. However, there may not have been immense improvement in learners' overall performance, but they began to show at least some improvement in both quality and quantity. This is analysis and findings actually in pre-test and post-test for different classes. Previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. Previous one, sir. Previous one. Yeah. So in this analysis finding, you can see this analysis is for the school first. All the in likewise for I just took research of all the three schools. 50 students were selected. In pre-test, students got very poor marks, and in post-test, students got good marks. Here you can see the difference, and the level of the students increased by the inventions of the 16 days good teachings to the students, especially of teaching speaking skills. Next one, sir. Next slide, please. Yes, this is actually the blue lines. Blue lines show that marks the students got in pre-test, and one shows the marks the students got in post-test. It's only for school. I have all three schools, pre-test, and in comparison as well. Now, findings, conclusions, sir. Next slide, please.
Please conclude 1 minute.
Next slide, please. As the result of the teaching intervention based on the task-based language teaching language principles, there was an improvement in the speaking skills of the learners, particularly in terms of fluency. By proving the assumptions of the present study to be true or positive, the learner of the experimental group was fluent and confident than in the pre-test. Thus, engaging learners in tasks not only improve their interest in classroom teaching, but also provides them with the scope to use the language to develop language skills. This suggests that teachers could be encouraged to use task-based language as as tool to improve speaking skills as well as the others. Following issues should be focused upon the administration to develop the spoken English. According to the government policies, the time allotted to is English classes is not sufficient in my view, and moreover 2 or 3 periods of 40 to 50 minutes per week should be allotted to the spoken new textbook, especially written in self-instructional format, should be introduced. In the self-instruction method, there is a built-in teacher who tries to perform the role of the teacher. This material helps the students even if they are away from the class. Yes.
Thank you. We have just read the recommendations.
Yes, sir.
To move to the jury. Any questions? Should we proceed otherwise? All right, we have read the recommendations so that it's clear from the writing that you have done. So thank you very much, Mohan. There are no questions. So we are moving to the next presenter. I think it will resonate with some of us at least. The title of the topic is Building a Better Future for Backbenchers by Samba Paul, West Bengal. Samba Paul.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please switch on the video.
Okay, sir.
There are many backbenchers here.
Okay, sir.
Yes, over to you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairpersons, esteemed dignitaries, and learned colleagues. It is a great privilege for me to appear and share my experience in front of you. I, Shampapal, am hailing from Nohata, a village of North 24 Parganas, North 24 Parganas, West Bengal. Slide please, next. I am going to speak on my experience about the effect of remedial classes on class 10 board examination for those students who were unsuccessful in pre-board examination. In the academic year 2017-18, 56 out of total 227 failed in pre-board examination, but all were sent up for final board examination, and only 9 out of those 56 students passed board examination. Factors responsible for their poor performances are lack of awareness among parents and environments for study at home, lack of habit of reading by themselves, reliance on private tuition. Next slide, please. Thus, we took the challenge to help those unsuccessful students study with our active guidance after the pre-board examination. The rest of my talk on those students who failed in class 10 pre-board examination are enrolled and for remedial classes. Our primary objective or endeavor is to encourage them to continue their study, to help them to overcome their difficulties in understanding the subject which they fear most. Secondary objectives are to avoid child marriage, to uplift the society with new generation educated mothers, to make the parents understand the importance of proper education. Next slide, please. After thorough discussion with parents and among ourselves in separate session, we started remedial classes. We ensured total stoppage of private tuition and 100% attendance. All the activities are supervised by me and other 6 willing teachers. Session of remedial classes were planned like this: pre-lunch session, revision of 2 previous day topics with our assistance, plans. Though they are not the legal beneficiaries of midday meal, we managed it by saving money as we, the staff, buy all ingredient of midday meal for whole school. Post-lunch session, doubt clearing, followed by self-study of first of the 2 self-selected topics. At the end of the day, they were provided with snacks. In the evening at home, they study the second of the topics. It was followed by next day pre-lunch session. Next slide, please. The picture showing the study session in the playground and classroom also. Next slide, please. Now, discussed about data. The red color rows showing 2 years before the project. You can see that all the 3 years, all these years, reserved candidate greatly outnumbered the unreserved category. Next slide, please. Showing bar diagram. Impact of remedial classes. Sorry for the typing mistake in the first bar, it will be 47 instead of 48. Naturally, only showing the group who were unsuccessful in pre-board examination. Orange color showing successful students and blue color showing unsuccessful in the board examination. You can appreciate the impact of remedial classes. The percentage of students passed the board examination reached to 84% and 86% in the year 1819 and 1920 respectively, from 16% in the year 1790 with the help of remedial classes. Examination was cancelled in 2020-21 due to COVID-19 pandemic. Though it was not been depicted in the bar diagram, in the year 2021-22, total enrolled students in remedial classes is 45. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This picture showing the joy of faces in the of successful students of class 10 board examination in 2019. Next slide, please. This is the most important slide. In 2018-19 batch, 43 passed candidate in 10 class board examination. All 43 got admitted in class 11. 38 out of 43 passed class 12 board examination in 2021. Similarly, 31 students passed in class 10 board examination after remedial classes in the year 2019-20. Out of them, 29 going to appear class 12 board examination in this year. Thus, the impact is long lasting And that means the development is sustainable. Next slide, please. Now to conclude, the underprivileged section needs extra support from our end. If we can extend our support, they can create miracle. We just need to feel for them, and rest is automatic. No extra infrastructure or financial help is required. Planning needs to be based on beneficiary. It is our experience that if they can cross the first major hurdle, class 10 board examination, they can move forward. This simple, feasible, and useful model can be applied in other schools, particularly in rural areas, catering more underprivileged section. One might modify it according to the situation. Only one constant is feeling for that students of all categories. Previous slide, please. Next. Please, Nikki, previous. It is our experience that if they can cross the first major hurdle class 10 board examination, they can move forward. It proves that 43 students out of 43, 38 cross the higher secondary examination and 29 out of 31 is examining of class 12 board examination in this year 22. Last slide, please. Now, thanking you all for your patient hearing. I am grateful to all Convoke team members for their constant guidance. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you very much. Any questions?
Just one question, Shampa.
Okay, madam.
In fact, it's great effort that you are doing with children in such remote areas. Want to understand from you in terms of pedagogical practice, what is different that you did with these children so as to see such drastic changes in their performance? Also, from your paper that I am reading, I get to understand you writing that the method of teaching the underprivileged children was kind of identified, or you realized how to reach to their level of intelligence. Could you just elaborate on it?
Thank you, madam, for your question. Though I am being a weak in English, but I try my best.
हिंदी में बोल सकते हो मैम, बंगाली में बोल सकते हो, बंगाली में भी बोल सकते हो.
Okay, ma'am, thank you, thank you. আমরা যখন এই প্রি-বোর্ড এক্সামিনেশন কমপ্লিট হয়ে যায়, এই কমপ্লিট হয়ে যাওয়ার পর যে রেজাল্টটা বেরোয়, আমরা যদি যারা ডিসঅ্যালাউড হলো এদেরকে আমরা এর 17, 18 বা 16, 17 তো দেখেছি, যদি যে কজন পাস করে তাদেরকে পাঠাই তাহলে স্কুলের রেজাল্টটা 100% হয় বোর্ডের কাছে, আমাদের যেটা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল বোর্ড। কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি এরা রিঅ্যাডমিশন আর নেয় না, যার জন্য ড্রপ আউট, আর্লি চাইল্ড ম্যারেজ ক্রমাগত ঘটতে থাকে। তা এদেরকে নিয়ে যখন আমরা বসলাম তখন আমরা দেখলাম এদের ইন্টেলিজেন্সি লেভেল হয়তো ঠিক আছে, সবচেয়ে যেটা ল্যাক তাদের রিডিং হ্যাবিট, যে ল্যাক অফ রিডিং হ্যাবিট এন্ড সেলফ স্টাডি হ্যাবিট একেবারে নেই। সমস্তটা নির্ভর করে প্রাইভেট টিউশনের ওপর, যার জন্য প্রাইভেট টিউশন মানে ডিফারেন্ট ক্যাটেগরি স্টুডেন্ট আছে, আর সেখানে সেই স্টুডেন্ট লজ্জা পেয়ে তার সব কথা সে ওপেন করে শেয়ারও করছে না, কিছুই শিখছে না। যার জন্য আমরা যখন তাদেরকে নিয়ে বসলাম, তাদের কাছে কয়েকদিন, প্রথম 5-7 দিন আমরা মোটামুটি কোনো সিলেবাসেই যাই না, কি সমস্যা, কেন পড়েনি, কি হয়েছে, বাড়িতে কি সমস্যা, এবং এরা সবাই আন্ডার প্রিভিলেজ সেকশন এবং ডে লেবার সেকশন, মূলত ডে লেবার, আইদার মা লেবার কাজ করে বা বাবা লেবার কাজ করে, আর বাড়িতে মেয়েটি অন্যান্য ঘরদোরের কাজ করে। সে ওই সময়টা বাঁচিয়ে স্কুলে আসাটাও তার জন্য সমস্যার। আমরা তাদের বাড়িতে এবারে পৌঁছেছি না হলেও 5 থেকে 6 দিন বিভিন্ন গ্রাম ভিজিট করে গার্জিয়ানকে বলেছি আপনি শুধু স্কুলে পাঠিয়ে দেবেন, ওর খাওয়া দাওয়া, ওর বই, ওর খাতা, পেন সমস্তটা আমরা প্রোভাইড করবো। মাত্র তো 1.5 মাস বাকি আছে। এবারে যেহেতু কোভিড, আমরা ক্লাসটা শুরু করতে পেরেছিলাম 21 জানুয়ারি। তখন থেকে প্রথম দিকে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স 45 এর জায়গায় 3, 4, 7 এরকম ছিল, কিন্তু সেটা আমরা লাগাতার কয়েকজন টিচার সবকটা গ্রামে, যেই গ্রামে ওই মেয়েগুলো আছে সবার বাড়িতে ভিজিট করলাম। ভিজিট করে তাদেরকে এটা এনশিওর করলাম যে শুধু ওকে তো দুপুরবেলা আপনার খেতেও দিতে হতো, আপনাকে খেতে দিতে হবে না, আপনার খাতা দিতে হবে না, পেন দিতে হবে না, শুধু স্কুলে পাঠিয়ে দেবেন, কিন্তু রোজ পাঠাতে হবে। একমাত্র এক্সকিউজ যদি খুব অসুস্থ হয়, সর্দি কাশি জ্বর ইত্যাদি যদি হয়, আদারওয়াইজ কিন্তু রোজ পাঠাবেন, না হলে কিন্তু আমরা আবার আসবো, এবং এটা আমরা করেওছি। কেন ইরেগুলারিটি? বাড়িতে গিয়ে শুনছি যে বাড়িতে জমির কাজ ছিল, ধান উঠেছে, পাট উঠেছে, এইসব করার কারণে আসতে পারে না। তাদেরকে প্রেশারও করা যাচ্ছে না, দুই বাবা মা কাজে যাচ্ছে, মেয়েটি বাড়ির কাজ করছে। আবার বুঝিয়ে এলাম বেশি তো সময় নেই, একটা মাস একটু কষ্ট করে আমাদের কাছে পাঠান। ফেল তো করেইছে, ফেলের বেশি তো কিছু করবার নেই, আমরা যদি চেষ্টা করে তাকে একটা সার্টিফিকেট দিতে পারি। আমরা দেখেছি যারা একটা পাস করে তাদের কনফিডেন্সটাই প্রচুর বেড়ে যায়, এবং ওদের এটাই বোঝাই তোরা অনেক দূরে দেরিতে শুরু করেছিস, তোরা ওদের থেকে কম না যারা পাস করে গেছে প্রি বোর্ড এক্সামিনেশন, শুধু দেরিতে শুরু করেছিস, তোদের আমরা পৌঁছে দেবো। একই সঙ্গে ক্লাস 11 রুমে তোরা ক্লাস করতে পারবি, একই, তখন তো কেউ দেখবে না তুই প্রি বোর্ডে ফেল ছিলিস কি পাস ছিলিস, মার্কশিট তো সবারই একই রকম আসবে। এই কনফিডেন্সটা ওদের আমাদের দিতে হয় বেশি করে, পড়ানোর চাইতে ওদেরকে এই নারিশমেন্টটা, এই মেন্টাল ব্যাকআপটা আমাদের বেশি করে দিতে হয়। কোথায় ওদের ঘাটতি? ওদের ঘাটতি হচ্ছে ওরা নিজের প্রতি কনফিডেন্স পুরো হারিয়ে ফেলেছে, ওরা ধরেই নিয়েছে নো ডিটেনশন পলিসিতে 9-এ উঠেছি, 2 বছর ওয়েট করেছি।
Champa ma'am, thank you so much.
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাডাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
Any other? Should we go to the next? All right.
Yes.
So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
It was encouragement for some of us who are backbenchers. So let's move to Rakesh Kumawat from Rajasthan. Last presenter of the session 3, study of utility of ABL kit in achieving goals of FLN.
नमस्कार सर, मैं लालचंद सोनी,
Language makes a
researcher of Rakesh Kumawat.
stop.
Are you hearing?
That she visited the parents, she said you don't have to pay anything. The food is ours, they were all going to tutors.
Lalchand, over to you.
Hello.
Yes, please. Louder, sir.
नमस्कार सर, मैं लालचंद सोनी, व्याख्याता, राजस्थान राज्य के झालावाड़ जिले के डग ब्लॉक में एक ग्रामीण पारापिपली स्कूल में कार्यरत हूँ। मेरे शोध का विषय है
सर माइक के पास आ जाइए।
FLN जो बुनियादी साक्षरता।
Please come closer to the mic, sir.
हाँ सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Are you hearing my voice?
Yes, yes. Please.
हाँ, नमस्कार सर, मैं लालचंद सोनी, राजस्थान राज्य के झालावाड़ जिले में के एक डग ब्लॉक के एक ग्रामीण विद्यालय पारापिपली में व्याख्याता के पद पर कार्यरत हूँ। मेरे शोध का विषय है बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्यात्मक ज्ञान में जो ABL किट राजस्थान राज्य में लगा हुआ है, एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग, उसकी उपादेयता, उसकी उपयोगिता। मैं इन शोध कार्यों को करने में मुझे विशेष रुचि रहती है। इनमें खंड स्तर पर और जिला स्तर पर मुझे इस कार्य के लिए पुरस्कार में भी मेरा चयन हुआ। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। मैं मेरे कार्य का परिचय, जो शोध का परिचय, देश में वर्तमान में बड़ी संख्या में जो विद्यार्थी है, लगभग 5 करोड़ से अधिक, जो बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्या ज्ञान भी उन्होंने नहीं सीखा है। उनके पास डिग्री तो है, लेकिन संख्या ज्ञान और बुनियादी साक्षरता उनको पहचानना, उनसे भी वो जुड़े हुए नहीं है। नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 में हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा FNL जो बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्यात्मक ज्ञान है, इसके अंतर्गत विद्यार्थियों में सीखने की वृद्धि और साक्षरता और संख्या ज्ञान के सार्वभौमिक प्राप्ति के लक्ष्य को बताया गया है। झालावाड़ जिले के डग ब्लॉक के अनुसार विषम सामाजिक परिस्थितियों और आर्थिक दशाओं वाले क्षेत्र में भी गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम NEP 2020 और FLN के उद्देश्यों को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो ABL है, गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम, इसके द्वारा बच्चों में रुचिपूर्वक, जिज्ञासापूर्वक एवं मनोयोग के साथ, कौतूहल के साथ सीखने को आगे बढ़ाता है। गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम से इसकी बहुत सारी विशेषताएं हैं, जिसमें एक विशेषता ये भी है कि सीखना मेन केंद्रित रहता है, फिक्स नहीं रहता, बुकिश लैंग्वेज नहीं रहती, किताबी ज्ञान के आधार पर ही सीखना नहीं होता। जो मेरे अध्ययन का जो उद्देश्य है, वो उद्देश्य है कि विद्यार्थियों में बुनियादी साक्षरता, संख्या ज्ञान, उस उद्देश्य को प्राप्ति, अधिगम को बढ़ावा दें, पर्याप्त अवसर मिले विद्यार्थियों को, बच्चों में आधारभूत शिक्षण की नींव मजबूत हो, सरल आनंददायी शिक्षण हो, और जिसमें बुनियादी जो साक्षरता और संख्यात्मक ज्ञान की नींव सभी में आ सके। जो विशिष्ट उद्देश्य है कि ABL की भूमिका स्पष्ट हो, जो ABL किट है उसकी उपयोगिता हो, ABL किट के क्रियान्वयन के बारे में जानकारी हो, और ABL किट बच्चों को सीखने की भावनाओं को प्रेरित भी करता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। जो विधियां मैंने काम में ली इस प्रस्तुत शोध में, जो 8 गवर्नमेंट विद्यालयों के संस्था प्रधानों से बातचीत की, जिसमें 4 सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल के संस्था प्रधान से, 2 उच्च प्राथमिक विद्यालय जो मिडिल स्कूल हैं उनके संस्था प्रधान से और 2 प्राइमरी स्कूल के संस्था प्रधानों को इसमें प्रश्नावली और साक्षरता के माध्यम से उनसे पूछे गए प्रश्नों को इसमें एक संस्था प्रधान प्रत्येक स्कूल से लिया गया। कुल 8 संस्था प्रधानों का उपयोग इसमें किया गया, उनका यूज किया गया, उनसे वार्तालाप की गई, साक्षात्कार किया गया। 2 शिक्षक प्रत्येक विद्यालय से, तो 16 शिक्षकों का इसमें योगदान हुआ और 3 विद्यार्थी प्रत्येक विद्यालय से, तो इस प्रकार से 24 विद्यार्थियों का इसमें सहयोग लिया गया और 2 अभिभावक, इस प्रकार 16 अभिभावकों का इसमें साक्षात्कार मेथड से पूछा गया। जो मेथोडोलॉजी, जो विधियों का उपयोग किया गया, इसमें मेन था साक्षात्कार विधि, सर्वेक्षण विधि, जो प्रश्नावली विधि, संस्था प्रधान से, गार्जियन से, जो अध्यापकों से और माता पिता से और विद्यार्थियों से क्वेश्चन में पुटअप करके, प्रश्नावलियों को पुटअप करके उनके माध्यम से उसमें निकाला गया कि FLN जो है, ये FLN के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने में ABL किट की उपादेयता है या नहीं। जो विश्लेषण इस दौरान मैंने शोध के दौरान पाया कि संस्था प्रधान प्रश्नावली का विश्लेषण करने पर यह पाया गया कि संस्था प्रधान इस प्रश्न पर एकमत है कि ABL की जो जानकारी है विद्यालय में गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम करवाने में सहयोग है। 100% संस्था प्रधान इस बात को मानते हैं कि शिक्षकों को गतिविधि आधारित शिक्षण रुचिकर लगता है। 100% संस्था प्रधानों ने इस बात को समझा है कि विद्यालय में शिक्षण में ABL किट का प्रयोग विद्यार्थियों को बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्यात्मक ज्ञान को सिखाने में ज्यादा लाभांश प्राप्त करता है। परंतु 50% संस्था प्रधानों का यह मानना है कि शिक्षकों ने ABL से संबंधित नवाचार किए हैं, केवल 50%, मतलब 50% इस ABL से संबंधित नवाचारों से अवगत नहीं है, उसका अधिगम में उपयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। 100% संस्था प्रधान मानते हैं कि विद्यार्थियों की अधिगम क्षमताओं में ABL किट के द्वारा ABL से वृद्धि हुई है। 100% संस्था प्रधानों ने ABL द्वारा स्थायी एवं प्रभावी बनाने के लिए सहयोग दिया है और ये ABL इसमें उपयोगी सिद्ध हुआ है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। यहाँ जो प्रश्नावली 8 जो क्वेश्चन बनाए गए थे, उन प्रश्नावलियों के आधार पर एक मैपिंग की गई है, जिस मैपिंग में जो संस्था प्रधानों से जो प्रश्न किए गए, साक्षात्कार किया गया, उनको एक चार्ट के माध्यम से प्रदर्शित किया गया है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। और उन जो क्वेश्चन पुटअप किए गए 1 to 8, उन प्रश्नों को किस प्रकार से संस्था प्रधानों ने उपयोग दिया, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में उनको किस प्रकार से उन्होंने उन क्वेश्चन का जवाब दिया, उनके बारे में चार्ट और मैपिंग के द्वारा यह समझाने का प्रयास किया गया, रेंडमली सिलेक्ट किया गया। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। इस पूरी शोध में हमने इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचे कि बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्यात्मक ज्ञान में उपादेयता का अध्ययन में विभिन्न प्रश्नावलियों में प्राप्त प्रत्युत्तरों में एक स्पष्ट राय आई कि गतिविधि आधारित शिक्षण जो ABL है, विद्यार्थियों की अधिगम अक्षमता में वृद्धि करता है तथा यह विद्यार्थियों के समग्र विकास में सहायक है। गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम विद्यार्थियों को रुचिकर लगता है। ABL के प्रयोग से विद्यार्थियों का अधिगम स्थायी एवं प्रभावपूर्ण होता है। गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम में विद्यार्थी स्वयं अपनी क्षमता, योग्यता, रुचि के अनुसार अधिगम करता है, जिससे जो अधिगम है सरल, सहज और आनंददायी होता है। बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्यात्मक ज्ञान की नींव को रखने में लाभदायक सिद्ध होता है। नेक्स्ट
लास्ट वन।
या निष्कर्ष और रिकमेंडेशन इस बात पर पहुंचते हैं कि FLN जो बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्यात्मक ज्ञान के उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति हेतु जो गतिविधि आधारित शिक्षण का किट है उसको बढ़ावा दिया जाए, उपयोगी सिद्ध होगा, क्योंकि ABL के द्वारा विद्यार्थियों को करके सीखने के पर्याप्त अवसर मिलते हैं। शिक्षण सहज सरल बनेगा, जिससे विद्यार्थी की आधारभूत अधिगम की नींव रखी जा सकती है। विद्यार्थी किताबी ज्ञान पर ही आधारित नहीं रहेगा, शिक्षण के कई तरीकों को एकत्रित करता है और शिक्षार्थी के अधिगम में कई इंद्रियों का प्रयोग भी होता है, जो शिक्षार्थियों के समय विकास में सहायक है। इसलिए कक्षा कक्षी प्रक्रिया में गतिविधि आधारित अधिगम अत्यंत उपयोगी सिद्ध होता है। इसलिए बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्यात्मक ज्ञान में ABL किट द्वारा विद्यार्थियों को वांछित अधिगम स्तर तक लाया जा सकता है। अंत में यही कहा जा सकता है कि बुनियादी शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता ज्ञान हेतु गतिविधि आधारित शिक्षण अति आवश्यक है। इसके माध्यम से बच्चों की आधारभूत नींव रखी जा सकती है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
थैंक यू सर।
नेक्स्ट। थैंक यू
सिर्फ एक सुझाव है, अगर इस सेशन के शुरुआत की बात अगर हम करें तो हम प्रोफेसर विनीता कॉल को सुन रहे थे और उन्होंने सबसे पहली बात ये बताई कि हम प्रॉब्लमेटाइज कैसे करते हैं रिसर्च को, यानी हम ऐसा कुछ रिसर्च करें पहले हमें नहीं पता हो। तो आपके रिसर्च में सबसे पहली बात तो आप ये बता रहे हैं कि एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग बच्चों को रुचिकर लगता है, जो कि हमको पता है। फिर आप बताते हैं पर अधिकतर शिक्षक एक्टिविटी बेस्ड टीचिंग नहीं करते हैं, ये भी हमको पता है। पर जो नहीं कर पाते हैं, क्यों नहीं कर पाते हैं और हम क्या कर सकते हैं, to be saying कि we should encourage them to do it, but it doesn't happen. तो हम कुछ संशोधन में आपने जो भी किया है, rather than asking कि आप में से कितने कर रहे हो activity based staging, it has to be कि जो school या institutional level पर जो बाधाएं हैं, जिसकी वजह से या कहीं institutional space और time create करना है, जिसकी वजह से joyful learning या activity based learning हो सके, कुछ आप ऐड कीजिए अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में और इसको थोड़ा और बेहतर बनाएं. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the 4 speakers and congratulations for all your presentations. We are moving to the next technical session 4. So while we are starting, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Srivastava, Dr. Srivastava, the Joint Director NCERT. He has more than 3 decades of experience, which includes, but is not limited to being a lecturer in statistics at Mahatma Gandhi Vishwavidyalaya. And he has experience of active policy level engagement with state government and agencies in the area of school education. He has been providing leadership role in conducting national and state level programs. He is not new to any of you, he is well known. And personally, he has been, guiding us, and especially when he came and spoke in the last convoke, he has been giving us a lot of inputs how to take this forward and make it as a national movement for the teachers and at school. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Over to you, sir, for your for addressing the gathering. Yeah. Professor Srivastava.
Many thanks to Niti and Bharti Foundation for this opportunity, and thanks for your kind words. Am I audible? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. अच्छा, हम हिंदी अंग्रेजी मिक्स करके बात करें, ठीक रहेगा?
Yes, चलेगा सर.
हाँ, या इंग्लिश में ही?
That's fine, sir. We can mix bilingual कर सकते हैं.
अच्छा. So in any case, in fact, the 10-15 minutes that I have to speak before the presentation in this session on girl, child, and leadership. We are very fortunate that we have before us the National Education Policy 2020 and many other recent situations and concerns that we have been able to confront with. And the National Education Policy talks about research-based solutions, and I'm very happy that Niti has conducted this, and Dr. Prem Singh, I'm grateful to him for giving me this opportunity, and Madam Sakia from the Bharti side. The session talks about the leadership, and we all know that there are many aspects which are associated with the leadership, the kind of skills, for example, integrity, ability to delegate, empathy, and many others. But there are 2 skills which I feel that is about self-awareness and the courage. This is very important for a girl child to have to become a leader. And school as a learning space, विद्यालय जो एक ऐसा स्थान है जहाँ पे कि बच्चे और उन बच्चों में ही हमारी जो गर्ल चाइल्ड बच्चियाँ हैं उनको भी स्कूल एज ए लर्निंग स्पेस ये जो सेल्फ अवेयरनेस एंड करेज 2 स्किल्स के लिए अगर अपॉर्चुनिटी हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे तो ये जो बड़े हम बातें डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की बात करते हैं और वी नो दैट बीइंग द लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी एंड बीइंग द यंगेस्ट पॉपुलेशन currently we are, and if we really want to reap the fruit of all this demographic dividend, so this discussion is very important and this session is very important, what exactly I wanted to impress upon. अब कुछ ऐसी बातें हैं जैसे कि हम सिनेरियो क्या है, what is the scenario right now? Infrastructure has been an issue. Infrastructure means in sense of availability of the schooling facility. Yes, we know that as of now, we have the availability of schooling facility for all the four stages that had been the nomenclature, either to primary, upper primary, secondary, and higher secondary. So this is available. Schools are available within the respective distance of facility. Yes, in the national education policy, for the first time, the early childhood has been brought into the fold. So infrastructure is an important issue. But even if for the other stages, if availability of a schooling facility is there are many other layers and there are many other aspects which we have to be very careful about and which we have to be uh, attentive at. For example, proper classrooms, teachers, drinking water facility, most importantly, the toilet facility for girl child. Because we all know that dropouts is often caused by these kind of predictors. And this is an important thing, and we have to be worried and concerned about that. Many efforts are being made. When the Swaksha Vidyalaya Muhim and this effort was started, and it is giving its results also. But there are a few other things also. Let us suppose that all these facilities are there, then quality engagement of girl child is very important. Because why I am telling this. Right now, from the institution side, from the NCERT side, we are involved in enacting national curriculum framework, and we are very fortunate that for the first time in this country, all the four national curriculum framework, that is for school education, for early childhood care and education, teacher education, as well as for adult education, we are enacting those curriculum simultaneously. So efforts are going on simultaneously, and the discussion and deliberation is talking about the quality engagement of children, and for that reason, girl children. NEP 2020 talks about a system of incentives for deploying teachers with knowledge of local language for for addressing the issues of this segment, because you know that socio-economically disadvantaged group is a phrase that is used there, and we all know that in those groups, girls share a good proportion. So NEP very clearly mentions that whatever target we keep before us for any endeavor or intervention for SEDGs, that should be focused towards girls, children, or the girl child. We all know that we are discussing about gender inclusion fund because it is there in the national education policy. So why I'm saying all these things, that these session, the present session that we are going to engage with, it is very, very important, because if leadership is to be there, then surely girls are to be first, very first. Firstly, they are to be given opportunity of good interactions, good expressions. And I was saying in the email, there is a paper which talks about lending uh, lending the girls a listening ear. So it was just given the file name. It was very interesting, and it is very interesting that we have to be very, very responsive to the girls' expressions and girl children's cause and their needs. Safety of girl children is also very important. And I tell you, there is, to some extent, intersectionality involved in understanding this issue. I would just impress upon my point by giving an example. As I have been involved in All India School Education Survey, and at one point of time we were visiting to the rural areas. There we were talking about, we seeing the girl sitting in at home, very healthy girl, and there is no issue of any such financial situation in the family. So we asked that why this girl is sitting at home. I asked to the father, why you are not sending this girl to the school. There is a school, she is fit for the higher secondary stage, or at that point of time, 11th, 12th, I was mentioning she is fit for that. Why you are not sending this girl to the school? The response came that this girl wants to study science. At one point of time, it came that this girl wants to study commerce, and the school which is there in the vicinity, it is not having science and commerce. That school, that facility is available about 13 kilometers away, and I can't send my girl child to that far a place. I think that the National Education Policy 2020, when it talks about uh, no hard boundaries as regard to the choice of the subjects, and it also talks about making children available different courses, vocational courses, and there should be no hard boundaries as regard to the vocational and academic streams. This also a new idea, and we have to work very means with a great vigor and cohesion. We have to work for this opportunity to be realized by children in this country. So probably we will be able to handle the safety of girl children issue. So these are certain points I wanted to make. And as I recall, the speaker was mentioning that I have been involved in earlier convoke also. And I recall in a convoke, I was there at Mohali. And even after on all forum, I say that we talk about stakeholders, and parents and community are most important stakeholders. So I would repeat here that in matters of the girl child education and the leadership, I consider that parents and community are the most important stakeholders. They have to also come forward to help other stakeholders so that we can realize the goal of very quality girls education in this country. With this word, I will stop here, and I think I have not overshot my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are always concise and precise while giving your insights. Thank you very much, and especially to reflect that point of community, importance of parents, and the importance of child safety. We are moving to the speakers. We have 4 speakers. So just to summarize it for you, we have 16 presenters today, and 12 have been already completed in the last 3 sessions. We have the last 4 papers for the day, and the 16 have been selected out of 191 papers, which came from 26 states and union territories of India. So let's start with the first speaker of the day of the session, Sushma Rani from Jharkhand. She will be speaking on causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students studying at upper primary levels in government school in Bokaro district. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody, and respected chairperson. I am Sushma Rani from Jharkhand. I am a teacher in Jharkhand government school. It is great pleasure to present my paper, which is causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students studying at upper primary levels in government schools of Bokaro district. Next, introduction. Education is panacea. It is essential for everyone. Education is an important part of our life. Women's education in India has been one of the major issues of concern of the Government of India as well as the society at large, women in India constitute 50% of the country's human resources and their contributions are vital for the nation's progress. Gender discrimination still persists in India and not more needs to be done in the field of women education in India. Napoleon said, "You give me a great mother and I will give you a great nation." To improve the status of a woman or a mother, it is necessary to improve the educational status of a woman and a girl. Only they are the future mothers, so a lot of efforts should be done in the field of girls' education. It is pity to say that in our state, the status of girls' education is not satisfactory. Further, we are going to discuss about the causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students studying at upper primary level. Next, ma'am. My objectives are to find out the home-related causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students attending government elementary schools in Bokaro district. Next is to find out the school-related causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students attending government elementary schools in Bokaro district. Next, methodology. Study area is all the 9 blocks of Bokaro district. At least one school from each block was selected randomly. Target respondents, the population of the study was the girl students studying in government elementary schools of Bokaro district. Sample size, a sample of 300 girl students studying in elementary levels was taken into consideration. Next, these are the 9 blocks and number of schools taken from each block, and the number of girls are 20 from each block. Total are 300 and schools are 15. Next, sampling technique. Random sampling technique was used to collect data from the girl students. 20 students were selected from each school randomly. Research instruments. A questionnaire was used to collect data regarding the problems adversely affecting the performance of girl students attending upper primary levels. Research technique. Survey method was used for the present study. The result obtained were tabulated and analyzed to get the findings. Next, analysis and findings. These are the tables. Causes adversely affecting the performance of girl students. Excessive load of household costs, percentage 95%. Economic hardship, these are the percentage the girls opined in favor of these questionnaire topics. Next, these are the home related other causes. Here you can see the percentage of girls opined in favor of this topic. Next, this is the chart bar graph and this is according to the table. Next, these are the school related causes. Lack of co-curricular activities. The 86% girls have opined in favor of this, and all these are topics. Lack of subject teachers, no remedial teaching for week, and 84, 83, and respectively, the girls have opined in favor of these topics. Next. School-related causes, again, problems in facing exam, 70% girls have opined in favor of this. Subject linked mathematics, science, and like this, no provision for vocational education, lack of computer education, lack of subject teachers, lack of parent-teacher association. These are the topics, and the girl opined in favor of this accordingly. The percentage has been displayed on the screen. Next, school-related causes, lack of parent-teacher association, lack of playground, no provision for organizing competitions, problems facing examination, stress, and etc. Next. Next, this is the chart bar graph according to the table. Now, conclusions. Household workload and weak economical condition is the major reason for the poor educational performance of the girls. Due to this reason only, they have very little time to study. The present study also indicates that parental illiteracy and negligent attitude have an adverse effect on girls' overall school performance. It is obvious that parental attitude and interest is important for the girls' school performance. The parents do not understand even the importance of exams, and they pull their daughters out of school for their use in household and field work. The illiteracy and lack of awareness among their parents are the main reason of dropout and poor performance of girls. Next, Besides this, some school-related problems are also there. We should improve our whole education system to attract the girl students. Education must be used as an agent of basic changes in the status of women. Education to girls is as essential as to boys. The main aim of education is to change the cultural norms and pattern of life of women, to make them economically independent, to organize themselves, to form a strong group, so as to analyze their situations and conditions of living, understand their rights and responsibilities, and to enable them to participate and contribute to the development of women and the entire society. Next. Recommendations. The society has to change in terms of sharing the household responsibilities for both man and woman, so that women can take time off to educate and improve their skill. Awareness should be raised among the parents, and there must be interactions between school and parents. There should be more appointment of ladies teachers of music, dance, drawing, painting, computer, and other vocational courses like cutting and stitching, embroidery, beautician, etc. There should be provision of remedial classes of subjects like math, science, English, and other subjects to help those lagging behind in studies. There should be the provision of stipends and awards, prizes to encourage the girl students. Next. There should be provision of guidance and counseling services at school. Monthly health checkup programs should be organized under the supervision of MBBS ladies doctor and nurses. The girls should get iron and calcium tablets and sanitary napkins free in the government schools. Provision for guidance and counseling is necessary in view of the fact that adolescent girls are facing many types of emotional and physical changes in their body. They need help to understand all these changes. Provision of safety should be taken care of social level, at school level, and even inside the family. Secure life, no sexual and mental harassment, no social abuseness, no gender discrimination, no malnutrition, no dowry debt, and non-violence, no child level practice. All these are the cry of our. We have to assure that these things to our girl child. After all, quality education is their birthright. Government should join their hand to school authority. There should be the provision of free textbook distribution, free school uniform distribution, midday meal scheme, cycle distribution scheme, school bag and stationery kit distribution scheme inside the government school for girls students. Next. These are some references you can see on the screen. And now, thanks.
So, thank you, Sushma Rani.
Thank you, sir.
Over to jury. Any questions? So, your presentation was very clear.
It's not me.
Yes. Next questions, Sushma Rani, for you. It's been a
thank you, sir.
And so we go to the next paper by Ashok Kumar Yogi from Rajasthan. Study of the state of distribution of free sanitary napkins and its utility. Over to you, sir.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं अशोक कुमार योगी राजकीय उच्च प्राथमिक विद्यालय नयापुरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट बाड़मेर से हूं सर। और बाड़मेर में ये एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जिसको नीति आयोग ने घोषित किया हुआ है और ये हमारा डार्क जोन में भी आता है एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में। यहाँ जो लिटरेसी परसेंट है वो बहुत ही कम है, 52% इन 2011 डाटा। सर, सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि एक पुरुष होने के नाते मैंने मेरे स्कूल में पाया कि सैनिटरी नैपकिन अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम जो कि सरकार के द्वारा चलाए जा रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ, और जो हमारी बच्चियां जानती हैं जिसके बारे में, मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में, मैं उसके बारे में मैंने एक शोध किया है जो मैं आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूँ। एडोलसेंट गर्ल्स फॉर रूरल एनवायरनमेंट एक बहुत ही बड़ी कठिनाई है हमारे सामने एक ग्रामीण वातावरण में, क्योंकि हमारी जो बच्चियां प्राइवेट या अच्छी स्कूलों में पढ़ती हैं उनके माता पिता पढ़े लिखे होते हैं, जिनके कारण उन्हें मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में जानकारी मिल चुकी होती है और उन्हें झिझक या कोई भी हेजिटेशन महसूस नहीं होती है। जबकि हमारे ग्रामीण परिवेश में बिल्कुल इसके उल्टा है, इसके विपरीत है, क्योंकि हमारे ग्रामीण परिवेश में जो बालिकाएं हैं वो मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में बहुत ही कम जानती हैं। साथ ही मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में तो यहाँ तक कि जब मैं सर्वे के लिए गया तो मुझे पता पड़ा इस बात का कि अमूमन मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में यहाँ बात करना भी एक अपराध के समान माना जाता है। आप किसी से बात नहीं कर सकते। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो अवेयरनेस है वो भी बहुत ही कम है। हमारे यहाँ राजस्थान सरकार के द्वारा चुप्पी तोड़ो श्यानी बनो अभियान चलाया गया है, जिसके द्वारा भी हम लोग इसमें अवेयर कर रहे हैं लोगों को, हमारी बालिकाओं को, किशोरी जो बालिकाएं हैं उनको। और हमारे जो ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द स्टडी हैं उसके अंतर्गत हमने एक जो यहाँ पौराणिक मतलब रीति रिवाज जो हैं, जिनके द्वारा ये माना जाता है कि मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के द्वारा आप रसोई में नहीं जा सकते, आपको अकेले रहना पड़ेगा, ये आज भी व्याप्त हैं हमारे समाज में। इन कुरीतियों को दूर करने के लिए हमने अवेयरनेस का जो कैंपेन जो हमारी सरकार चला रही है, उसके बारे में हमने हमारी किशोरी बालिकाओं को बताने का प्रयास किया और ये जानने का प्रयास किया कि वो मासिक धर्म के बारे में कितना जानती हैं, मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में और स्वच्छता के बारे में कितना जानती हैं। इसके साथ ही फ्री सैनिटरी नैपकिन अवेयरनेस जो हमारी स्कूलों के अंदर आते हैं। हालांकि सरकार के द्वारा फ्री सैनिटरी नैपकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हर महीने किया जा रहा है, लेकिन 90% बालिकाओं को, किशोरी बालिकाओं को ये प्राप्त भी हो रहा है, स्कूल के शिक्षकों द्वारा उनको वितरित किया जा रहा है, लेकिन उसके समय भी बड़ी ज्यादा विपत्तियां ये आ रही है कि वो उसको सही तरीके से यूज करना नहीं जान पा रही हैं, उसको सही प्रॉपर वे में वो यूज नहीं कर पा रही हैं। अगर मैं बात करना चाहूं, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज, मेथोडोलॉजी के बारे में, तो इसके अंतर्गत मैंने सर्वे किया है, उसमें मैंने 10 स्कूल ली हैं, जिसमें से 5 सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल थी, 5 अपर प्राइमरी स्कूल्स थे, और जो मेरा ब्लॉक था वो बाड़मेर डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन राजस्थान में सिवाना ब्लॉक और बालोतरा 2 ब्लॉक थे। टारगेटेड रेस्पोंडेंट्स एंड सैंपल साइज जो मैंने लिया वो था एडोलसेंट जो गर्ल थी वो कक्षा 8वीं से लेकर 12वीं तक, अर्थात 8th to 12th जो बच्चियां थी उनको मैंने इस सर्वे में लिया है, जिसमें मैंने प्रत्येक स्कूल से 5 बालिकाएं ली हैं, तो हमारे टोटल हो गए 50 बालिकाओं से मैंने ये सर्वे किया है सैंपल साइज में। स्कूल हेड्स मैंने 10 लिए हैं, जो कि प्रत्येक स्कूल से एक है। चीफ ब्लॉक एजुकेशन ऑफिसर मैंने 2 ब्लॉक हैं, तो एक ब्लॉक का एक चीफ, तो दोनों ब्लॉकों के 2 हो गए। इंचार्ज फ्री सैनिटरी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, जो हर स्कूल में एक फ्री सैनिटरी नैपकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफिसर होता है या कोई भी हमारा एक शिक्षक होता है, वो मैंने 10 लिए हैं, और ब्लॉक चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर ये मैंने 2 लिए हैं। तो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा इसके अंतर्गत मैंने सर्वे मेथड का यूज किया है, इंटरव्यू लिया है, और इसके साथ साथ हम लोगों ने क्वेश्चनरी रखी है एडोलसेंट बालिकाओं के सामने। तथ्यात्मक रूप से हम देखें तो अवेयरनेस अबाउट मिनिस्ट्रियल मैनेजमेंट एंड क्लीनलीनेस में 40%, केवल 40% बच्चियों को आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर, आशा वर्कर या हमारी एएनएम बहन जी के द्वारा उसे मिनिस्ट्रियल हाइजीन के बारे में जानकारी दी गई है, अर्थात उनके स्वच्छता के बारे में उन्होंने बताया है। जबकि एक लार्ज नंबर 60% ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की बालिकाओं को अवेयरनेस के साथ साथ मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में जानकारी नहीं दी गई है। इसके साथ ही एक बहुत बड़ा तबका है ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में, 90% बालिकाओं को सरकार के द्वारा फ्री सैनिटरी नैपकिन बांटे जा रहे हैं, इस अध्ययन में ये सामने निकल के आया, और 90% एडोलसेंट जो गर्ल हैं उनको मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, स्वच्छता की जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, उसके बावजूद भी हमारी जो किशोरी बालिकाएं हैं खासकर ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों की, क्योंकि ये जो 10 के 10 स्कूल जो मैंने मेरे सर्वे में लिए हैं, जो मैंने मेरे इस रिसर्च पेपर में लिए हैं, उनमें ये सारी ग्रामीण बैकग्राउंड की, रूरल बैकग्राउंड की स्कूल्स हैं, और उसी में से ये तथ्य सामने निकल के आ रहे हैं। उसमें मात्र आप लोग देख रहे हैं कि केवल इसमें 10% बालिकाएं ऐसी हैं जिनको थोड़ा पता है इसके बारे में, वो प्रॉपर वे में यूज कर पा रही हैं, बाकी इसका जो यूटिलाइजेशन है वो बहुत ही कम हो पा रहा है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब मैं बात करता हूं एक सबसे बड़े मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग की कि ग्रामीण परिवेश में बालिकाएं अगर जो बालिकाएं यूज कर रही हैं, केवल 20% बालिकाओं के स्कूल में, केवल 20% स्कूल में ही डिस्पेंसर और इंसिनेटर मशीन है, वो डिस्ट्रॉय कहां करे, वो इसको डिस्पोज कहां करे, एक बहुत ही बड़ी समस्या सामने निकल के आ रही है। 80% स्कूलों में डिस्पेंसर और इंसिनेटर मशीन नहीं है। कंक्लूजन और समरी के रूप में 90% ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैड एक्सेप्टेड दैट सैनिटरी नैपकिन्स आर बीइंग प्रोवाइडेड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट एवरी मंथ इन देयर स्कूल्स। ये बिल्कुल सही है। एंड 90% एडोलसेंट गर्ल्स हैव बीन प्रॉपर हैंड वॉशिंग ट्रेनिंग, उनको हैंड वॉशिंग ट्रेनिंग तो दी गई है। इसके साथ ही 70% ऑफ एडोलसेंट गर्ल्स हैव नॉलेज अबाउट प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट एंड डिस्पोजल ऑफ सैनिटरी नैपकिन्स, बट सैनिटरी नैपकिन की मशीनें हैं वो केवल मैनेजमेंट की इंसिनेटर मशीन और डिस्पोजल मशीन वो केवल 20% यानी 2 ही स्कूलों में मुझे मिली। 80% ऑफ द हेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर अवेयर अबाउट चुप्पी तोड़ो श्यानी बनो अभियान। इसका मतलब है ग्रामीण परिवेश में हमारी जो बालिकाएं हैं वो चुप्पी तोड़े और आगे बढ़े और खुल के बात करें सैनिटरी नैपकिन के बारे में, उसके यूजेस के बारे में, मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन के बारे में। रिकमेंडेशंस जो हमारे इसके इस शोध के बाद में मैंने जो इसमें पाया उसके आधार पे मैंने जो ये रिकमेंडेशंस तैयार की हैं उसमें पहला है कि वी नीड टू डेवलप एन इफेक्टिव डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम इन रूरल एरिया ऑफ सैनिटरी पैड्स इन स्कूल्स ऑफ कवर द रेस्ट ऑफ 10% एडोलसेंट गर्ल्स, नीड टू एस्टेब्लिश सैनिटरी नैपकिन इंसिनेटर एंड डिस्पेंसर। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण जो बात, इस तथ्य जो फैक्ट निकल के आ रहा है हमारे इस रिसर्च पेपर में, उसमें यही है कि इंसिनेटर मशीन और डिस्पेंसर मशीन प्रत्येक स्कूल में होना चाहिए, प्रत्येक स्कूल में होना चाहिए, और सबको उसके यूटिलाइजेशन के बारे में, उसके यूज के बारे में, कि उसका प्रयोग हम कैसे करें उसके बारे में बताना चाहिए। सेपरेट रूम होना चाहिए, एक फेस्टिवल के रूप में हमें मनाने की आवश्यकता है मासिक धर्म प्रबंधन को। कुछ हमारे इस सर्वे के दौरान हमने जब ये सर्वे किया, कुछ अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स चलाए, उसके कुछ ये आपके समक्ष फोटोज हैं। ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू अशोक। एनी क्वेश्चंस?
अशोक जी, एक बात पूछें आपसे।
यस मैम।
आपने जो प्रश्न इतने सारे बनाए हैं और बच्चों से, प्रिंसिपल से, ब्लॉक एजुकेशन और सभी से पूछे, आपसे पूछते हो क्या लड़कों को मासिक धर्म के बारे में बताना चाहिए?
राइट मैम, बिल्कुल बताना चाहिए मैम। और मैं आपको बताऊं, जिस स्कूल में मैं
प्रश्न क्यों नहीं पूछा?
यस मैम, एक्चुअल में
talking about making girl child aware about menstruation cycle and not about boys.
राइट मैम, चूंकि मैंने इस स्कूल में जो मैंने बच्चियां ली हैं, जो मेरा टारगेटेड था वो एडोलसेंस गर्ल ही थी ओनली, उन्हीं को मैंने क्वेश्चंस में शामिल किया है। इसको मैंने इसलिए शामिल नहीं कर पाया मैम। हालांकि हम लोग बताते हैं, जिस स्कूल में मैं पढ़ाता हूं मैम, हमारे उस स्कूल में मैंने बच्चियों को एक साथ बैठ के इसके बारे में बताया। कुछ बच्चे ऐसे होते हैं, सैनिटरी नैपकिन का डब्बा आता है मैम हर महीने, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा सैनिटरी नैपकिन होते हैं, बच्चे उत्सुकता बस देखते हैं, अरे इसमें क्या है सर। तो जैसे ही मैं पढ़ा रहा था, उस बच्चे ने एक सैनिटरी नैपकिन निकाला कि सर व्हाट इज दिस। तो मैंने उसको इसके बारे में बताया मैम कि ये सैनिटरी नैपकिन है और इस तरीके से यूजेस होता है। और इसके बाद में मैम पैडमैन मूवी हमने हमारे स्कूल में दिखाई और बच्चों को जागरूक किया, जिसमें हम सब टीचर्स, सभी बच्चियां, किशोरी बालिकाएं और हमारे जितने भी बालक थे, उन सबको हमने ये मूवी दिखाई, जिसके बारे में वो बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से जागरूक हो गए। और मैम हमने यहाँ तक कि कलेक्टर साहब को भी इनवाइट किया, और कलेक्टर साहब को हम लोग खुद गए, चुप्पी तोड़ो सियाने बनो अभियान, मैं और मेरी वाइफ। मेरी वाइफ मुझे बहुत प्रमोट करती है इस चीज के लिए, एक पुरुष होते हुए मैं ऐसी पहल कर रहा हूँ, ऐसा रिसर्च कर रहा हूँ। इस रिसर्च को लेके भी मेरा यही उद्देश्य था कि मेरी जो पत्नी है वो मुझे अप्रिशिएट करती है कि आपको ये काम करना चाहिए। मैम वो एक घरेलू महिला है, लेकिन फिर भी वो इन रिसर्च में मेरे साथ गई है, और महिलाओं से उन्होंने बात की है, मैडम से बात की है, और जो हमारी किशोरी बालिकाएं उनसे उन्होंने बात की है।
Thank you जी, शुक्रिया।
Thank you Ashok for the wonderful presentation. Let's move on to the third presenter of the session from Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Pooja Yadav. Lack of problem-solving and decision-making skills in girls, reasons, experiments, efforts and changes. Dr. Pooja, over to you.
जी सर, नमस्कार। मैं स्टार्ट करूं?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Slides सर?
Just coming up.
नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर पूजा यादव लगभग 16 वर्षों से एक गवर्नमेंट टीचर और मीना मंच के मेंटर के तौर पर काम कर रही हूं। मेरे शोध पत्र का विषय है बालिकाओं में समस्या समाधान व निर्णय लेने के कौशलों का अभाव, कारण, प्रयोग, प्रयास व परिणाम व परिवर्तन। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। हम अपने आसपास जो कुछ भी प्रगतिशील देखते हैं वह सब शिक्षा का परिणाम है। शिक्षा के द्वारा ही हम एक अच्छे नागरिक और तत्पश्चात एक अच्छे समाज और देश का निर्माण करते हैं। लेकिन जब तक आधी आबादी अशिक्षित रहेगी या गुणात्मक रूप से विकसित नहीं होगी, तब तक देश भी आधी ही प्रगति कर पाएगा। इसको हम इस ग्राफ में देख सकते हैं कि स्त्री पुरुष साक्षरता का अंतर हर जगह विद्यमान है। फिर बात चाहे इंडिया की हो, यूपी की हो, मेरे जनपद कानपुर नगर की, मेरे स्टडी एरिया खुजोपुर या मेरे स्कूल पीएमवी खुजोपुर की हो, यही अंतर उनके व्यक्तित्व विकास को आगे चलकर बाधित करता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। इसी वजह से मैंने ऑब्जेक्टिव लिए हैं उन कारणों का विश्लेषण करना जिसकी वजह से बालिकाएं समस्या समाधान व निर्णय लेने के कौशलों की तरफ आगे नहीं बढ़ पाती हैं। साथ ही नामांकन, उपस्थिति व ठहराव बढ़ाकर उन्हें शिक्षा के साथ जोड़ना और शिक्षा के साथ साथ पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाओं से जोड़कर उनके अंदर ये स्किल्स डेवलप करना। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। मेरा स्टडी एरिया है विलेज खुजोपुर, जिसके अंतर्गत वहां का एकमात्र जूनियर स्कूल पीएमवी खुजोपुर को मैंने लिया है, जहां 12 से 14 वर्ष की बालिकाएं आती हैं। टारगेट रिस्पोंडेंट है मेरी बालिकाएं, जो 44 मेरे स्कूल की हैं और 16 अन्य ग्रामीण बालिकाएं हैं और उनके अभिभावक। रिसर्च टूल के अंतर्गत मैंने क्वेश्चननायर लिया है, जिसमें मैंने 5 प्रश्नों को शामिल किया है, जो ओपन एंडेड और क्लोज एंडेड दोनों तरह के क्वेश्चंस हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। एनालिसिस के अंतर्गत सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन जो मैंने लिया वह था कम नामांकन, उपस्थिति और ठहराव के कारण। इसमें कुछ संभावित कारण हमने दिए, संभावित विकल्प दिए थे कि जैसे घर के कामों की व्यस्तता, छोटे भाई बहनों की देखभाल, किशोरावस्था की चुनौतियां, माता पिता की अस्वस्थता या कोई अन्य कारण। इस क्वेश्चन के जवाब में 80% पेरेंट्स ने यह कारण चुना कि विद्यालय जाकर इतिहास, भूगोल और संस्कृत की पढ़ाई करने के बजाय बालिकाएं घर में रहकर ही विवाह उपरांत काम में आने वाली चीजों को सीखें। और इसी को नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। इसी क्वेश्चन के जवाब में बालिकाओं ने कहा कि घर के कामों की व्यस्तता एक बड़ा कारण है। लगभग 82% बालिकाओं ने माना कि घर के कामों की व्यस्तता की वजह से उनके नामांकन में कमी या उपस्थिति में कमी है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। दूसरा क्वेश्चन था बालिकाओं को कहां तक शिक्षा दिलाना चाहते हैं। 48% पेरेंट्स ने माना केवल कक्षा 8 तक, क्योंकि कक्षा 8 तक का विद्यालय उनकी रीच में था। ग्रामीण परिवेश में जो मेरा गांव है वहां सिर्फ कक्षा 8 तक का विद्यालय है। वो बालिकाओं को बाहर ले जाकर शिक्षा दिलाने का एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट बालिकाओं के लिए लेना नहीं चाहते थे, जबकि 38% गर्ल्स ने क्लास 12 के आगे भी शिक्षा प्राप्त करना चाहा। अगला क्वेश्चन था, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम, बालिकाओं का भविष्य किस रूप में देखते हैं। 88% पेरेंट्स मानते हैं कि आवश्यकता अनुसार शिक्षा के पश्चात विवाह, जबकि 76 गर्ल्स मानती हैं कि मैरिज आफ्टर जॉब। जॉब कैसे मिलेगा, उसकी क्या प्रक्रिया होगी, वो उन्हें नहीं पता, बट सपने विद्यमान हैं कि मैरिज आफ्टर जॉब। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। 2 क्वेश्चन डिसीजन मेकिंग अथॉरिटी से संबंधित थे कि फैमिली में इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन, फैमिली के इंपॉर्टेंट मैटर के डिसीजन कौन लेता है और क्या फीमेल मेंबर्स की राय उसमें शामिल की जाती है। दोनों ही जवाबों में पुरुष वर्चस्व रहा, जिसके कारण निकल के आए कि पुरुषों का कंपैरेटिवली ज्यादा शिक्षित होना और बाहर आने जाने की वजह से पुरुषों में ज्यादा अनुभव होना और कुछ पुरानी मान्यताएं और रूढ़ियां। इन सारे एनालिसिस और फाइंडिंग के बाद हमने कुछ चेंजेस किए। सबसे पहला चेंज किया हमने स्कूल टाइम को सुबह के समय में 1 से 2 घंटे के लिए फ्लेक्सिबल किया बालिकाओं के लिए, ताकि वो पूरे दिन अनुपस्थित होने की बजाय अपने घरेलू काम निपटाकर 1 या 2 घंटे देरी से आकर बाकी की विद्यालय गतिविधियों में संलग्न हो सके। दूसरा हमने किया कुछ व्यावसायिक कार्यशालाएं आयोजित की, जो कि हमने चित्र में दिखाया भी है कि व्यावसायिक कार्यशालाओं के द्वारा वो विवाह उपरांत काम में आने वाली चीजों को भी विद्यालय में सीख सकें, जैसे मास्क बनाना, हैंडबैग बनाना, फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के अंतर्गत जैम, जेली, स्क्वैश, मिक्स अचार, चिक्की, ये सारी चीजें बनाना। इसके बाद उनको सर्टिफिकेट भी दिया गया। बंधनवार सजाना, मेहंदी सजाना, ये सारी वर्कशॉप हमने आयोजित की। इसके अलावा हमने किया किशोरावस्था की चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए विद्यालयों में सैनिटरी पैड की व्यवस्था और निस्तारण हेतु इंसिनरेटर का निर्माण कराया। इसके बाद अगला चेंज हमने किया, विभिन्न प्रतियोगिताओं में बालिकाओं की अनिवार्य भागीदारी सुनिश्चित की और विजयी बालिकाओं के माता पिता को विद्यालय में बुलाकर सम्मानित किया गया, जिससे अभिभावकों की एक सोच बदली कि बालिकाएं भी हमारे सम्मान की वजह बन सकती हैं। और इसके बाद हमने बाल संसद का एक बहुत बेहतर प्रयोग किया। बाल संसद में हमने बालिकाओं के लिए पद आरक्षित रखा और उनको निर्वाचित किया और विद्यालय की महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारियों को उनको सौंपा। इसके बाद हमने मीना मंच को सक्रिय किया। मीना मंच के अंतर्गत हमने हेल्पलाइन नंबर, गुड टच, बैड टच, इन सभी की जानकारी उनको दी और कुछ नुक्कड़ नाटकों का आयोजन किया, ताकि जो पुरुष मानसिकता या जो रूढ़ियां हैं उनमें कुछ बदलाव आ सके। इसके अलावा हमने कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन आयोजित किए, जिसमें हमने बालिकाओं को बताया कि किस तरह से सफल और सकारात्मक जीवन जीने के लिए वो अपने EQ को अपने IQ से ऊपर रखना सीख सकें। इसके अलावा बाल अखबार और एजुकेशनल टूर से हमने उन्हें कुछ एक्सपोजर देने का प्रयास किया। इन सब का, मैम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, इन सारे प्रयासों का जो कंक्लूजन निकला वो इस ग्राफ के रूप में हमारे सामने है। 2014-15 में जहां की बालिकाओं का नामांकन 32 था और बालिकाओं का 42 था, ये बालिकाओं का ग्राफ निरंतर ऊपर बढ़ता चला गया और 2021-22 में हमारे विद्यालय में आज 50 बालक और 61 बालिकाएं नामांकित हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। विभिन्न प्रतियोगिताओं में अपनी प्लानिंग और कॉन्फिडेंस से विजयी हुई ये बालिकाएं ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनी अन्य बालिकाओं के लिए और बढ़ चली समस्या समाधान व निर्णय लेने के कौशलों की तरफ। चित्र में आप देख सकते हैं मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी द्वारा, जिलाधिकारी द्वारा, विभिन्न लोगों के द्वारा उन्होंने विभिन्न प्रतियोगिताओं को जीता। इन्हीं प्रयासों को मैं रिकमेंड करती हूँ अन्य स्कूलों के लिए भी, ताकि बालिका और बालिका शिक्षा नए आयामों को छू सके। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. That was really interesting presentation and well presented. Over to the jury for questions.
प्रश्न तो है नहीं, पर कमेंट्स जरूर हैं कि जिस तरह से आपने इस प्रॉब्लम को प्रेजेंट किया है और जो आपने रिसर्च करके जो फिगर्स जो आए हैं ना, वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और आपकी जो एनर्जी है एक्चुअली मैम, उसने ही आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन को एक तो आगे बढ़ाया, हमारी रुचि रखी है। सो थैंक यू
टुवर्ड्स द एंड, वो भी दिन के अंत में।
दिन के अंत में।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
So thank you, Dr. Pooja. It is not easy to be presenters in the last session. It's quite difficult, and we need to lend all our ears to the last presenter of the day, and they have coming with the topic "Lend the Girls a Listening Ear" by Manisha Pavi and Aditi Basin from Delhi. So all our ears are for you.
Thank you so much, Anthony, sir. And a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I, Aditi Basin, and my co-presenter, Manisha Pavi, are here to present a research paper on the topic, Lending the Girls a Listening Ear. Next slide, please. We are two passionate teacher learners in government schools of Delhi, and we truly believe that by empathetically listening, we allow the speaker to self-reflect, heal, and talk all the way through the problem, leading to problem solving. Unfortunately, the girl students are not vocal about their dreams and also lack the confidence to express themselves. Next slide, please. As a teacher, we realize that the voice of girls are not given due importance as their male counterparts. COVID-19 pandemic hit the nail on the head, aggravating the already bad situation. This concern needed to be addressed. Our duty as teachers doesn't end simply by bringing the girls to school. They need to be made self-confident. They must also feel that they are also important. They need to be vocal about what they strongly feel about. So together, both of us carried out online sessions to internally strengthen the girls, help them acknowledge their fears, and convert them into their strengths. Next slide. Our prime objective was all-round development, or shall we say 360-degree development. By this, we not only mean the physical and the mental, but also the social and the emotional development. Next slide. So we decided to work with two government schools of Delhi. Here we took 38 girls of government school A and 35 girls of government school B. These girls were between the age group of 13 to 14 years, studying in class 9th, and along with these children, our target respondents were parents and siblings of these girls also. To ascertain the needs of these students and their gray areas, we conducted online surveys by curating Google Forms for need analysis. Next slide. After the sessions were conducted, Google Forms were floated again to understand the effectiveness of these sessions. Sorry, ma'am, the previous slide again, please. As a secondary mode, one-on-one telephonic interviews and feedbacks on WhatsApps were also taken up to find out the details which could not be observed through the Google Forms. The next slide. These sessions were religiously carried out every Saturday for 5 months. In fact, what you can see in this slide are the thumbnails of a few of the PPTs that we made. The other topics that were taken were no means no, hard work versus smart work. What is freedom for me? How can I define success? Peer pressure, menstrual hygiene, to name a few. I would now like to request my co-presenter Manisha to take over for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Aditi. Next slide, please. As you can see that we chose topics which are directly related to the lives of the girls. The results were quite encouraging in terms of the decreasing communication gap between the parents and the children. Also, the girls started realizing the importance of education, the importance of self-esteem. We found that the girls were more confident in giving their opinions, giving their views about topics related to them. But as they say, the road is quite long. We still have girls who are not comfortable sharing their feelings. We realize that we need to work more frequently with the girls. Moreover, there are many factors that define the outlook of the girls, such as the mindset of the family, the environment in their homes, and even the society norms. Next screen, please. Apart from the online surveys, we also did one-on-one interviews because we did not get a clear picture. And as you can see, we had very promising results. The girls wanted to have serious career choices. They felt valued when they were given a chance to express. And so many girls learned that it is okay to say no. They have a right to say no. And as a pleasant surprise, 91% of them wanted to prove their worth to the family as well as to the society. Next slide, please. And what the parents said was a reaffirmation of our findings. They observed extraordinary contrast in their own children. They found that the family was coming close. The generation gap was bridging. They also found that the girls were more open to share their views. They were overcoming the anxieties. One of them just acknowledged that the sessions act like a catalyst in giving wings to the thoughts of their girls. I think that was the best acknowledgement we got. Next slide, please. After continuous weekly sessions for 5 months, we came to some conclusions. First, that it's not the girls only whom we have to address to. There are other stakeholders too, like the parents and teachers, the community as a whole. Also, the girls need to be given platform where they can feel psychologically safe, where they can talk about their apprehension, their aspirations without being judged. And also, when we allow them to participate, they have better decision making. Hence, they develop skills of critical thinking and they take onus of their own decisions. One more thing that we really found out that we need to change the mindset of the girls regarding importance of education. The girls think that earning is the only reason they are getting educated. So if they don't want to earn, they don't need to get educated. But now we have to make them realize or appreciate the link between education and self-esteem, self-confidence. In the end, I do have some recommendation. The females are projected as products. We need to change that mindset for the community. Females should be presented with humans, with emotions, desires, dreams. So our neighborhood center should have some platform for the girls where they can express themselves. Also, the teachers need to be sensitized, not to use stereotypical comments. I mean, why should boys move the desk? Why should girls not shout? Then we have Bal Sabhas, club meetings in our schools. Why don't we use them for open discussions where the girls can have healthy participation? And then one more pillar, the parents, especially the fathers. We need to help make them realize they need to give congenial, gender equitable environment at home. We as women would like to see the entire tribe stronger and liberated. I quote Nobel Prize winner Malala, I raise up my voice not so that I can shout, but so that those without a voice can be heard. We cannot succeed when half of us are held back. Thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, Manisha, and thank you, Aditi. I hope we are the last. That was the last presentation of the day and the session. Over to the jury for any questions.
Thank you, Manisha and Aditi. We all found your passion for the cause extremely heartwarming. The questionnaires and surveys that you did have yielded some very, very interesting results. I'm glad you stated the cause of ensuring that we speak to our boys as well as just only rather than only our girls. As Kashyapi ma'am had said earlier, asked a question to one of the speakers earlier. So where are the men in all this, if you're talking about women? And I just wondered whether you had thought through some of the ways that our curriculum, which does not have a gender lens, or maybe has one a little bit, but not really. There are two lenses that our curriculum in Delhi lacks. And these two are, number one, the gender lens, where we vet everything by images, by the message that is being communicated through our textbooks and our curriculum, by the training that we invest in our teachers so that they send out the right signals, say the right things. We have no engagement with parents on gender at all presently. So I wonder whether you would consider adding that. Recommendations, concrete recommendations, because you have reflected, this is the landscape. Yes, but the solutions. You have lent an ear. You've said lend an ear. You have listened with empathy, and the girls have told you how they feel. But that's captured a reality. What's the solution? It doesn't happen like this, but what are your recommendations for a long-term strategy to include gender? Why are girls not playing football? I still don't understand. Even in private schools, they're sent off to play basketball or netball. So, you know, what should we be doing? What should our sports people be doing? Why are there so few girls in STEM? The specialized schools, the schools of specialized excellence in Delhi, the STEM schools it's skewed. There are fewer girls. However, that might be because you're both here, you're both thoughtful, you're both articulate. It might be your second project to look at the solution. But thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this food for thought, ma'am. Glad.
So thank you very much, Manisha and Aditi. And congratulations to all the four presenters presented in this fourth session. And I think that brings us to the end of the fourth session and all the technical session as such. So we will go to the final session of vote of thanks while the jury is just trying to complete. Have you completed for today, this last session? Last one.
I haven't, but we'll work. We'll just go to the restroom.
So while the technical sessions have come to an end, it's my duty and a privilege at the same time to thank. There are so many people who have been a source of inspiration and support. The whole National Research Symposium for Teachers and Head of Schools. It was launched on 9th of December with the purpose that we can use research as a tool to enhance teachers' capabilities, and it has to be evidence-based so that decision-making can be done based on the evidence. And of course, it is in line with the national education policy as well. Just to give to all the audience and the speakers, we have had a wonderful response from 30 states and union territories of India in terms of registration for paper submission. So we had over 500. However, 191 papers were received from 26 states and union territories. And from there, after 3 rounds, we had 16 finalists coming from 10 states and union territories presenting today. You would have found that the papers were ranging from tribal districts of Rajasthan to city schools of Delhi. There's a varied variation between the various topics of the various states. We have various topics on not only girl-child education, which was the last session, ECCA, health and hygiene, learning outcomes, education during normal, even interesting topic like backbenchers, how to bring up the backbenchers. And in this particular venture, round one, from 191, it was brought down to 63 papers. In the second round, the jury brought it down to 24, based on the 4 topics, 4 sessions that we have today. And round 3, 16 papers were selected. That does not mean the remaining 8 people, the papers were not good. They were also equally good. They will be given a special mention certificate. The following are the parameters with which the jury tried to review all the papers. It was a quite difficult task, as it was mentioned earlier as well. It took more than the scheduled time to finalize those 16 papers, because all the papers had its own innovation. All the papers had passion, and you could see that passion also in today's presentation as well. Because of that, it was very difficult even for the jury to bring that one to 16 papers. Next. The top 3 papers presented today will be given also a cash award of 25 for the first, 20 for the second, and 15 for the third. However, the winners will be announced in the validity session, which is not happening today. Once the convenience of VC Niti Aayog and Mr. Mittal has been finalized somewhere end of April or mid-May, we will be announcing not only the awards for the 3 papers, but we will also be releasing the conference report with the publication of all the 16 papers that have been presented. We will also see how we can include remaining 7 papers who have been also shortlisted in the top 24, along with some of the other good innovations that have come from the field. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank VC Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, who launched this convoke on 9th of December, and was really a source of inspiration and support while launching this, along with CEO Niti Aayog, Amitabh Kant. Both of them were focusing on how teacher development can be used, can be developed using this forum in a research form. I will also take this opportunity to thank our Vice Chairman, Mr. Rakesh Mittal. He has been always a source of inspiration and support, and he always pushes us to go forward and think bigger and bigger, and trying to see how we can make a difference in the lives of teachers and students. Only then this particular country will have trained teachers, develop students for the future of the country. I will also take this opportunity to thank Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Education, who was with us and giving us a valuable thoughts, and we will definitely take forward his idea of giving more opportunity for the participants. More and more teachers would be able to present. Definitely we will take sir in the next convoke, so that not just 16 papers, 16 presenters, more number of teachers will be able to present their thoughts in a scientific form. Thank you, sir, for your time. I'd like to thank also Dr. Prem Singh, Education Advisor, the Aayog, who were at the inaugural session and told us about how this convoke can be used for school development and also as part of the teacher professional development. And I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, keynote session speakers, starting with Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor of NIPA, who also gave us the idea of the schools facilities are there, the learnings are not happening. We need to start getting into the school as a focus and not just as a top level. Thank you, sir, for your words of advice. We also had Donna Bellaris from Japan, who addressed the second session. And it was very enriching to see as a teacher how the person has moved on to as an academic, while being a teacher and as a headmaster, head of the school. So thank you, Donna, for addressing us. The third session, we had Professor Vinita Kaur, who has addressed and not only demystified action research, but also the participants to do it in a very simple form. Many of the things are already being done by the researchers, by the teachers, by the head of the school. How it can be made in a simple form in the action research format. Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful thought. The last session was addressed by Professor Sridhar Srivastava, Joint Director of NCERT. He has been always an inspiration for us in the last 3 months. He has been guiding us, guiding our thoughts, I would say, to make it a bigger platform, to make a big impact for the teacher professional development. Only through that we'll be able to get into the school improvement program. And he was kind enough today as well to address the 4th session. Thank you, sir, for coming over and once again giving us an inspiration, and also an inspiration for all the participants, all the speakers of the day. So I'd like to take this opportunity to not only to congratulate all the speakers, but thank you also for the hard work that all of you put in, all the 16 speakers, and we also had another 7, 8. We had also waitlisted in case of any eventualities of the 16 speakers or not able to connect with technically or any other issues. So it was quite an experience for all of us, and all of us, both at Niti Aayog and Bharati Foundation, was a real learning experience going through this conference. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank our CEO Mamta, who has helped us and supported us in this venture, and the 2 people whom I have kept for last purposefully, Dr. Harshit and Piyush. They were the ones who really motivated us to take this forward and take this into Niti Aayog partnership. And they have been, when I brought up this particular topic of Convoke, how this can be used as a platform for all teachers, there was no discussion on what is the concept. They said, let's go forward, conceptualize it, and take it forward. So I was really very happy to see the visionary leadership that has been there, visionary team members that are there. Thank you, Harshit sir. Thank you, Piyush. I think Piyush is busy as usual and working hard behind the scene. And thank you once again to all of you who have worked so hard, and a special thanks to my team as well, who worked almost 24 hours, 7 days a week, because 191 papers, coordinating with the jury members. It has not been jury who brought it down to 16 papers. It was not an easy task. So thank you very much to all of you for making this conference successful, and also a very enriching experience for us. So thank you very much, sir. Before we end, I'd like to request you to hand over a certificate in a memento form to our jury, who has been very patiently marking and listening to our participants. And there's 2 special jury members, I would say. They have been very generous. In fact, both of them are very busy. So thank you, Abba, for coming and being a jury member. Thank you, Kashapi, for being a jury member. In spite of their schedule, they kept this time for us, and they realized this is something very important for the nation that is happening, for the teacher development in a special way that will help us to improve the school as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank them with a memento in the form of a certificate, which will tell you that a tree has been planted in your name. So we thought of, instead of giving you a bouquet or a flower, we thought it's better to plant a tree and contribute to the environment.
Yeah. Dr. Alva Adams, thank you so much for your participation and hard work in Niti Aayog and Bharati Foundation. Thank you so much, ma'am. A tree has been planted by your name, and you can trace, a number has been given. You can trace the tree.
I'll go and look it up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Kashyapi, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Team Bharti Foundation, most of all, and
I forgot to say whether you would like to say a concluding word, because as a jury I forgot. It's my mistake. Maybe after this photograph we will take that.
You are forgiven. Those are the concluding words.
Because I wanted to make sure that we are on time in concluding.
Oh,
So,
thank you. Yes.
Would you like to say a few words?
In fact, they're all waiting to tell us screens off.
Maybe I would like to request all the participants, especially the speakers who are there, if you can switch on the video, so we can have a kind of a photograph of all of you together, which we have not been able to do earlier. So I will request all of you who are there, joined in. It will be good if you can switch on your cameras. Kashyapi would like to say a concluding remarks before.
Yeah. We'd like to say, Kashyapi, anything?
In fact, we've been saying all throughout the day. So let me just say, I think on behalf of both of us, I would like to say it was really very, very engaging session, and some of you were really inspiring with your passion, with the work that you are doing in some of the most remote corners of the country. We had an entire feast of learning with sessions ranging from classroom pedagogies to leadership, to girl-child education, to really fighting the pandemic and really helping education reach to those remote corners of the country. So it was very engaging. What we have learned and what we would want that we should let it flow through to all our teachers across the country. We saw 2-3 aspects that were coming up today in the work that was being presented by all of you. While you've grown in terms of what you are doing and how you document it and the kind of research that all of you have taken it up, what could still be done which would help our country improve towards in the quality of education is really looking at how research could contribute towards improving practice. So while we take some of the researches were status studies, instead of that, how we could really use research to improve practice, because all of you are teachers, and as teachers, unless we are using research to transform our teaching practices, perhaps that is not going to contribute towards improving the quality of education. And I would say that when two of us are also here as jury, that is also one significant aspect that we are looking into, that how your research has actually contributed to improving practice, to improving the lives of children and learning for them. And when we say learning, it is not just about learning outcomes, it's about learning in general. So it's about life learning. So I think that is also something when we as academicians, as teachers are into the field of research, how research contributes towards improving practice. And I think one of you said how practice then contributes towards improving the policy in that sense, or feeds into. So how we kind of triangulate and see each feeding into the other. So that is something we were looking into, and some of you really gave us that space, and we are really happy to be here and learning all through from so many teachers from across the country. And some of you, as you said, that you've been first-time presenters, you're doing wonderful. And you inspire us. You're the cause for us here to be able to say, whether from Bharti Mittal or from Niti Aayog or from NIPA, in fact, it's because of all of you that we are able to, it's like the extended wings, the roots that we have, the kind of work that you're doing in the field. So you are the true leaders, the true heroes, the true motivators for all of us.
You give us hope.
You give us hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sir, there are a few certificates for the Niti. What do you? Yeah.
As I said, I thought in
So thank you, sir, for your help.
Oh.
3, 4. Thank you so much.
We're all go together.
Yeah. Really? maybe we'll come to the
Yeah,
center.
sure.
हम लोग साइड में उतर गए.
नहीं, आप साइड में, आप बीच में रहते हैं. Thank you.
Piyush is not here. Shashank is also not here. Kathy,
Where is
is also
Kathy?
not here.
अच्छा.
Kathy is also not here.
Yeah, like after the
Mamta Rani is not there. Madhuri Pal is here.
So, Madhuri ji, please come here. Thank you so much for your very active participation. Thank you so much. Please come to the center.